Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the 8th day of Wimbledon and into the second week here. It is the 4th round, and on centre court, Alex Minaur from Australia is going to verse Novak Djokovic in a few moments' time.
Reach his 16th Wimbledon quarter-final here, which is just extraordinary. He would reach a quarter for the 63rd time. Just crazy.
Novak Djokovic to serve.
So here we are, about to get underway.
Djokovic will have the serve as we get ready for our first matchup of the day. Live from centre court. Djokovic serves straight down. Fault on the first serve. Djokovic again now. Brings up the ball, straight down centre. Forehand return from Minaur. Double fault though from Djokovic. Minaur gets 15 at the moment. Roger Federer watching on from the Royal Box. As Djokovic will serve again. Straight down from centre. Missed, but it's an ace coming from Djokovic. 15-all.
You can just tell by the shirt there, it's going to take a little bit of adjustment early on to get the ball toss into the right position. So serve percentages are going to be very important, as they always are.
Go again, straight down centre court. Hits the net to begin with. Still 15-all. As we work to get our comp cam operational, we will be back on that soon. Into the rally we go. Minaur sends it back, forehander from Djokovic. Minaur sends it back. Djokovic switches sides again. Backhander from Djokovic and then from Minaur. Forehander return. Djokovic again now just pacing himself early on in this game. Hits the net. Minaur takes it to 30.
Good early ball striking from Alex. Top Woodbridge and John McEnroe has just come from a preview and found his way into our commentary position. Didn't get to hear your preview. What are your thoughts on this one?
My thoughts are that Novak Djokovic is playing on the surface that will best give him the best chance of winning that elusive 25th. I repeat, 25th singles major.
Straight down again from a good serve from Djokovic. Minaur sends it with a backhander. Djokovic again hits the top of the net. Minaur sends it back, stays in. Djokovic goes high, drop shot. Minaur. Djokovic gets back, over to the back. Beautiful to make it 30-all. A lovely swap between the two.
Against someone who understands the nuances of grass. He's worked extremely hard, Alex, to get himself stronger. Add some weight, some weight to shot, as well as weight on the body. Amazing that at 38 he still moves around the court as well as he does.
Into the net again from Djokovic. Sorry, our camera setup is mucked up on the wrong screen, so we're just trying to fix it. Djokovic serves, fault again on the serve.
So a pair of doubles in the opening game.
Double fault.
I was about to comment on how well Djokovic has served for the most part. So this would be a huge boost for Minaur to get a quick break.
An early break point.
We'll see how this goes.
That wind is an issue.
Yeah, Djokovic serves it down, straight down centre court. Backhander comes in from Minaur again. Just trying to find the right angles between them. Djokovic taking a very short style of play. Goes out. Game Minaur. Nobody saw that coming.
First game.
Well, I called 2 of his 3 matches throughout the championship so far, Minaur, and on both of them that I saw, he started rather nervously. It's a very different looking Minaur out here on the centre court, and I guess, John, he'll be nervous, but the expectation changes a little when you come up as the underdog.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he's got huge upside. These are the type of matchups that in the past have been miserable for him. Still one of the quickest guys that plays tennis is Alex Minaur. Pretty cool out there considering it's been the first week, so both players feeling out the situation, trying to adjust to the elements.
Good serve, but missed the net. Slow backhander again coming in from Minaur. Djokovic in the rally. Sends it out again.
I like the use of slice. It obviously keeps the ball low. I'd like to see Minaur come in behind some of those. It's pretty tough to deal with.
It was out McCall. So, serve again from Minaur, straight down. Forehand to Djokovic. Slowing down the pace once again as we expected it to be. Oh, Minaur comes in to close to the net. Djokovic sends it high. Drop shot from Minaur and gets it. First 15 for him in this set.
Yeah, good play. When it's windy, you're tougher to time it as easily as you would if the roof was closed. That's a good deep volley. Djokovic decides he wants to try the topspin lob. Didn't hit it deep enough. Still not easy for Minaur to pull that shot off.
Minaur with the serve, hits the net, fault. Forehand return again from Minaur. Djokovic brings it back in, tries to bring it up the net with a forehand, a powerful return. Straight down, backhanders again now, trying to control each side of the net. Djokovic hits the net though, makes it at 40 all.
Always hard to build a strategy to take on Djokovic. As we saw in the stat board, there are no real weaknesses in any part of his game. Leighton Hewitt on the left, the 2 coaches, his mentor on the right, Adolfo Gutierrez, who's worked with Alex since he was about 8 years of age.
Minaur serve looking very good then. Djokovic with a forehand and return on the back slice, trying to get it in, not working out the way he was expecting. It goes up high.
Like the plan is he's content to trade from the baseline.
It's 40.
If he gets it. Ball to attack, he will.
40-30 for Minaur. Our cameras are almost back up and running, by the way, just to let you know.
Alex engaged. I don't believe there's been a date set.
Not yet.
For the wedding or for the fun? Good serve again, coming down. Minaur desperately trying to capitalise for one game. Djokovic comes close to the net, tries another net play. Will get it, double bounce. 40 all juice.
He's got to be able to push Novak around the court. Easier said than done. As proficient as he is off the ground. Can he win enough free points on his serve? It would be huge for the Australian today.
Still trying with the serve as they send it down once again. I'm delighted to say that we've got our systems back operational, and I'll be on camera in a 30 seconds time. Straight down return again from Djokovic to the forehander return. Minaur again tries to send his bottom right. Return top left as well. Djokovic very much will take it to advantage.
To me, what Alex does is go bigger too much on the serve, and the percentage is not high enough. This is, in this game, is a good example.
No, you're spot on. We'll keep an eye on the percentages because if he serves it near 60, he's generally in with a big chance of winning matches. As soon as he drops below 55, 50, he's got no chance. And you're already playing one of the best returners that's ever played.
I agree with Djokovic.
I would say the best. I played Connors multiple times. Unbelievable return. Agassi, both those guys. He can go offense or defense, and he's got a bigger wingspan. Remarkable.
Oh, we're back operational. Hello, everybody. Djokovic straight down on the centre return serve again as well. Minaur going to try and find it, goes out. Back to Juice.
In the first set. Dropped the first set of the tournament. So 33% of first serves going big, trying to hit at 130. Then finally realised he had to take some pace off, get them in. So it was the speed market around 120 or so.
We go again, straight down serve. Fault on the serve though, coming in. Hello everybody. Yeah, sorry, our systems have been set up for the Formula 1 weekend, nor the racing, not for tennis, so the camera wouldn't activate. As the background activate now coming in from Djokovic, backhander straight down. Once again, forehand return from Minaur. Straight down centre. Djokovic trying to play it in different directions as well, left and right several times. Rally is incredibly long. You start to worry about it. Djokovic goes out.
Minaur's side is with the win because he's just literally, he's not even swinging hard.
Minaur then gets it.
He's doing a good job of controlling his shots considering how windy it is at the moment.
The 26-year-old Australian. My age as well, actually. Straight down, forehand return into the net from Djokovic. Second game goes to Alex Minaur. Well, this was unexpected. 2 games down.
Serves in against Novak and he holds. You're feeling good. Could steal that game and be up a break early.
Has to break Djokovic. Did that.
Not going to find a better competitor than that young man from Australia.
Update on the number 1 court. Andreeva versus benching as well. Currently leads 4-5. And on court 2, Silic and Cavoli has been decided to run in a tie-break after 4-6, 4-6,
2 parts
6-7.
of his game, the serve and the volley that, like fine wine, better with age. It's amazing how skilled he's become at net.
Yeah, we have our battle screen in operation that you'll see throughout the day as well to update you on all the other matches around Wimbledon as Djokovic brings it in. It's 15-love to him so far. Plays it in, getting close to the net, but it's been returned from Minaur, but Djokovic was there ready to serve it back down.
Isn't the drop volley effective when you're volleying into the wind? A little bit of backspin and it holds it up quickly, and there's 2 perfectly executed balls here.
Djokovic starting to find his play, but he needs to hurry up about it as well. Straight down centre court again. Backhand return from Djokovic. Minaur sends it to the net. 40-love.
40-love.
Here we are again then. Djokovic with the serve. The crowd watch on here at centre court. Straight down into the net from Djokovic. see how much play has been done on centre court. It's now starting to worn out as well, where the players are standing. Straight down, forehand return again coming in. Backhander from Djokovic into the net. 40-15.
40-15.
Close tiebreaker then coming up between these.
They're all decked out in the same outfit up there in the Djokovic box.
Phone ringing on centre court. As Djokovic sends it down, forehand return, just goes a little bit wide. Djokovic plays it close, but gets a beautiful backhand volley, and he now takes it 2-1. Alex de Minaur leading after the third game. There's the other games at Wimbledon as well.
26 years of age now, Alex de Minaur, of course. Born in Sydney and raised his early couple of years in the suburb of Carlos Park, and then moved back to Alicante in Spain. His father from Uruguay, his mother Spanish, Esther. You usually see her around. I haven't seen her at this time. She was there in Paris.
Somewhat surprising to see. He's not really a clay court type of game.
No. Well, he came back to Australia at around about 12 years of age and went through the programs. Yeah, moved back to Sydney and worked at the tennis centre in Homebush, the old Olympic venue from Sydney 2000. And he has a very hard court style again, doesn't he?
He does.
And that's what he was practicing on there.
Fellow Aquarian, I see, born the day after I was, February 17th, is de Minaur. He maximizes what he can do in this game, no question. First time last year, he finished in the top 10 in the
Take
world.
your seats
So
quickly,
congrats to you, young man. Career high of 6.
Thanks,
Currently
ladies and
at
gentlemen.
11.
Thank you. Players are ready. Thank you.
Players are ready, with de Minaur sending the serve straight down centre court. De Minaur straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic. Backhander from de Minaur. De Minaur nearly closer to the net. Djokovic puts it into the net.
Today has to take that point on as many times as possible. It's a bit
15
dangerous. You're going into one of the best backhand passing shots of all time as well. But you've got to take chances.
Yeah, well,
This is the end to flatten it out too, into the breeze, as you mentioned.
And Djokovic sending it into the net twice now as well. Was a bit of a
Shot to
surprise.
hit and the move to make. No matter who you're playing, you should do that.
Forehand return again, returns it coming in. It looks like Djokovic as well, just a little bit warming himself up as well, but it was a close one before. That was just about out. Djokovic sends it way out from de Minaur's return.
30 love.
So it's 30 love to de Minaur. Sends one ball away as he comes into it. Djokovic looking like he's just... There's a lot of wind out here today. It's straight down. Backhander from Djokovic, not good there. As de Minaur's serve was very good. Close to being an ace. We're into the rally now. And Djokovic has returned into the net again. The wind's playing havoc.
If Novak looks up in the box and sees Roger Federer in the first row, he's like, I'd still like to impress this guy. Tie him up and Wimbledon wins.
Forehand return was good there from Djokovic, and de Minaur goes out. It's 40-15.
Roger looking as debonair as ever up there. Just
He's looking
There
very
he is.
resplendent, isn't he, Roger?
Next to Debbie Jevons, the chair of the All England Club.
de Minaur with the serve. Straight down, forehand return from Djokovic. Goes a bit too high. Tried to play a long ball in. De Minaur's serve's looking very resplendent. The wind's cooled down a little bit. It goes out. Djokovic out again. It's 3 games to 1 in the first set for Alex de Minaur. This is unheard of.
Affected by the conditions so far.
Minaur leads.
Than his
3 games
opponent.
to 1. First set.
Hasn't been able to click in quite yet, the 38-year-old.
Yeah, 38 years, 52 days, and ready to become the 3rd man in the open era to reach the quarterfinals in his 38th year.
Straight down centre court, a fault on Djokovic's serve. Just a few more of the bits I have to be contended in with. Djokovic now. Up, straight down centre. Backhand return again comes in from de Minaur. Djokovic just now picking up the pace. De Minaur going very wide. Djokovic for wide too. Extreme enters the court, but Djokovic ends up in the net.
Miss. Of the 3, Ken Rosewall reached the quarterfinals at 39 years, 246 days. That was back in 74. And then Roger Federer also reached the quarters when he was 39 years, 337 days back in 2021.
Love 15.
Rosewall got to the finals that year, right?
He did.
Djokovic serves with a fault.
Jimmy Connors was
And the U.S.
nasty
Open.
to him in the final.
Yeah, I know. Both of those. Another double.
Another double fault. De Minaur on 30. It's love
Not the
30.
Djokovic we're used to watching.
No, he's affected by the wind, I reckon, today. That's the only explanation I can think of. There's a lot of wind down on his side of the court.
Keep waiting for him to look human. Well, here. So far he has been.
Straight down centre. Backhander was just reached from de Minaur as well. Keeps himself in the
Oh,
game.
wow.
Beautiful return from de Minaur. He now takes it. Love 40. It's break point.
Love 40.
Quickness and speed has always been his forte. Djokovic's ball, not a bad one, not great, but beautifully done. This would be huge. Double break?
Could be coming. Djokovic sends it down. Oh, an ace.
Seems like he got stuck in the grass there.
Like our intro.
15-40.
Stuck in the grass. Djokovic back with the serve. De Minaur has 3 games to 1 and is on the cusp of a double break point. Straight down into the net. Djokovic getting angry with himself now as well. This would be slightly unheard of, the situation he's having right now. Straight down centre court. Double fault.
He's up another.
It is a 3rd double fault of the game for Djokovic. And Alex de Minaur leads 4 games to 1 first set.
No, we certainly weren't expecting to see that come out. This is what normal to 38-year-olds, happen. And we keep waiting. When is it going to happen where it catches up to him?
But when you say normal, it's the sort of thing that you can be playing really well, then out of the blue, one day you have an off day and you can't really explain it.
Yeah, I had plenty of those towards the end. And it's just sometimes as you age, you can't figure out. You do everything possible to be as prepared, and he certainly does. Not this man. He's got youth on his side. But to see him look this way so far is surprising because it happens so seldomly to Novak. Now, admittedly, he doesn't play many tournaments. That's why the ranking has gone down a bit at 6. So sometimes that could cause problems. But right now, to me, it's just it's like he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, at least so far.
So de Minaur about to serve 2 breaks in hand, 4-1 first set.
Thanks,
de
ladies and
Minaur
gentlemen. Thank
honestly
you. Your
hasn't had
voices,
to do
please.
that much to get himself in this position. Cannot believe it's good fortune.
Serves into the net though at this point of the return. Minaur again, straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic again from Minaur. As they keep on going, goes out. It's 15-love. Djokovic, so many errors so far.
Stunned crowd here as well as box.
Minaur with the serve. Straight down.
It's quite the picture, wasn't it? It was usually adults having a go at the kid being on their phone, but it was the two oldies behind and the kids glued to the tennis.
Straight down, backhand return from Djokovic. Forehanders now have to come in shortly as well in order to change the direction. They're in the rally. Forehander now shapes back up. Djokovic trying to send Minaur every which way direction. Oh, Djokovic into the net. It's 30-love.
Well, at the beginning of the set, I asked you about the things that, you know, Alex tactically could need to do, but here it looks like Novak a little unsure about what his plan is.
Where does
He's
he
the
go
one
on this
that's
one? Yeah.
out of his comfort zone, trying to figure this one out.
Minaur with the serve. Backhander, bolt to the board. Serve again, straight down. Backhander return from Djokovic. Oh, little tip up there from Minaur on his return, and Djokovic gets the point. 40-15. That's better from Djokovic.
30-15.
Much better response time there, which I was impressed about.
We saw them a little earlier. Joe Root on the left and Jimmy Anderson on the right. Two of the greatest cricketers for England of all time, Mac. Just in case you were unsure.
Yeah, I used to follow it a lot more than I do now.
Straight down.
Days.
Straight down again.
Let.
Oh, let first serve.
Second serve.
So Minaur not happy with these serving balls. He's changed them up. Comes back down again. Backhander goes out wide from Djokovic. 40-15.
40-15.
Good kicking serve. Novak trying to take it early, but it jumped off the court, got to shoulder height before he was expecting.
Fifth game coming up then from Minaur as he's straight down. Backhander from Djokovic goes out wide, and Minaur goes, keeps it just in. Drop shot coming from Minaur, and it's 5-1 in the first set for the Australian, who is beating Novak Djokovic massively.
Minaur leads 5-1. First set.
Katie Boulder all smiles. Why wouldn't she be? Alex de Minaur now leading 5-1. Two breaks of serve, been somewhat of an inconsistent start for the former champion. Really struggling to find his timing in these breezy, swirly conditions.
Djokovic serves, backhander from Minaur, keeps it in. Lovely return. It's love 15. Perfect.
Sensational.
Love 15.
It was
It's
wonderful.
hard to believe that we're watching this right now.
I'm with you.
He's making it look easy.
This is weird.
Extremely one-sided, this first set.
Fault on the serve.
Shocking would be a good way to put it.
Straight down again. Backhander returns. Forehander comes in. Backhand again from Minaur. Forehand Djokovic. Desperate trying to get back up, but Djokovic hits the nets. Love 30.
Tactics that Carlos Alcaraz has used twice to beat Novak in the finals here was going hard into that forehand, trying to break down that wing on the grass. And it doesn't necessarily break down that often, but today we're seeing the unforced errors come out of that corner.
Djokovic straight down again. Clips the top of let on the serve. That ridiculous robot
I
still
can't
calling it
remember
wrong.
when I've seen him play a worse set than this. I mean, it's literally been years.
This is a bad first set for Djokovic. Straight down into the net. Straight down again. Djokovic. Yeah. Straight down, backhand return from Minaur. Djokovic keeping his calm. Minaur is now looking very much in control. This first set goes out. Love 40. Set point now for Alex Minaur.
Yeah, another unforced error.
Love 40.
Minaur has 3 set points.
This is critical. It is set point. Straight down, fault on the serve. Didn't even wait, yeah. Djokovic was straight down in order to try and get it. The crowd was still cheering. Djokovic straight down, forehand return from Minaur to the net. It's 15 to 40.
15-40.
Second set
just
point.
Rushing through here now, Mac, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's absolutely disgusted with himself.
Djokovic serves straight down centre court. Backhander return from Minaur was good. Forehander return now, still backhander from Djokovic. Now from Minaur, forehander swapped up into the net. Djokovic with another runner. The first set in exactly 30 minutes is done by Alex Minaur, and he now leads 1 set to love against Novak Djokovic.
Against the 24-time Grand Slam champion Novak Djokovic. If you want to continue watching that match, that is available on BBC One right now. But here on BBC Two, we're going to head on over to number 2 court. Marin Cilic, the 20.
We swapped over back to BBC One.
Oh, yeah, he sure is. Pleasantly surprised, obviously. He didn't have to do anything that he didn't want to do out there. He served at 40%. This is Minaur I'm talking about that served at 40%. He made more errors than winners.
Well, here's
I mean, look at this.
Here's the stat board. Unforced errors from Novak, 16 to 8 winners.
Now, it's not going to happen that he continues to play this badly. If he did, for 2 more sets, he quit on the spot.
What do you mean, career-wise?
I would predict if he played like this another 2 sets. I don't think it's going to happen, okay? I don't think there's a prayer that it's going to happen. But this is incredible to see him play like this. But,
well,
you know, he's won. Let's hang on here a second. That's why they best of 5.
Well, he hasn't taken much time in that changeover. Once again, Djokovic out early.
Roger Federer took the shades off because he can't play. He's like, wait a minute, I can't believe I'm watching. You know, where was this when I played? In the 3 finals.
Number 2.
Minaur serves, forehand return from Djokovic. Now a backhander comes in, over, drop shot coming in close to the net, and it's first point to Djokovic in the second set. Love 15.
Love 15.
Comes out the block swinging now to Djokovic. That was needed.
A lot more typical of what we're used to. He's got the wind behind him. He's going to start making things happen here.
Let's go again. Fault on the
2
serve.
goats in the building at the same time.
Straight down again. Backhander return from Djokovic. Minaur sends it forehander as well. Now they swap back. Slows the ball down. Amazingly, it looks slow, but it's only down to 96 miles an hour. Now it's picking up again with forehanders in the pace. Into the rally we go. Close to the net. Short up ball coming from Djokovic as well. Long ball just about in from Minaur. Trying to get close to the net, but Djokovic is sending him in. Drop shot coming. Djokovic runs to get in. He goes back. Minaur misses it.
Well, you expect him to left, and it's happening in these first 2 points.
Love 30. Much better.
Expected it, including myself, but here it comes.
Didn't quite do enough with the volley. It dropped quickly.
Yes, it did.
It's got some crowd support too, Novak. That's helping get the adrenaline flowing.
We go again then, as they come into it. De Minaur serve, straight down, Sunshine coming out. This is a backhander from Djokovic. Forehander swaps back up ball coming. A lot of power coming in there. And it goes out for Djokovic on the return. It's 15-30.
15-30.
Just going through some stats and looking at things coming in. I believe that to be the first player ever to take a set off Novak 6-1 or 6-love here at Wimbledon. Obviously that was a 6-1. That's a little record book highlight for De Minaur.
De Minaur sent straight down, forehand. That electronic ball call's got to go at Wimbledon. It's already caused so many problems. De Minaur with the serve, straight down into the net. Straight down, backhand return from Djokovic. Then again from De Minaur into the net. It's 30-all.
So now that back on point quite quickly here. His first break points. Actually, with this set, he did have one in the second game, first service game, De Minaur.
That blink of missing.
Didn't take it.
De Minaur serves it straight down. Let on the first serve. Ah, we had a double fault come from De Minaur, and it didn't get. Yeah, okay, now I'm with you. Djokovic on 40. De Minaur on 15. Straight down. Forehander return from Djokovic. Backhander coming in from De Minaur. Djokovic slows the ball down, brings it in. Net play now in. Oh, De Minaur just gets a hand to it. But Djokovic was faster. First game, second set to Djokovic.
The champion lifts. Stefan up on his feet. Well done, Dad.
Well, I would have bet most of my
game,
life savings on that
Second
one.
set.
Not all of them, just
Not
most.
all. I want to have a little
Keep a
bit
couple
left.
of paintings on the wall, hey?
Keep something. Got a lot of kids.
Djokovic going for a
More
sun
than Novak,
hat.
but, yeah. Wake-up call just arrived. About a half hour later than we anticipated.
Yeah, Djokovic is going for a sun hat, first time in this tournament.
There's his wife Yelena sitting next to Stefan, left side. Team uniform it's crisp, isn't it? Very white.
Well, England club must be thrilled.
Let's see what we can do then with Djokovic now serving in his sun hat. Straight down. Ace! The sun hat works, ladies and gentlemen. He can see again. Let's see what we get this time round then. Ball up from Djokovic, straight down. Backhander comes in a little bit too strong. Djokovic slows it down. Goes up as De Minaur tries to get it back in. And De Minaur gets the point. The net play breaks for Djokovic. It's 15-all.
What's got him into the top 10 is that
15-all.
court coverage and speed, which he utilized nicely there. Glad to see someone go back and not go between the legs.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot in this
Beautifully
tournament
struck
so
ball.
far. Straight down again. Djokovic into the net. With another serve. Djokovic. Straight down. Backhander comes in from De Minaur. Forehander from Djokovic. Then De Minaur swaps it back up again as well. De Minaur it goes out for De Minaur. It's 30 for Djokovic. 30-15.
30-15.
Suddenly now the advantage swings Djokovic's way. Either way, we're going to 4 sets. Unless the unthinkable happens. Straight down, trips the top, let on the serve. just closing up again on this pace. Outside court to Turing as Djokovic sends it down. A fault on the serve again. Djokovic. Ball up, straight down centre. Returned with a backhander from Minaur. Still with backhanders now. Djokovic joins him. Forehander from Minaur, straight down centre court. Literally now bouncing the ball back. It's not even table tennis. It's just how fast they're moving the ball between each other. It's an absolute blur. Over 100 miles an hour on average as we're into this rally now as well. Still keeping it in. It's Djokovic who hits the net.
Djokovic forehand, and it breaks down
30 all.
30 all.
We've got two of the best movers in tennis on court. Their footwork prowess is magnificent. But for now, at least, Djokovic having trouble finding a consistent strike zone. But credit to Minaur too, throwing in the lower ball. He's mixing up his speeds well, and that's part of the reason why that is happening for Djokovic.
Straight down centre. Djokovic is still into the net with his serve.
Let's put more on that one-headed slice. It's to good effect early.
We run into it again. Straight down. Forehander return from Minaur. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehander with some power now between them. Oh, and Minaur returns it with a backhander that goes out wide. 40-30.
40-30.
Minaur looking very worried now. All his pace and energy went into the first set. Djokovic comes back fighting from that first set that he lost. 6-1, he lost it as well. Backhander now comes in. Oh, a little bit up from Minaur. Djokovic sends it out wide. Forehander returns with power. Minaur backhanders. And Djokovic hits the net to make it deuce. Oh, didn't see that one coming.
A little over a year ago, tore that meniscus. Was able to, at the French, was able to recover in time to make the run here to the final, win the Olympic gold. Incredible achievement. Recovering that quickly at his age.
Straight down into the net from Djokovic's serve.
Seems to be having trouble with the low ball here his first 40 minutes or so.
Here we go again then. Straight down centre. Forehander return goes a little bit high. Djokovic keeps it in just about. Backhander. Djokovic drops it out. Minaur returned that ball. Djokovic didn't expect it. It's break point. And it's advantage Djokovic. It's advantage Minaur.
Minaur literally bunted that backhand. Okay, maybe he was a little lucky on that return. Just guides it up the line. Djokovic didn't split step. Just sprinted to the middle of the court. Couldn't get back. How about Minaur? A chance to break right back.
Minaur's looking strong here as Djokovic serves straight down into the net. Minaur might just have a comeback charge yet.
Serve that has been a weapon thus far has been a liability in this match early on.
Straight down. Backhander comes in. Forehander return from Djokovic. Forehander again. Goes out wide. Back to deuce.
Yeah, percentages poor on serve for Djokovic, serving at 54% for the match. 38 rather in this set.
Djokovic serves straight down. Goes out wide. Advantage Djokovic.
Difference it makes.
That's first serve points. One is up. His first serve percentage has been below 50, which is pretty much unheard of for him.
Still looking quite strong though, to begin with. Advantage Djokovic, straight down. Backhander from Minaur. Forehander now. Swaps it back up. Djokovic almost to his feet. Goes out wide, juice. No crack in the neck as we get ready.
Crowd a bit stunned at what they're seeing so far.
Djokovic straight down. Goes out wide. Minaur returns it, trying to drop and does so. Djokovic back to advantage. Net play, his strongest area.
I suspect by the end of this match he'll be well above 60%, which is where Minaur hopes he'll be. To try to pull off this upset.
Djokovic serves straight down, sadly still into the net. Still a couple of twitches around. Ball up, straight down centre. Forehand return with power from Minaur, and just stays inside the line. Up. High shot tried again from Djokovic, not coming into it. Into the rally we go. Oh, that's close to Minaur to being out. He sent it to bottom left. Oh, that's close, and it was out from Djokovic's serve. It's juice.
Todd, so far mentally, it's the most comfortable I've ever seen Minaur against a top guy.
He's got sent out wide again.
Pace that the ball's coming at him, nothing worrying him. I'm almost waiting though for when is the explosion going to happen from Djokovic in terms of temperament to get himself fired up. Yeah. What's he going to pick? Is it going to be somebody in the player's box, someone in the crowd, or he needs a moment, doesn't he?
The go point.
We know.
You're asking the right guy.
Straight down for Djokovic. Backhander comes up as well. Little slow return from Minaur, and then picks up the pace, catches Djokovic a little bit by surprise. He's trying to go Djokovic into making a mistake. It's a slow and fast ball each time. As he goes back, it just swaps it out. It goes out again.
Very soon if he loses his point.
Yeah, it's advantage again for Minaur.
Loses that break he got after the first game. He's got to be boiling. Blood's boiling inside.
He's angry at the moment. You can feel it start to come through. Djokovic with the serve. It's advantage Minaur on his break point coming. Could Minaur break Djokovic for a third time in this match? Djokovic serves. Forehand return from Minaur. Backhanders. Forehand from Djokovic. Forehand again from Minaur. And it's out wide. Juice.
It was steering that, wasn't he?
Steered a couple of those break point chances for his light back.
The second game of the second set now going for 12 minutes. Djokovic serves. Backhander with barely any movement actually from Minaur. Ball almost like it was standing still. Oh, lovely return as well coming in. Ball backwards, high up. Minaur now into the rally, trying to bring Djokovic into a mistake. The slow balls are coming in. And there's the mistake from Djokovic.
He really is throwing him a lot of different looks, and it's affecting Novak.
Yeah.
There'll be key moments in this match, but this game becoming one of them, heading towards 12 minutes in duration. We mentioned Kenny Rosewell earlier. He would have been proud of some of those backhands.
Diminaur's playing a psychological
again,
game
if he's
against
watching back in
Novak. It's
Australia.
working.
I think he came over a backhand once. I'm not sure.
Djokovic again. Straight down into the net. Couple of changeovers coming again, I suppose. Djokovic now. High up, straight down centre. Forehand returns. Oh! Diminaur into the net. It's back to Juice for the 6th time. It's like the Emma Raducanu match a few days ago
Second serve.
against Sabalenka. It just did not want to end. Point after point after point now between these two. It's impressive, but Novak's going to start getting angry. Ball up, straight down centre court, clips the top of the net. It's a fault. Straight down again. Forehand return from... Oh, and out goes Djokovic. Diminaur didn't have to bother reaching for that one. 4th break point, and it's advantage.
Got to take advantage of
Diminaur.
one of these soon. Otherwise, that will be really helping Djokovic to settle. Got a 4th chance in this game to get the break back.
Let's see what he can do. Ball up from Djokovic. Backhander was strong there. Diminaur can't reach it. Juice again. And that was the most demanding and confident we've seen Djokovic all match.
The best 1-2 punch he's laid out there in this match.
I was confident from him. It whacked Diminaur off his feet.
Big serve. Goes behind Diminaur, who can't recover.
Djokovic now serving. Straight down. Backhander from Diminaur. Backhander Djokovic. Forehander swaps it back up with some power. Djokovic sends it high. It's in. Drop shot. Not going to be there this time. Diminaur returns it. Now back to the rally we go. Just waiting for one of them to make a mistake. Djokovic goes a bit too long. Diminaur goes long. Djokovic sends it in low for another net play. Diminaur!
Dangerous against a guy who can move like Diminaur.
Right up the line, but gets his 5th break point. Advantage Diminaur.
Advantage Diminaur.
Well, this was almost as if he'd had enough of the rally. Didn't want it to be extended.
Look how high over the net it was. I mean, that's not a very good drop shot for his standards.
Just got fed up, I think. 18 shots the last rally.
5th break point in this game.
This is madness. This feels like a turning point in the match, though. Djokovic has woken up. Straight down. Forehand return. Now closer to the net. Djokovic really wants to come to play, but Diminaur's there.
That's a great point.
And Djokovic gets the break point and gets us back to an 8th juice. What is going on? 8th juice.
Leona knows the importance of this game now.
Great hustle by Diminaur to have a pretty good look at this. That's a good shot he hit from there.
Diminaur was very strong, but
Finally starting to find himself is the
yeah,
great
Djokovic.
Novak Djokovic.
He's too good. Djokovic then with the serve. Straight down. Poor return from Diminaur. Djokovic takes it to advantage. He's waking up.
Advantage Djokovic.
16.5 minutes this game alone. Straight down for Djokovic. Let on the serve. Roger Federer watching on. Serve time. Backhander from Minaur. Closer to the net play. Djokovic there, ready. Goes out wide. It's juice. Even he thinks, what was I thinking there?
For him, a mediocre approach shot.
Ninth juice.
Take a
The ninth
hard
juice.
swing at that hard, flat pass right at him.
Djokovic.
Ninth juice.
This game alone nearly longer than the first set. Straight down, forehander return. Net play comes in. Keeps it in. Drop shot coming. Minaur's still there. So is Djokovic. They're playing, and it's Minaur who gets advantage again. Sixth break point. What is going on? I'm running out of words.
Advantage, Minaur.
He could have got this overhead away, you would have thought, but good anticipation.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a particularly good volley there either. See if he pays the price.
Sixth break point. This already nearly longer than, as I said earlier, the first set. This one game alone. Straight down. Fault on the serve. This is madness. What a great game of tennis. Straight down. Forehander from Minaur. Backhander goes high! Minaur! He ends that one!
Brilliance on the return and speed.
18 minutes and 53 seconds. The first set was 30 minutes exactly. That one game alone took so much, and Minaur now takes it. It's one game all after 26 minutes in the second set. The first one only took half an hour.
Team before, it's working to perfection. Early.
Look at the way he stays down behind the flight of that ball and follows through with the footwork.
That game was almost as long as the first set.
Yeah, 26 minutes for the two games, and we had a 30-minute opening set.
Minaur serves. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehander from Minaur. Backhand to Djokovic. Slow ball in again from Minaur. Djokovic sends it up high. Oh, Minaur into the net.
Love 15.
So, slight change over there, I suppose. It's going to be one of these days, isn't it? We go again. Minaur sends the ball up, straight down. Hits the net. Backhander return from Djokovic, nearly in the line, goes
15
out.
all.
15 all. Ooh. This is going to be a tight, matched game, I feel. Backhander Djokovic. Backhander coming in from Minaur. Goes out. It's 30-15.
15-30.
Djokovic now on the 30. We'll try and bring back up that pace. Ball up straight down. Forehander goes skywards. Djokovic lands on his... I think it just went on the other side. Yes, 30 all.
30 all.
Minaur, after doing so well to get that break back, to really hold here, isn't it? To keep the momentum that he's been building.
Absolutely. He knows it. Crowd knows it.
Backhander goes in strong as well. Minaur returns a good serve. Djokovic picks up the pace. Minaur really now hitting hard. Djokovic clips the top of the net. slow returns in. de Minaur was out. Djokovic takes it. It's 30-40.
Sprayed the forehand at times. That's give Djokovic the type of looks he wants. Opportunities again. Chance to break right back. 3 in a row in the second set.
de Minaur with the serve. Good forehand return, just in from Djokovic, barely even moved. Backhander comes in again from the pair. Forehander from Djokovic. Into the rally we go. A little bit high and fast return from Djokovic. Don't think about it too much, just sort of hits the ball. We're getting close to the net. Backhander again from Djokovic. de Minaur slows the ball down. Djokovic forehander returns it. So does de Minaur, just desperately trying to break it to the serve. This is a long, long rally between these two. I think the ball's been hit around about 20 times at least. This is insane tennis between these two. Backhander coming in again from Djokovic. Goes down a little bit to wide. de Minaur still there. This is an insane rally. And finally it ends with de Minaur going wide.
Djokovic digs in, and there's the fire that he's been looking for. He ramps it up for the crowd. And once again, leads 2-1 in the second set.
de Minaur leads then by 1 set to love, but the second set, Djokovic coming back 2 games to 1.
2 games to 1. Second set. First set.
Wow. Okay. We'll put a little highlight on that point. 34 strokes, the longest rally of the tournament.
Guys both playing it reasonably safe. Understanding the magnitude of the moment. You would think the younger guy, the longer this goes, would have this decided edge, but no, not when this man, Novak Djokovic, is out in the court. And it was de Minaur who blinked finally.
Time.
Another guy in a rush to move forward. Probably fatigue had set in.
Yeah, it was. And there's that reaction that I spoke about. We knew there'd be something to help him fire and lift, and that potentially is the first moment of the match for him.
Flavio Cavalli, congrats to you. He has just advanced to the quarters here, first time beating Marin Cilic. So he is awaiting the winner.
Well, there you have it then. In reaching 100 match range, Novak Djokovic has covered a distance of creating more than 4 marathons on court at Wimbledon.
Queen won his top seed, playing later this afternoon. Lorenzo Sonego rounding out the trio, playing our American Ben Shelton over on court 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks, players.
To distant future.
So Novak serving with the break. 3 breaks of serve to open the second set. 2-1.
Djokovic serves. Backhander comes in from de Minaur. For backhander, Djokovic really sky highward return. Drop shot saved into the net from de Minaur. It's 15-love Djokovic.
15-love.
Crowd now behind. Djokovic fired up, ready to go. Straight down. Whoa. Clips the top, fault. Serves, forehand return, just over the net from de Minaur. Sky high, out, and it's 30-love.
30-love.
In some ways, the tactic that de Minaur needed to use going forehand to forehand is one that also Djokovic is starting to see that he might have to break the forehand down of Minaur. Under pressure, not quite the same racket head speed.
Forehand of return though, and it goes out.
When that happens,
40
you
love.
steer and you start to miss. So we had both of them there, the miss hit and the steer on the return.
So Djokovic, ball up, straight down, forehand of returns just over the net from Minaur. Djokovic brings it into the net play and beautifully drops it. It's 3 games to 1 in this second set, sorry, and that game 1 minute 45 seconds long.
Djokovic leads 3 games to 1.
Nice hold
Second
at
set.
love after some long games early in this set.
Lovely piece of vision there. The split step on the volley. I wonder who the autographs are on the top of the hat there from young Stefan. Does he go for the old guard like you, or is it the new guard?
Good return serve from Djokovic. Minaur brings it into the net though, and it serves it straight down
If the old
centre.
guard could get in the locker room, I'd be happy to
15
sign
love.
for him when he's with his dad.
Okay.
If he wanted it. Who the hell is that old guy?
Minaur 15 love. Straight down again. Backhander from Djokovic. Goes out. 30 love. Oh dear.
30 love.
This is a bit of a surprise. Roger looking on. Straight down again. Forehander. Oh, out again. 40 love from Minaur.
40 love.
Djokovic now had that advantage, and in this serve, it's just dropped away a little bit. Just a touch. Minaur serves. Sky highs it back from Djokovic.
Well, important hold.
Game.
Eventually get to hold a serve in the second set. Does Alex Minaur, but still, there is Novak Djokovic with the break.
Djokovic
3-2.
leads 3 games to 2 second sets. First, Minaur.
Interesting as we take a look at scores from around the ground.
Well, definite lift from Novak Djokovic, starting to find a better strike, particularly off his forehand. Well, what's been working for Alex Minaur? This is his first serve return placement, John, and you can see he's going hard into the backhand, getting really good depth, and that stopped Novak from getting that first hit on the forehand. In this match today, he's only at about 31% of that serve forehand strike. Previous matches before here, he's been 55%.
It's interesting because early in this match, Novak was trying to find his range on the serve. I think he was forced because of a couple doubles when he dropped serve, a couple more. He had 4 doubles to first set to sort of pull back a little bit on his serve, played a little safer for a while. Allowed Minaur to find a nice groove. The serve +1, which is the forehand, that is a go-to for most of the players.
Djokovic with the serve. He leads 3 games to 2.
Djokovic to me is one of the best backhands you'll ever see.
Into the net on the forehand.
It's not like he can't execute it on that side either.
Djokovic straight down. Forehand and return as well coming in from Minaur. Backhander now comes in, just slows that pace down. Lovely shot, but Minaur was ready for him, and Minaur breaks the serve from Djokovic to begin with. It's love 15.
I don't see the drop shot for Djokovic as a play. He should use that often because of Minaur's speed.
Yeah.
Well, the speed allows him to get up just as it's starting to dip below the net, so that isn't going to work. It needs to be lower.
Both right-handed. straight down, clip at the top of the net. Best singles was a quarter-final in 2024 for Alex de Minaur. Of course, Djokovic won 11, 14, 15, 18, 19, 21 and 22 here. Both looking for the quarterfinals. This forehand return from de Minaur. Then again from Djokovic as well, as the slow drop shot again, not picking up too much. Djokovic sends it high. It's going to be a slam. That's saved by Djokovic. He's having to run around the court a lot more now. And again, now we're trying to go into the rally. Both have stopped trying to send each other other directions. Net play, try from de Minaur. And Djokovic returns it, goes out wide. Love 30.
Wonderful point again from de Minaur. Playing within himself. Attacking when given the opportunity. Beautiful job there.
Just out. Straight down centre, forehand return, backhander comes in, and it's skyward from de Minaur, and it's out wide. 15 to 30.
Both of these players have this wonderful ability to make you play an extra ball. And in this sort of scenario, we're seeing 2 and 3 extra balls having to be made. Even this return, he somehow manages to make Djokovic play something. Never gives up, does he?
That is for sure.
Djokovic with the serve, straight down centre. Forehander was a bit poor there, it's into the net. It's 30 all.
Novak has talked about the serve being a weapon for him. How comfortable he feels. He's starting to find the range now. Winning a lot more free points.
Djokovic with the serve again. A couple of bounces off the said ball. Backhander was poor there from de Minaur, so Djokovic plays in a shot and misses.
Keeps trying that with as little successes he's had so far.
30-40.
Surprised he missed that one, actually. The low ball not working as much as he thought it would do.
Point.
And it is indeed. Break point. Straight down, forehander return from de Minaur. Backhander from Djokovic, de Minaur into the net. It's juice. Oh look, here we go again. A swap up now between these lot are going to be quite entertaining. Straight down from Djokovic with a fault. Would have been a good ace. Straight down centre. Forehander returns wide.
That's the way to cut off the serve to your forehand. Textbook from de Minaur there.
And that is de Minaur.
Djokovic couldn't get his hand to it. Beautiful ball.
See how he angled forward. Took it a little earlier than Novak thought he would or could.
Probably should have as well.
Another chance to break.
Straight down, backhander from de Minaur as it's another net play coming in. Game de Minaur as he takes it to now 3 games all, second set. Djokovic hits it into his own side.
Second set.
Believe it or not, de Minaur has had 13 break points in this match. Is that right? He's broken 5 times already. This is amazing.
What are you up to? Scoreboard went crazy there. I assume JT was up to something. I was pressing the buttons as well. Elving.
I think conditions having a fair bit to play in how many breaks there are. The wind is hard for you to see on the screens at home, obviously, but the ball movement in here today is exaggerated. It doesn't look it because these players move so well, but it is really hard to time. And the northern end, where Djokovic just lost serve, proving the more difficult of ends to hold, and serving into the breeze.
As Minaur hits the net on another serve, he sends it down. Backhander return from Djokovic. Forehander Minaur as they go. Still the same sides on centre court. They're now into the rally. Oh, and a little bit of a swap around there from Minaur with a forehander. Caught Djokovic napping a little bit. He only just got his racket to it. Oh, a lot of power coming from Minaur on that return serve. Djokovic slows it down. This is very tight between the two. I'd say it's going to be a mistake. Where is it going to come from, though? Djokovic trying to get closer to try and play a net play. But Djokovic really looking exhausted, and it's Minaur hits the net. 13 now for Djokovic. The last rally was 30 shots, the most in this tournament so far.
You'll be loving this now if you're watching this center court match. The young guy trying to wear down the 38-year-old. Multiple extended rallies.
Wow.
Tried to go a little bit too big on that final backhand.
That's over London, that plane. Probably going to the London City Airport. As Minaur hits the net on his serve. Straight down centre, backhander from Djokovic. Minaur goes out, it's 40 for Djokovic.
That's the ball where if you plant your feet too soon and the wind catches it, you got to reach for it. Cost Minaur the point there. Another break, it looks like. Fifth one in this set.
Straight down from Minaur. Forehander return from Djokovic. Backhander coming in again from the champ. Minaur now just going to try and wear him down, send him to the opposite end of the court, make him run for it. Djokovic slows the ball, tries to get a shot in. 4 games to 3.
Minaur broken some love, and for the third time, Novak Djokovic is ahead this time, 4-3.
One set all then.
4 games to 3.
It'll be coming up soon, surely. This is a good game so far. Let's check up around Wimbledon.
There's a better time to try that. Remember, he had the issue with the stomach in the second round, I believe. Not feeling quite right. Appears to be a little bit, I don't know if it's nerves, what he ate, who knows, we'll know after.
What do you think those extended rallies and a few of those points started to potentially have a bit to do with it?
I would think so, but which is why he tried that drop shot. Thinking maybe Minaur was also a little winded. He wanted to keep the point shorter, clip the tape, which helped him. Talked about that stomach being an issue against Muller.
Time.
Called the trainer, looked down and out, found a way, as he so often has. Hard to tell what the score is when you look at Minaur. Doesn't show a whole lot.
Take your seats quickly,
licking his
please.
chops at this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, seats, please.
Especially the way things have gone so far. He was supposed to play him last year in the quarters, had a default. He was out for months with that hip problem.
Djokovic now with the serve. The wind is picking up massively here.
15 up.
Ace.
Djokovic trying to use that right serve very effectively. Smart too, because of the breezy conditions. Take a bit of pace off it. Let the wind do some of the work for you.
103-mile-an-hour serve. Djokovic serves again. Forehand return from Minaur. Backhander now swapping up. Oh, Djokovic wide, 15-all.
15-all.
Lovely strawberries and cream shirts there from those gentlemen.
Like that's sure to get you on telly.
Yeah, I like those shirts. I want one. I should get one for the final. Forehander return again coming in. Backhander from Minaur. Oh, Minaur really sending Djokovic wide. And out goes Minaur on the serve.
Minaur, it's just better shot by Djokovic.
30, 15.
Slide into that and put enough on it. That is an art form, what he's been able to do over the years. Timing that slide. So you can push off your back foot, in his case, the left foot.
Straight down from Djokovic. Forehander goes up and out from Minaur.
Multiple players try to emulate that. More and more doing it. Sinner the most effective in the men's game at the moment, being able to slide into those backhands. To Swiatek, the best to me in the women's, getting in and out of corners.
Djokovic let first serve. Straight down again. Ace! 5 games to 3, second set for Novak Djokovic. And now he's on a form of taking a set.
5 games to 3, second set.
51 minutes this second set. The first was only half an hour.
Evening out this first set.
Never seen a guy being able to dig deeper more consistently and over the years than Novak Djokovic.
Good serve coming in from Minaur, who goes out wide. Love 15.
In places that sometimes he wouldn't know he'd get to.
The Aussie fans watching on thinking, this is going to go definitely 4 sets. Good serve from Minaur. Djokovic returns it high. Forehand with power, comes to the top of the net. Djokovic still there to return it. Djokovic playing a net play. Backhander drops and keeps it in. Somehow, Minaur returns it to make it 15-all, and Djokovic backhanded it to the net.
Outright.
15-all.
It's hard to put a lot on this ball. That one-handed backhand overhead. Minaur knew he'd have one more shot, one more look, made the most of it.
Serves again, hits the net. Straight down. Backhander return coming in from Djokovic. Backhand again from Minaur. Oh, and Djokovic just plays it close to the line. They're really holding it together now. Oh, beautiful.
Very skillful on both sides of the net right there.
And the only thing out of what was such a positive point for me watching Minaur, who I've watched so much throughout his career, is he is flatlining it right now. It's a red line. It is so hard, so flat, and the margins are very low, and to be able to continue to play like that is tough.
Straight down again. Forehander into the net from Djokovic.
He's against the wind, so he's had to hit through more of these balls at the moment. So he wants to hang on here, so he has a decent chance to tie this second set up.
Minaur serves. Serves again. Forehander from Djokovic. Backhander Minaur. Out. 40-30.
40-30.
Who chanted to protest the 30 but not the keys? Minaur.
Can't watch Leighton Hewitt. There he go.
Serves into the net. Straight down again. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehander swaps back up as well. Still the backhander's coming from Minaur. Oh, he's out. Game Minaur.
He holds Sam. We'll find out after this changeover if Novak Djokovic can serve this second set out at 5-4.
Serving for the set now. Here's look round Wimbledon.
Well, been some grueling rallies in this set. Novak's won a few, but when you take a look at this, John, the longer the point goes, +9 shots, Alex de Minaur coming out on top.
Well, he's a lot younger, so you would think that'd be the case. Both exceptionally fit, we know that from Djokovic, but still,
Where do you think Novak is in terms of his physical ability to maintain throughout these 5 sets and deep into these tournaments now compared to maybe 5 years ago? What's the difference?
Well, that's a good question. It's hard to know the answer.
Has it dropped significantly? Is it 5%?
Well, a couple of years ago, he won 3 of the 4 majors in 23. So then you were like, okay, he's still. And the one he lost 6-4 in the 5th at Alcaraz. You'd say virtually none there, but at some point it feels like it's starting to catch up to him some. He's been grabbing at his stomach. He did it again on the changeover. I don't know if that's a slight pull or it's just stress or something he ate.
Thank you.
Your
Your
ball
voices,
should help
please.
him right now against the wind. Get a little more pop on the serve to try to tie things up.
Serving for the second.
Straight down centre court. Backhander from Minaur. Clips the top of the net. Djokovic comes into play. Net play drop. And he hits the net. Falls over. Love 15.
Love 15.
Okay, unusual that one.
Brought forward. Wasn't hurt, but that was a well-struck ball.
Djokovic serves again. Straight down. Straight down from Djokovic again. Backhander from Minaur. Forehander from Djokovic. Stays in. Drop shot coming. Comes top of the net. Again, it falls on his own side.
Just had a glance up at de Minaur, and that's what his speed can do to you. You start to say, where is he? How close to the line do I need to hit it? Just, I could see his eyes glance, and that meant that he snapped underneath with the racket and changed his mind at the last moment. Could be costly.
Oh, Djokovic is looking at it on the nose now, isn't he? This could go to tiebreak. It's love 30. Djokovic serves. Backhander from Minaur. Forehander coming in as well. Minaur really picking up the pace. Sunshine now. It's time to come out here again on centre court. It's casting his shadows. Minaur hits the net.
15-30.
de Minaur would like that one back. What a chance to get back in this set.
Pressure's mounting. Djokovic straight down. Backhander goes off. Djokovic 30.
30 all.
Real mistake there from...
Difference stress-wise between 530 and love 40. Djokovic capitalizes.
Serves again. Can he get to 40 and be on a set point? Straight down. Fault on that serve. Djokovic watching on. Holding that pressure. Straight down. Forehander with power from Minaur. Backhander from Djokovic. And Minaur touched the top of the net. Djokovic senses an opportunity. Again goes high. And it's now Djokovic doesn't know what to do. He is angry as it's break point from Minaur.
30-40.
Twice has gone for a lunging dive. Neither of them have been all that elegant.
Doesn't want to make a habit of it. Minaur has a chance to get that break back.
Break point. Minaur returns it with a clumsy return. Djokovic goes in for net play. It's juice. Oh. Djokovic is all over.
Not exactly sure what that means,
I
but
don't
it was
know
fun
either.
to watch.
Sort of a Hail Mary, isn't it? And then a push away. Straight down. Djokovic touched the top of the net for that first serve. Everyone now watching on. Djokovic down. Oh, little serve. Djokovic serves straight down. Forehander return coming in from Minaur. Djokovic wasn't happy with that one. He's having to swap it back up again. Minaur's picking up the pace and into the rally we go. Crowds on the courts going on right now as Djokovic hits the net. Advantage Minaur.
Minaur has been content to trade with him
Break
from the
point.
baseline.
Advantage.
Don't do anything spectacular, just be consistent.
Frederick of Denmark on the left there. Keen interest in the hopes of Alex Minaur. Of course, Queen Mary, born in Tasmania.
Djokovic serves. Clips the top of the net. Fault. Serves again, straight down. Forehander from Minaur. Now Minaur coming into play, net play. And it goes to juice.
See that a little earlier. He knows how huge that point was. The return was brilliant.
Yeah, it was. He went, took a chance, hit it 118 miles. Second serve was a great return.
They are cheering on centre court.
Coming here 20 years.
Djokovic with the serve, straight down. Forehander return from Minaur. Backhander clips the top of the net, trying for a net play. It's out, it's advantage Djokovic.
Advantage Djokovic.
Stings.
Set point now for Novak.
Didn't need to cut it that close. That's what happens when you play sledging with those type of credentials. He's finally got at a set point.
Djokovic serves straight down, backhander comes in, and he's got it! Set point for Novak Djokovic! So now this all goes to a 4th set decider.
Well, that was a fascinating set of tennis. So many breaks of serve. But it was Djokovic that got the first break and managed just to keep that pressure on Minaur. And the reaction there in the last game, he has found the fire.
He's found the fire. He's also found his level closer to what we normally expect to see from him. Like an orchestra leader out there running things. He's figured out a way to get this crowd energized and on his side.
Well, you were talking about serve and percentages, and that Novak, you expected at some point to get his serve in at around 60%. Have a look at that, 67.
But just over 60 for the match, you know. So this is what you expect from this great champion.
Tightened up the unforced error count as well.
Was more aggressive, came to net, you see, quite a bit. Took it to Minaur just enough. What I'd like to see from Minaur, because he's allowed Novak to have to get the crowd behind him. He's got to show a little bit more to the crowd that he could use their help. I mean, he's the underdog.
Well, I think for the most time there, he was just trying to keep that as subdued as possible, because it hadn't really flicked the switch at all for Djokovic. He hadn't had any energy coming his way. He's found it here now.
Minaur to serve.
Flicked on about halfway through the second. So, you know, now it's time for Minaur to make that emotional adjustment.
Thank you,
See if he can, believes he should or will.
Thank you. Your voices, please.
So, he dropped his opening serve in the second set. Needs to hold this one in the third.
Whoa. Love 15.
That's love 15. Djokovic takes that first one on Minaur's serve. Just changes it up a little bit on that opener.
See if he feels the need to go out of his comfort zone. He hasn't so far.
Forehand again coming in. Djokovic trying to find a way with a backhander. Minaur's, oh, and he hits the net. Djokovic takes it to 30.
This is where it's so important for Alex to hold his levels. You got to absorb the disappointment of playing a pretty good set but losing it and stay at that level, because we know Novak can maintain once he finds it.
This is the third set then here on centre court for our first match of the day. Minaur serves straight down into the net. Straight down again, full-hander return from Djokovic, stays in, Minaur returns into the, oh, he clips the net, Djokovic still hits it back. Got lucky there, Minaur wasn't already giving Djokovic a 40. Rally goes on, these two have had extraordinary lengths today as Minaur takes it extremely close to the line, didn't even let that one drop. Djokovic could have probably let that one go. It didn't hit, went straight to him. Djokovic goes out though. Minaur takes it. 15 to 30.
15-30.
21 shots the last rally as well.
Yet another long rally going the way of Minaur.
I wonder if these ball boys and ball girls play bowls. They're very good at rolling the ball straight away. in dead centre line. They must play bowls, must they? It must be like pre-season testing for them. de Minaur hits the net. And again, forehand return was quick there from Djokovic. Doesn't want to try that net play as de Minaur returns it soft and to the extreme edge. Desperately trying to pick up battles. Backhander coming in now from de Minaur. Forehander picks up from Djokovic. Oh, and Djokovic into the net. 30-all.
Looking a little winded over here on
30-all.
our end. Commentary boxes. I wonder if that's part of the plan for de Minaur. Seems perfectly content to get in these long rallies. Executing nicely.
de Minaur serves with a
Fire, not making any serves.
Straight down again, double fault.
30-14.
Lets them off the hook. They just play a long point. Doesn't have
Great
to
point.
do anything to get the early break point.
Just a pair of doubles in the match so far.
Here we go again. Clips the net. Surprised how quickly he does that. Backhander comes in. Forehander swaps it back up. Into the rally. Djokovic trying to slow it down. de Minaur again swapping sides. Djokovic out wide. Just keeping it together. Swapping up the pace between them. Oh, Djokovic returns high. de Minaur drops it. Juice.
That's a gutsy bit of grinding from de Minaur.
And Djokovic looking tired.
Just like that, Matt. He used to be able to keep you out there all day long, refuse to miss. But this forehand down the line, John, is a good weapon when he can get the right ball to come forward.
He's done a really good job. And there's finally showing a little emotion himself. That was a big point to win. It's be a really nice game to get out of. I mean, he's hit one first serve in this game.
He's struggling with the ball toss, getting too far forward.
It is juice again. Djokovic on a backhander. de Minaur sent it into the net. Advantage Djokovic.
If you throw it too far forward when you're serving downwind, you just can't get the shape on it. You need to get up the back of the ball and you're getting it around the side, and nets a lot of them because of that. Second chance for Djokovic.
Take it. JT's back now. As Djokovic sends it down again. Just keeps it in. Oh. Lovely return. It was close with de Minaur, but it's back to juice.
Plenty to spare there. Centimetre it was in by.
Oh, yeah. Way in.
de Minaur sends it down. Backhander from Djokovic returns it with pace. Little up ball there. Coming in from de Minaur. Oh, net play. Djokovic sends it up high. Drop. This is amazing between these two. They're able to calculate each other so well. Djokovic hits it. Minaur returns it. Ball up high. Goes out from Djokovic. Advantage de Minaur.
How many lines is he going to hit?
Yeah. Hit every line. Unbelievable. Fabulous run.
About three that point.
Advantage, de Minaur.
His reaction suggested that you're not allowed to do that. What a couple of gets again, though, from de Minaur.
de Minaur's really getting under Djokovic's skin. Forehander returns. Backhander now. Forehander from Djokovic. Backhander from Minaur goes out just to the line. Djokovic hits the net! First game, third set goes to Minaur.
Game of this set. What a level.
Oh, it's going to be a long game.
Third set.
Tougher to hold against the wind than with the wind, to me at least. The littler guys. So that was actually, it could have been 3-love quickly at Minaur, not held on there. So it's going to really help the morale set all.
Take a look around the grounds here at the All England Club. Plenty of people just having a break out of court number 1. The first match has been completed there on the schedule. Ben Shelton wins a solid, about to go out there shortly. Right, this has got a great intensity about it, this match. Two men refusing to miss from the back of the court.
It's a good game, this one.
Players are ready.
Djokovic now with the serve. Straight down centre court. Djokovic straight down. Backhander again from Minaur. Still desperately trying to have pace. Djokovic. Lovely reaction. Takes it to 15. Love.
15 love.
Impeccable timing from Djokovic there. This is a well-struck backhand.
Oh, perfect on the line.
Just redirects it. Tougher than it looks.
Djokovic straight down. Led on the first serve. Straight down. Let again. Djokovic with the serve. Good centre. High return out from Minaur. 30 for love. Michael McIntyre and his wife.
Michael McIntyre enjoying his tennis. You often see him down in Australia at the Australian Open.
Straight down from Djokovic. Oh, a little bit wide there on the return from Djokovic. Back ankle went. 30-15.
You know, didn't you?
I've heard of him, yeah.
Michael McIntyre does love tennis.
Very funny indeed.
Andy Murray, one of his favourite tennis players. And Djokovic was one of his second. Djokovic serves. Fault on the serve. We go again, straight down. Backhand return was good from Minaur, but Djokovic into the net makes it 30 all.
Things haven't come easily for this seven-time champion. He's been able to bring his A game out. Great champions have proven time and time again they can win when they're not at their best. That's what he's going to have to do.
Played over 13,000 matches. As Djokovic's serve was good. We're into a rally now, but he's hit the net.
Danger timed out. for Djokovic.
Wow, it's double break
Just a little
point.
flat spot, it would seem, after not getting the break in the opening game.
14.
de Minaur takes it to 14 with break point. This is not good news for Djokovic when they're one set each. But a game in hand from de Minaur as Djokovic's serve. Backhand goes skywards from de Minaur and goes out wide. Juice.
Serve has gotten him out of trouble on many occasions over the years here. Having to rely on it again. It's become a weapon for him as his career has moved along.
Straight down from Djokovic, hits the line, and de Minaur returns it to the net. Advantage Djokovic.
Advantage Djokovic.
Saw that flash up, you heard that too. Straight down from Djokovic, forehander return coming in from de Minaur. Djokovic sends it high, net play his side. Tied again.
Dipping top spin pass. We saw Elena in picture just there, Novak's wife. She's a good barometer of where things are. She's seen a lot of these matches before. Doesn't look too stressed yet.
No, we'll see the third set. So he doesn't win this one, she'll start stressing.
Juice at the moment.
How many times have you seen him find a way?
Straight down.
Advantage Djokovic.
Ace. Advantage to Djokovic. In by a fraction.
That was
Wow.
less than a centimetre. 7 mil.
Half a water bottle. Djokovic now serving, straight down again. Backhander was good from de Minaur. Into the net! One game all!
So both players survived break points in the opening service games of this third set.
One game all, third set.
One game all. Third set.
Come on, punch. 1 hour,
Djokovic
51
is
minutes.
able to win more free points off his serve, which presumably is going to start paying more and more dividends. As he continues to put the pressure on de Minaur.
Our timing screens are going nuts right now. I apologise if you're seeing that. Forehander comes in again. Backhander looking strong. Oh, backhander was looking a bit out of it. Forehander coming in from Djokovic. de Minaur goes wide. Djokovic goes out deep and sends the ball high. But de Minaur returns it. 15 love.
15 love.
de Minaur bidding to reach a quarter-final for the 11th time.
Straight down again. Forehander from Djokovic goes up. Wide.
30 love.
Can we get AI to translate that quickly, please?
Well,
Djokovic
just in
fuming.
case. I'm not sure, you and I.
I'm definitely not sure.
Oh, and de Minaur into the net. Djokovic is fuming right now. It's never seen like this. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehander de Minaur. Slow backhander from Djokovic. de Minaur returns the compliment. They're just playing with each other now. It's like a friendly. Djokovic comes in for a net play, and de Minaur takes full advantage. 40 love.
I'm sure you've seen him play 500 times, but it's been, I must say that the game plan they've come up with has been a really good one. That is an example. He's had that shot from the bag 3-4 times.
Well, as you know, coming up with a game plan is one thing. Being able to execute it
That's
is
true.
another. And so far. He's been doing that well.
Minaur serves. Something's going on centre court. Straight down. Backhander from Djokovic was good. Now we switch to the forehands. Into the rally. Oh, little drop to the knee there. Djokovic gets the point. 40-15.
Frustrated as Novak went big on every shot, but struck each
40-15.
one cleanly, beautifully.
Backhander again, still looking quite good. Forehander swaps up. Djokovic still in the pressure now. Oh, he comes to the top of the net. Minaur still now trying to grapple with getting a set up ahead. Long rally once again between these two. It's going to be wearing Djokovic out. Nearly did it against Alcaraz a few days, well, a week ago. Djokovic slows the pace down, so does Minaur. Net play coming in, but the speed is there from Minaur, and it's game.
From Minaur brings his opponent forward and just finds an acute angle. And 2-1 in this third set.
Minaur leads 2-1. Third set, 1 set all.
Gee, what quality from Minaur in that game. When we talk about quality, though, this is interesting because Novak Djokovic, you've mentioned his serve has been so good for so long, and actually has been very good throughout this tournament. Want you have a look at this graph here. Up until this match, 80% of his serves were within 2 feet of the line, or better. He'd served 16 aces coming into today's match, but today we will take a look and you'll see that the accuracy is way down. Only served 4 aces and struggling to, apart from that wide one to the forehand corner in your right-hand side of the screen there, that little patch that are closely together, his accuracy is off.
I'm just asking for no result.
Well, I'm going to say that the first set is responsible for most of that. He's serving much better since then, but as I said earlier, it's the worst set of tennis he's played in years. But he's gotten through it. He found a way to get the job done in the second. Minaur is really playing well. He's giving it everything he can handle. Djokovic's game is lifted, is served much better now than it was earlier in the match.
Thank you.
Safe to say he is starting to find his spots
are ready.
as they approach the 2-hour mark.
Good serve from Djokovic, straight down centre court as they come back up together as well. Djokovic sends it up sky high. Minaur returns it, and it was a lovely point try.
Temptation is to go bigger on the
Yeah,
ball like that, where you have all types of time.
But he's gone out
Overthink it,
wide.
if anything.
it's gone out wide.
And
Djokovic
just
takes
trying
it.
to restart the point and missed it by a couple feet.
Oh, lovely, but it's a fault. Straight down, backhander return, out again, it's 30 love.
30 love.
Pewter's having a glitch with us tonight. Out again. de Minaur's return serves and nothing.
Just talked about his accuracy in the first set. He starts to find more of that, and that's given some 3 points.
Djokovic then with the serve. Straight down centre court.
And Djokovic.
And it's an ace to take it to 2 games all in this third set.
2 games all. Third set.
He has quite the team between no full-time coach at the moment, but physio, kinesiologist, chefs, you name it, they're all in that team and all a big part of what he develops to be as good as he is.
Again, a lot of rally differences. The de Minaur's serve goes out
He's
wide.
had many people over the years in that
Love
box
15.
that have contributed to his success.
Djokovic again then takes it to love 15.
Iteration.
de Minaur's serve. Straight down, forehand return. It's another fault. Again, backhand returns coming through. A little bit out wide from Djokovic, 15 all, and Djokovic slaps his knee. It's like, come on.
Of course, was Andy Murray, wasn't it? Over the end of last season and early this one in Australia. He's had Goran Ivanisevic, of course. Marion Vida was there for a long time.
Straight down. Oh.
He threw in Andre Agassi, Radek Stepanek, Boris Becker, Todd Martin, Mark Woodford.
Nice serve again. Oh, takes it out wide from Djokovic, takes it all out of him, grunts into the energy of the ball throw as well. de Minaur has got so much more space as Djokovic into the net, and Djokovic starting to struggle.
Beautiful ball striking again from de Minaur.
30-15.
Got to be thrilled with the way things are playing out here on the center court.
Good shot from de Minaur. Backhander returns, forehander from Djokovic. Forehander again coming up from de Minaur. Djokovic again trying to change up the pace. Now they're slowing down with the ball. Oh, there's Djokovic's power in his forehand again. Oh, close on the mark. Djokovic trying for a net play. He's got it. No! de Minaur returns!
Gets there easily.
That was wild. His speed is nothing else.
A replay here as his anticipation. He never,
40-15.
He's never still, de Minaur. Watch it. He hits the ball. He's already off moving to where he thinks that next ball is, so he can get it on the bounce before it starts to drop.
de Minaur sends it down again. Fault again on the serve. Straight down again from de Minaur. Forehander from Djokovic. de Minaur returns it out wide. Djokovic 2. Straight down again. Wonderful rally with like an X being formed between the two in the last 4 shots. It was unbelievable how much it crossed over. They're dilly-and-dallying around the centre court, but still into the rally. Oh, Djokovic into the net! 3 games to 2. Third set for Alex de Minaur. Around Wimbledon.
Minaur leads 3 games to 2. Third set, 1 set all.
Well, there was always going to be a little difficult patch in this opening games of this third set for Alex de Minaur. Got through by saving couple of break points, and this has got pretty tight here now, John.
Absolutely. I've watched Alex play a lot. I think it's one of the best matches he's ever played so far. He's in a comfort zone mentally. Doesn't feel too stressed, doesn't feel overwhelmed as he has in the past against the top guys.
Time.
Like you said before, it's one thing to have a plan, another thing to execute it as well as he has. He's been in a quarter of Australia once this year. French, he made it last year to a quarter. Last year he was here in the quarters of Wimbledon. Had a default twice at the Open. So he's trying to get to the quarterfinals of a major for the 6th time. Never been to a semi.
Here's the serve again now. Djokovic with it.
Flavio Cabelli is awaiting the winner.
Oh, backhander was pure from Minaur, and he's trying
Congrats
again
to
to hit
him.
the net. Djokovic 15.
Minaur, if somehow he could pull off this major
15
upset, he'd go in that match as a favorite for the first time in a big quarterfinal matchup. Long way to go, obviously.
Good return there as well from Minaur. Djokovic trying to play with the net play. Drop shot coming, and it's 30 love. Very well done from Novak. He's coming back to tie it up. I said a tie break coming in this set.
30 love.
Well, the serve quality has really lifted in this set from Djokovic, up at 81%. He's getting a lot more free points and easy setups because of it.
Minaur sends it high on the return. Another drop coming from
example there.
Djokovic. It's 40.
40 love.
We're inside the commentator's box, but it seems like the wind has calmed down some. Makes that toss easier to deal with.
Djokovic sends again. Hits the net. Djokovic takes the game. Very nicely done with an out return.
That would be back-to-back love games for Djokovic.
3 games all. 3rd set.
I hate predictive text. It makes life a million times harder when you're in a hurry. Minaur serves straight up. It goes out. Djokovic takes it to 15.
Love
One of
50.
the best returns he's hit of the day. Amazing how often he hits returns just inside that baseline. Drives opponents batty crazy.
That first one.
Good serve from Minaur. Backhand return coming from Djokovic. That's going to slow the pace down. Net play coming in again from Djokovic. Out. No, it's still in from Minaur. Back shot coming from Djokovic, and it goes out.
Really good feel on that lob Minaur hit.
15 all.
To be very precise. And it was.
Good return from de Minaur's serve there from Djokovic again. Forehander coming up now with a bit of power. Backhander coming in. Djokovic needs to try and break. Only doesn't. Out from Djokovic. de Minaur 30-15.
30-15.
We try and try and try again. Straight down from de Minaur. Forehand. It's a fault again. Good return service. Again. I don't know, Djokovic just really struggling and hits the net again. de Minaur takes it to 40.
Stop players when he's playing well. If he's executing that, you know that his ball striking and timing is on point. If it's not, he often nets that one. That's a lower percentage shot for de Minaur with the shape of his forehand. Doesn't have the heavy spin and trajectory of many of the other players.
Oh, it's a fault in the serve. de Minaur can't do that again. Straight down, backhander from Djokovic. Backhander again from de Minaur as they serve up again. Still trying to challenge the way between each other. Djokovic sends it down, hits the line.
Yeah, simply too good. You walk to the other side and say, well, I still got 40-30.
40-30.
I mean, the forehand is always good from Djokovic. It's heavy and it's
Looking
safe.
good.
Is that at any point where he takes a bit more on like he did here, he hasn't gone for many outright winners.
Fault on the serve. Straight down again from de Minaur. Oh, and Djokovic hits the net! 4 games to 3 now for Alex de Minaur. This is getting crazy out here.
1 set all.
Well, neither player having dropped serve in this set after many breaks in the second. Novak trying to keep himself cool with the ice towel. But he has found a much better quality on serve. Let's take a look at this here. Now, serve quality is based on speed, spin, depth, and width. Currently serving at 9.1 out of 10.
Well, this was an easy prediction to make after the debacle of the first set that he'd pull out of that, and he has big time. The serve has become better and better over the years. How he's able to do what he does at this age, after all that he's been through, is truly remarkable.
He's looking to get his 101st win just here at Wimbledon.
I know.
Logan in front of the raw box today.
Roger Federer, who's there, what does he have, 109, I think, or he's in the hundreds.
Well, I mean, Novak's actually getting close to having 100 wins at every major.
I know. It's crazy.
Take your seats quickly, please.
The only thing he's given up on is trying to become #1 at the end of the year, the amount of tournaments it requires him to do that. He just wants to focus on the big ones, try to win 1 or 2 more.
Straight down again. Djokovic on the serve. Backhander comes in out of nowhere again. de Minaur slows it down. Djokovic puts the power in. Forehander comes back in from de Minaur, then from Djokovic. Backhander slows it down. Djokovic sends it up high.
He's used
It's
that
out.
shot on both ways consistently well, not going for the winner, but flicking
Love 15.
the passing shot with his wrist, keeping it low, and it's tough to handle. Really good job by de Minaur.
Just completely out of control at the moment, isn't it? Djokovic serves. Backhander comes in from Minaur. Djokovic sends it the other way, and Minaur can't get there. 15-all.
Well, this backhand down the line's made him a lot of money throughout his career.
Straight down from Djokovic, and Minaur to the net. 30-15.
30-15.
Night and day what you're seeing on his serve now compared to when he came out on this court at 130 or so.
Straight down, forehand return, backhander from Djokovic again. Really struggling now to hold that advantage together between the two. It's not actually so bad as the situation we're having right now. Oh, and Minaur sends it wide. Djokovic's forehand error into the net.
Carlos Alcaraz tries to create against Djokovic on this court.
That's two of the very few players that may be coming to the court now better than Djokovic.
There are not many places that you can find a weakness, but occasionally, and only occasionally, out wide to the forehand, you can get a free ball from Djokovic where he has to go for something he would rather not.
Straight down. Forehand goes a bit wide and into the net.
Another tremendous serve gets him out of tight spot there.
He's got his accuracy going on that wide one, doesn't he?
Big time.
Djokovic takes it to 40. Djokovic straight down. Ace in a Djokovic game.
The whole year another ace. Changing rackets as new balls are brought into play by the ball kids. Well, he's celebrating an anniversary today, Leighton Hewitt, 23 years ago, July 7th, 2002. He became the Wimbledon champion.
Maybe he was the first champion in history not to serve and volley 1 point in the final. Neither player, now Bandit or Hewitt, served and volleyed a single point.
New balls as well as we go straight down centre court. Minaur with the serve. Backhander coming in from Djokovic. You can tell the new balls have picked up the pace as well, 106 mile an hour. Djokovic lovely on the serve. Minaur sends it out wide. Love 15.
Love 15.
Not a good stat if you're a Minaur fan.
18-15 for
top
clear
level
records.
tennis today. Some of the best I've seen from him in a long time.
Goes top of the net. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehander Minaur. Now into the rally we go. New balls can sometimes take a time, and yeah, Minaur hits the net.
Times, and he doesn't finish his shot. Get that racket at speed he needs when he guides it. He's done that a couple times this game as this third set's getting tight. Love 30 now.
Minaur sends it down. Forehand return from Djokovic. Into the net play now from Minaur. His speed allows him to get every which way direction. And again, Djokovic having to send it up high. Backhander slows it down, and he's hit the net on his own side.
15
I don't
seconds.
know what he thinks of that decision.
Well, he's such a smart player that his first few points he's actually changed his position both on return and given himself more time to hit more shape, and angry because it was poor shot selection then. Just going deeper. The new ball has got a little bit more zip on it.
Straight down we go again. Forehand return from Djokovic. Just slows the pace down again. Minaur serves looking strong. Oh, Djokovic was right on the line there. Backhander was good from Minaur. Djokovic sending it every which way. Slow return from Minaur. Djokovic senses an opportunity. Goes for a net play. And it was beautiful.
Really, really nice.
Great point.
He was able to find himself a lot of forehands in that rally.
15-40.
He's been making Minaur run more and more as this match has progressed, but doesn't get any better than that to give himself a real shot. Couple break points here. He could serve for the set. Get ahead in this match finally.
Break point. Backhander from Djokovic. Forehander sweeps it back up as well as Minaur sends it up high. A little cheeky drop, and it's 30-40.
One break point save for Minaur.
30-40.
Second break point. Minaur serves again. Backhander goes high. Forehander swaps up. Out!
This is it.
Djokovic game.
Novak Djokovic to serve for a 2 sets to 1 lead. He's got 5-4.
Djokovic leads 5 games to 4. Third set.
This is going to be a key one now. What are we going to witness?
He missed 2 forehands earlier in the game. You don't want to have to go big there and go for it, but that was a pretty short ball by Djokovic. Minaur felt like he had to, and he was tight. Just was not decisive enough. Caught it a little late, and there goes the game. Painful loss of serve for him there.
Well, there's a lot of interest in this match, obviously, and you can see Hemden Hill there, absolutely packed, watching both of these big show courts here, centre court, the #1 court.
Time.
You can see the dual screen there, Ben Shelton in the chair on the left.
They're enjoying it, folks.
Interesting
Suspect
there.
they are.
I know that you're keeping an eye on it, but Sonego, the Italian, had a
Yes.
5-2 lead on Shelton in the opening set.
It's the 3rd straight major they played, Sonego, Shelton. 1 all. Maybe it's too low. Shelton the favorite.
Well, here on the centre court, Novak Djokovic has the balls in hand and opportunity to serve for this 3rd set.
So, 3rd set then. 2 hours 33 on the court. It's just gone 4 o'clock here in the UK. Djokovic serves straight down. Backhander goes a little bit out from Minaur.
What a
15
difference
love.
the serve makes.
15 love.
And that's turned this thing around slowly but surely. Ancient history where he was not clicking, those doubles causing problems.
Straight down, forehand and return comes in as well from Minaur. Djokovic sends it, nearly had the point there, and does, because Minaur's return was wide.
50% for the match, not winning as many free points.
It'll be the same as it was in the 2nd set.
Not a cricket ball
6-4.
there, buddy. Or baseball. But I'm glad he's happy to be here.
They come into the serve again. Forehand return still in from Minaur. Djokovic has found that pace up now and hits the net. 30-15.
30-15.
Didn't see that one coming. Pace and a half. Djokovic. Just close to an ace. Serve for Djokovic, backhander from Minaur, forehand Djokovic as well as they come into it. A lot of power coming back from Minaur, but it goes out from Djokovic returns 30-all.
You know, he's going to battle for every point, Minaur. That's a given.
Good point again from Djokovic to come into it. Serving for the set, 30-all. Djokovic with the serve, straight down centre court. Forehand return from Minaur as well. Backhander swaps it up into the nets. Djokovic one away to come through.
Painful miss.
Sure was.
It's set point.
40-30.
Chance of Nole going around the centre court. Set point.
Set point coming in then for Novak Djokovic to take it 2-1. We'll have to play a fourth set, but it will be advantage Djokovic as we come through. Can he serve it up with an ace like he's done so many times before? Straight down centre court? No, it's a fault. Tried it, but just off the pace. Minaur's faster though to come into the tracks. Run out of time to serve, actually. Djokovic hasn't got time to delay yet. Backhander coming in from Minaur, forehander Djokovic. Now their rallies have lasted some 30 shots apiece here at the moment. Minaur just a little bit wide, taking it to the line. Djokovic continuing with the power with a mixture of forehand and his more powerful backhander strokes as well. It's another long shot. Backhander again comes in, close to net from Minaur. If it's going to be a mistake, it'll come from him. Just in the line, there goes high again from Minaur. Djokovic is going to get it surely with a little drop and does so. Set point Djokovic, he leads 2-1. We go to a fourth set decider here at Wimbledon to qualify for the quarterfinals.
Leads 2-1.
Minaur threw every bit that he could muster in that last point. Djokovic ices a stomach muscle. Ironically, it was just one slight miss hit on the backhand here that allows Novak that forehand. And then he can start dictating. Look at the depth and the accuracy.
He was making Minaur run big time. Look at this. I mean, almost got lucky. Saw him slip a little bit, but I don't think he would have gotten to it anyway. As fast as he is. You don't see a guy ice their stomach too often during a match. It's not particularly hot at all. I'm somewhat surprised they're icing, have ice around their neck, but whatever makes you happy.
Third set summary.
Time.
Technical glitch for us. We'll see if we can get it up.
Well, we'll help you
There
a little
it is.
bit. Yeah, look at the first serve percentage. 80%. I mean, that is crazy
Take
good.
your seats quickly, please.
In the previous set, you can see that highlighted. There's only one highlight on the left-hand column for de Minaur. That's net points, 1 7 out of 8. So in the third set,
Fourth
the second
set.
set, Novak had everyone in that column highlighted. So he's
Well, we both had
dominating.
talked earlier about him needing to be above 60%, and if he
Navaro
wasn't,
to serve.
especially against Novak, it was
Next,
going
ladies
to
and
be
gentlemen,
really difficult to
players
win.
are ready.
He's played well, really well, de Minaur, for
Your
the most
courses,
part.
please.
He liked
Thank
to
you.
serve better.
We are ready. Thanks.
Get some free points.
Fault on the first serve from de Minaur's serve. Straight down again, forehander from Djokovic. Then coming back up, de Minaur goes in high. Djokovic sends it back up. He now leads it, it goes out.
Forehand. He's done bigger over the course of the last year or two, flattened it out more often as he
150.
did there. I mean, it's arguable that his forehand's better than ever. Sound like a broken record. You know, everything seems, how does he do this?
It's a structured point.
15 all.
The king is back. King Frederick of Denmark. No Queen Mary. It's a little disappointing she didn't get to make it, but he's here today. He'll be watching Clara Towson on court 1. That's on third. She takes on Iga Swiatek.
30-15.
30-15.
He could use some more of those.
Ace! de Minaur with an ace then, his first one of the game. Sends it down again, forehander return from Djokovic. Looking a bit stronger, backhander comes in as well as they get into the rally between themselves. It's time and time again, that's a little bit out from de Minaur.
So this 15 minutes for de Minaur, really now the most important in the match, because what he has to do is sustain and stay in, and one hopes that inside mentally he still believes he can win.
Straight down again, swapping over. Just so much power in the serves between these two at the moment, as Djokovic now looks like a Terminator. He's so on point, but just goes out as I say that.
Both guys hitting a
de
clean
Minaur to
ball.
40.
40-30.
And for the most part, de Minaur has hung with them.
That's Jamin Crab. He works with Alex de Minaur at times, travels as part of the coach of the Australian Davis Cup team, alongside of Leighton Hewitt in that role.
Oh, good serve again from de Minaur. Return was strong from Djokovic as they try to continue to push it through. Backhander goes high. Djokovic will send it down low court. Ball goes sky highwards from de Minaur. It goes out. It's juice.
What's so hard about coming up against Novak, John? It would seem, obviously I had the privilege of doing it, but it's relentless in, he doesn't go for outright winners. He just forces you into having to play so much better than you really maybe are able to. He even used to do it to that guy.
Straight down.
Lost to him once in the semis here, beat him 3 times in the finals. Saved a couple match points the last time they got out in the court, late in that 5th set.
Good serves again. Backhander comes in strong. Djokovic just slowing the pace down. He knows he's got the time to breathe here. de Minaur, however, speeding back up into the net.
Never been a player that's more technically positional. If you're going to, find some young kids.
Advantage Djokovic.
Look at his ground strokes. He'll pretty much copy everything that he does. Or try to. That would be the tough part, is he's got this early opportunity to break.
Ooh. Nice return in net play.
Didn't really need to be that good.
Juice again.
That's reputation. That forced him to go for more. Maybe he could cover that. Got the job done. This is the type of serving he needs to do consistently in these last, he hopes, 2 sets. It's still not easy to hold, especially when he's got a little wind against him.
Backhander again coming through. Forehander with power again. Net play. Minaur sends it. Djokovic gets a hand to it. And it goes out.
Good aggressive play from Minaur. What's your view on
Advantage Minaur.
trying to go big on serve? Then that's what Minaur's tried to do the last year or so. He's beefed up the speed. He can get it to 130s miles per hour. But what happens is the percentage goes down.
Straight down again from Minaur's serve. Djokovic sends him out wide, tries for net play. Djokovic just tips it over. Minaur goes for the leg shot, hits him with his back ankle, and it takes it back to Juice.
It's the smaller guys' dilemma. You know, they feel like they have to compete with the big boys who serve huge. As you see him run up, ooh, just over the net. It's easy for me to say here, but I'd sort of like to see a higher percentage and hit your spots better would be my preference.
Out again.
There's one, he caught the line.
Advantage
It's a dilemma, isn't it? Because you know you need more free points, but when you're off, you put an enormous amount of pressure on the rest of your game.
Still strong. Djokovic high, Minaur sends it, and even Djokovic applauds. It's game in the first of the 4th sets to Alex Minaur.
For Minaur on serve, there's a big improvement still to come. And if you look at the other end, Djokovic over his career has made many changes to the serve technique to get it better.
He doesn't rotate the core area of his body as much. I mean, even I spoke to him about when he played Laver Cup. He agreed, and was, you know, something he's been working on, but not easy to change something you've done most of your life. Just want to get a little bit of tidbit of it, support, energy, love, advice, you name it, anything to keep him going. Combination of everything. How about that? 42 his last 44. Alcaraz was the guy that's beaten him the last couple years.
Thank you. Ready to play, thanks.
A rarity when he loses on this court.
Good strong serve again.
Still seemingly bothered by that stomach a bit.
He had that the day, didn't he, as well?
The sun apparently an issue for him serving.
He had a hat on, but he's taken it off now. Straight down. Good serve.
Love 15.
Why did the sun come
2 faults.
when I'm on the set?
2 double faults again coming through. Sun but cloud. It's cold as well today, actually. What's the temperature? 19 degrees, but a cool air. Certainly in the commentary box. I'm sure that's outside. For once, it could be the commentary box is colder inside than it is outside. Good return serve from Alex Minaur. Djokovic just kept it in the line. He's taking long, high, sweeping balls. And that's just allowing Minaur to pick that pace back up like there. Djokovic goes out wide.
Extremely well-struck ball by Minaur. It seemed to sit up.
Love 30.
It was flat with no spin. That's why I think Djokovic threw his arms up, because he was way in front of it. After a hard-fought hold, he's got his chance to get an early lead.
They pace again, straight down into the net. Djokovic with the serve, clips the top of the net again.
Second serve.
It's getting a bit worrying for Djokovic how his serve keeps on failing. Are we going to a fifth set decider? It's only the first game so far, but still. Good serve from Djokovic. Goes a bit out wide. Minaur returns it. Djokovic trying for a net play. Not going to catch him out wide this time. This is in serious play, and Minaur gets it. Djokovic can't play net plays with it. Great point.
The net, Minaur comes out on top.
Minaur's got this thing under control.
Skill there on that point.
Love 14.
Flicking that, getting it low again. Looked like, because he didn't take it back much, he wasn't going to put a whole lot on it, so he surprised Djokovic. Here's real chance, love 40.
And break point. Djokovic is going to lose his serve in straight game. Maybe not. Djokovic takes it just about. He's happy with that one.
15-40.
Oh, check drop. Djokovic straight down. Forehand return was strong from Minaur. Djokovic into the net. Game Minaur.
Point from Djokovic. So
2 games to love. Fourth set.
we have a breaker serve.
Minaur leads 2 games to love. Fourth set.
Could have turned into an early break for the 7-time champion. Dissipated, and that was as poor a game he's played since the first set.
Another good serve. Stronger serve coming through. For Minaur takes it 15 love.
15 love.
10
He's doing
forehands.
exactly so far what he would have hoped. His first serves going in a lot more. He's getting ahead in more of the points.
Poor backhander there, though, and that's going to allow, again, a little run here for Djokovic. Goes out from Minaur. Couldn't quite lose it around. 15 all.
He's certainly making Djokovic work out there.
It is cold outside this commentary box, actually. It's like, readjust my legs.
2 hours, 42 minutes.
Been sat down like that for a long time, so. Oh, cracking the ankles. Minaur with the serve again. Straight down. Oh, lovely return! That was beautiful from Minaur. And it goes to 30-15. Nothing at all Djokovic could do.
30-15.
Best of 5 set matches where we see ebbs and flows in players' intensity and body language, concentration, and this would be one of those moments that is just a level drop from Djokovic.
Straight down again. Fault on the serve. Straight down from Minaur, the chalk up. Oh, and Djokovic hits the net.
That's exactly what's happening, giving Minaur some hope.
40-15.
This is turning into a surprise as a helicopter goes over me here in the commentary box. Serve again. Fault on the serve. Straight down. Double faults.
40-70.
Minaur needs to be careful.
Hoping that double fault won't matter. Doesn't have a very good 5-set record, but he's happy to test it again, Minaur.
Straight down again. Oh, just touches the net. Straight down once more. Backhander comes in again with some pace. Forehander now from Djokovic. Out. Game. 3 games to love in the 4th set for Minaur. Off his game now is Novak Djokovic. This is a surprise.
Djokovic leads 2-1.
This is a time machine.
Boom.
Visit exciting new worlds with family favourites on BBC iPlayer.
BBC iPlayer going for a break. That's unusual from them, making us having to do just a touch more work on the call. What an amazing atmosphere we're having at Wimbledon right now. Truly, it is changing everything. What a game we have on centre court.
Time.
So what can we see coming out of this? As we mentioned, Djokovic just came off his levels enough for that man on screen to be able to steal a break, and Minaur finds himself with a 3-love lead in the 4th.
Any spare seat for now, thanks.
It's actually that kind of moment for everybody in the stadium. A lot of people just taking a short break, up out of their seats, a buzz. Ooh, are we going to go 5 sets? Even lost my co-commentator for a moment, but he was quick. He must have got in the front of the queue.
Serve and volley.
Serve and volley to the loo.
No cue at all.
Here we go.
41-11 is Djokovic's 5-set record.
But you get that stat while you're in the men's room.
That was quick for the
I
bathroom.
know I memorized it from my studying my notes last night.
Djokovic serving, trailing love 3.
Straight down, backhander into the net for Minaur. 15-love.
15-love.
A very quick break, actually. Usually the break between sets a bit longer. Djokovic serves. Forehand and return was good from Minaur. Then it's an aggressive one. And into the net again from Minaur. Djokovic, better restart here.
30-love.
Minaur 3-7 lifetime. He's lost his last 4.
Oof. Djokovic serves.
Fault.
Another fault.
The latest one is when Bublik beat him from 2-0 down at the French, where he said he was burnt out. Too much tennis.
Forehander was good there from Djokovic. Backhander again. Minaur sending him to different directions. But so is Djokovic playing a net play. Minaur didn't even move.
With Djokovic only 1 break behind, you know he's going to try to pull this out in 4.
40-love.
It's a strong game here if Djokovic can pull it back. It's been 6-1, 6-4, 6-4. Djokovic leads 2-1. But in the 4th set, it's Minaur 3 games to love as Djokovic on his first serve hits the net. Straight across. Forehander return comes in. Backhander. And it's a game Djokovic.
So he's on the scoreboard.
One minute 48. Match
Minaur
rated
leads
earlier.
3 games to 1. 4th set.
There's so many numbers and things you can come up with, but this is a beauty. I mean, if Alex were to try and get out of this. And it's a tough ask because Novak, since 2010, has only lost once since leading 2 sets to 1. Had 85 victories since then. Do you know who the player is?
Trying to think.
As Dimour serves, backhander from Djokovic, forehander with power now coming from the two of them. Out it goes for
Dimour.
Dimour.
Have a moment to try to work it out.
Love 15.
And if you do, maybe you watch too much tennis. 2010.
What's Federer, surely? Is Boris Becker still playing? It's hard to tell. Return backhander from Djokovic was strong. Forehand game chase up again. This is looking very strong. Dimour needs to have control of this set to take it to a 5th tie break. Out from Djokovic out wide.
Have I found your tipping point yet, John?
Oh, yeah, I give up. Who is it? Sounds like someone unheralded.
Dennis Isterman.
Oh.
That's
at the Australian Open. You don't get a counter to play into the machine.
Good serve from Dimour. Good return actually from Djokovic as well. They're just dancing at the centre of the court now as well. Backhander with a bit of pace, and this is all good, but it goes out for Djokovic. It's 30 for Dimour. Dimour's looking good.
30-15.
Odds would seem to be overwhelming considering their respective 5-set records, their credentials, but Dimour hopes to get that chance.
Straight down, forehander returns looking strong. Backhander again looking high. Djokovic just losing slightly a bit of his footing and hits the nets.
Makes the harder one in that rally, Djokovic. Driving backhand from Dimour.
40-15.
This is the easier ball. Good aggression though from the Australian here.
Jack Draper was the seed that he was scheduled to play, the winner of this, but he lost the 2nd round to Marin Cilic, who just lost to Flavio Cabali.
Backhander from Djokovic was interesting. Forehander swaps up now again from Dimour. Dimour goes high. Djokovic drops it on his own side. Djokovic did not like that. And now it's 4 games to 1 in this 4th set to Alex Dimour.
Games to 1. 4th set.
Intimidation
Djokovic leads 2 sets
would be
to
the
1.
wrong word to use, but perhaps somewhat surprised, shouldn't be, that Dimour has been able to cover the court as well as he has. That's what he's known for, his speed. As the great Roger Federer looks on.
Lenny Henry, it's a royal box with many big names in it there today.
You wonder at all if that's affected Djokovic. You see Djokovic says, I need some more drink, some fluid of some kind. Keep me going, because this very well might be going to the 5th set, and I got to be ready for it.
Time.
Minaur has won more than his fair share of the longer points. I would think that would make sense. The younger, hungrier, you would hope, having not done one fellow lefty there, right?
Yeah, Roger Taylor. He's just released a book, in fact. It's titled The Man Who Saved Wimbledon.
The Man Who Saved Wimbledon.
An official biography.
Did he save it by beating Nastase the year there was a boycott or something?
Could have been that. I think you might be right on it.
Thank you. Players
support it.
are ready.
Or shall I say his country's government at the time probably said, you better play. But maybe we should read his book to find out.
Djokovic with the serve, a nice smooth return from Dimour, backhander into the net.
15 love.
This is going to go to a 5th set. I think that's the surprise of this one. That we're going to go 5 sets in round 4. And for Djokovic, he didn't want to go 5 sets again. Straight down, backhander. Djokovic really had to lean into that serve as well, actually. Both feet off the ground to hit the ball. It was a surprising one, but he's regained composure perfectly. De Minaur is going to serve it there and get the point. 15 all.
Timing has to be impeccable to be moving forward as you're taking that stroke early.
Lovely ball,
That's
though.
exactly what he was able to do. Playing at a very high level out there today is Alex de Minaur.
Djokovic serves.
Just found an extra gear here early in the 4th.
Djokovic back with the serve, sends up. Forehand returns from De Minaur. Djokovic is the other way. De Minaur really had to run for that one, but he's got the speed on him. Djokovic sounding a bit more tired up there today. Just slows it down. Oh, he hits it up there again!
Djokovic to hit shots he doesn't want and lower percentage efforts. The drop shot has not worked for him today.
Drop shot is failing on him. Time and time and time again.
That's Minwoo Lee there, Australian golfer, PGA champ, won on the PGA Tour this year. He was a teammate with Alex de Minaur at the Olympics in Paris last year. Of course, his sister also a major winner in golf. Recently won the LPGA championships to go with an Evian and a US Open.
Djokovic sends a serve and De Minaur to the net, 30 all.
Good mates with Alex. Alex a very keen golfer.
30 all.
Djokovic with the serve again. Straight down. Oh, just clips the net.
I mean, we were here yesterday to watch another mate of his, Oscar Piastri, in the F1 at Silverstone.
Well, finished 2nd in that one, didn't he? Nick Hulkenberg 3rd. Lando Norris taking the win. Backhander from Djokovic was good. Into the net though from De Minaur.
It's one of the things I've always loved about Novak Djokovic is his ability to make change in matches, and out of nowhere here just throws in a sneaky serve and volley.
If you want to catch up with our coverage of the British Grand Prix, by the way, it's on JBMotorsports
9
on
times
YouTube.
on 6, but he keeps you guessing.
Straight down, forehander return with power from De Minaur. Backhander was interesting. Not too bad overall then, actually, as they slow the pace down with a couple of gentle backhanders. Slowest pace they've been all day. Now, backhander close. Chased your forehander from Djokovic. Really picked up the pace and made everybody in the audience gasp. Slow drop coming in, big pickup, drop coming back, beautiful return, backhander, backwards from De Minaur's juice.
He is giving Djokovic everything he can handle out here. I don't blame him for the box for beaming.
This is, what a great game, backwards looking. Is it in? Yep, good.
Well constructed and a nice touch to get himself back to deuce here.
Djokovic with the serve. Straight down center court, hits the net.
Be incredible if he were to win 2 sets, 6-1 against Novak.
Good set of serves at the moment. Is backhander from Djokovic. De Minaur's getting there. Come on, what What can we see from Minaur in this performance now? The rallies are insane. Djokovic skies it.
There's his chance to get the double break off the line again. Just sweet hitting.
Djokovic skies it again. That was a shot.
Advantage, Minaur.
Minaur with an advantage now. JT, you are correct, my friend. This could go to a 5th set.
Seems like the longer the rally, the better shot he has of winning it. Who would have thunk it?
Djokovic with the serve, straight down. Backhander was a little bit high there. Drop shot coming, but Minaur's there to save it. And he's going to save it back up. Can't get it. 8, it's back to Juice.
Try to dip that forehand pass, just couldn't get it low enough.
6-1, 6-4, 6-4, 4-1 is the current way around, as you can see on your screens. And if you listen to us on USON, this is one hell of a game. Djokovic sends it up, straight down. Forehander return with a bit of power there from Minaur. Minaur sends it wide! Djokovic advantage.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Pulls the trigger on the backhand down the line. The shot was there, but he just catches it a little late.
Djokovic sends it down. Backhander high and wide.
Game, Djokovic.
Djokovic takes it. 2 games for him.
Djokovic keeps it just to a single break. Important hold.
The Minaur leads 4 games to 2 4th sets.
We're that close to getting a double break, a 5-1 lead. Step up this serve, a little more anxious than you would have been a couple minutes ago. See if he can keep that percentage higher. He's done a good job this set so far.
Minaur with the serve though. 3 hours we've been going now in this game alone. Minaur serves straight there. Backhand return from Djokovic. Forehand now coming from Minaur. There's still a lot of... It goes out.
Small swing in the momentum coming
Love
in.
15.
Minaur serves straight down. Forehand return. Gentle on the power from Djokovic. Sends it up high. Drop coming. Minaur makes it 15-all. Beautiful return again.
If you haven't got time for a pass that Djokovic makes, you still have to play one of the most awkward shots possible.
15-all.
And these have been 2 fantastic high backhand.
Took a little bit of a
Volleys,
bad
eh?
hop, so he didn't hit as cleanly as he would have liked. Well handled again. Didn't try to hit it too hard.
Backhander now from Djokovic on the serve. Forehander sweeps it back up. It's tantalisingly close as they're sliding around on centre court. Backhander, a bit of pain there, and it lands on his side. Djokovic takes it
You
to
can see the
30.
speed of Minaur, but you can see the quality of shot from Djokovic finally getting the error he was looking for.
15-30.
Slide on the left, try to stop the slide with your right. That's pretty cool to look at.
Minaur with the serve.
Whoa.
Straight down. Backhander coming in from Djokovic. Just taking a bit of time between each other. And it really has slowed it down a hell of a lot now. Forehander picks it up from Djokovic. Oh, it's everywhere. It goes out.
Stepping up with the forehand pace.
Great point.
15-40.
Well, could have been a double break. Now I think Djokovic should get this back on serve. He could have sensed that was, or could happen. And sure enough, here he is.
De Minaur with the serve straight down into the net. Backhander comes in. Oh, Djokovic having to reevaluate where he's running to. Slides out long, goes out. Second break point.
30-40.
Started to go more inside out with his forehand because De Minaur's done such a good job of cutting that cross-court ball off and taking it up the line. One more shot at it here.
Fault again. Straight down. Forehand return from Djokovic, twice over. Now switches back for De Minaur with the serve. Goes out.
Yeah, that second serve was close. Such fine margins. 2 break points saved.
Straight down. Oh, fault. Backhander comes in again. Forehander. De Minaur's really is starting to have a little bit of patience, but he's wearing thin. So is Djokovic's. Goes out. Djokovic advantage.
Djokovic has decided he's really going to force some play here.
Advantage, Djokovic.
The pace difference has been...
And I believe that's absolutely what he needs to do. He doesn't want to get pushed around. He's been on court over 3 hours. He sees how well De Minaur is able to cut a lot of those ground strokes off early. He likes to take it on early if possible.
De Minaur straight down, forehand return from Djokovic as well. They're just, again, changing directions 7 times. Oh, man, that's a very high ball from De Minaur as well. Djokovic sends it in back. Another long rally between the two. Oh, that was wide. Djokovic has to be careful with this. That wasn't a lot of giving up. It's getting slower and slower. Wonderful volley. Djokovic keeps it nearly into the line. De Minaur sends it. Djokovic needs to keep it in. And Djokovic has got it!
Absolutely stunning from Djokovic. He lifts. He's got the ball set back on serve.
4 games to 3. Djokovic is fighting back.
4 games to 3. 4th set, Djokovic leads 2 sets to 1.
Gets that ice bag, puts it around his head. Cool off after a phenomenal effort to break back there.
I mean, that was a stunning game, wasn't it? Because he made the decision to start ramping the pace up on the forehand, and what he has the ability to do, and there's a perfect example, is he's got safety on the shot with the spin, racket head below the ball, fires up the back of it.
Yeah, absolutely doesn't appear he's taking a whole lot of risk. He seemed to be the more winded of the two. He's certainly the older. De Minaur was doing most of the running.
Well, interesting too, that point there, he broke a bit of a trait of this match as we take a look at rallies 1, have a look at the +9. de Minaur's won 36-16. In the middle section, it's getting tighter. But when the points are from 1 to 4, Djokovic well on top. So that indicates, as you said, you'd like to see him do, that he needs to be more aggressive earlier in that point.
Well, I'm willing to bet my life savings in this case that he's aware of that.
Even the art on the walls?
Everything.
Okay.
That he knows that much about what's going on in the court.
Take your seats quickly, please.
GOAT, this legend.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he's able to figure it out and adjust and do what's necessary.
Just shaking that leg and hip out as he makes his way out to serve. 79th Grand Slam appearance, 2 other players with more. Feliciano Lopez and the great Roger Federer, who's watching on here today.
Saw Feliciano earlier. He's around as well.
First serve for Djokovic, he takes it. 15 love.
Could use a quick game on serve. Get a little more air in the lungs. Try to finish this pesky guy off, de Minaur.
Straight down centre court, backhander into the net from de Minaur. Djokovic to 30.
30 love.
Remember, didn't get a chance to play Djokovic last year. Had a default in the quarters. Hip went out on him. Popped on him. Missed a couple months. So he's got to be feeling good about getting himself another look.
The pressure goes on.
And he has come to play.
Djokovic straight down. Forehand from de Minaur. Backhand now. Forehand again as the sun is shining on centre court. Djokovic comes into a net play, goes out wide. De Minaur sends it high. It's out.
A smart play by Djokovic to use that spin and hit a shorter approach.
Talk about that hip injury. It was a scary 6-8 weeks for him. It took some time to really find the correct diagnosis, be sure that they had the right thing to do. They didn't want to go in quickly to operating. They didn't have to. It was very deep in the hip, and it took quite some time for it to get back to full strength.
Straight down for Djokovic.
There was some that thought they might have to go in and do a little cleanup, but it was in such an area that would have taken a long time to recover because of poor blood flow in the area where it was.
Straight down again. Forehand return.
Somewhat amazing.
Djokovic game for
first serve in
all.
the opening, got to the quarters.
Well, crunch time coming now, though, for Alex de Minaur.
Fourth set.
Swing. Djokovic. Momentum train here, so 4-all.
De Minaur with the serve. Forehand return from Djokovic. Backhand again comes in. Now the game's starting to heat up at 4-all. De Minaur out wide. Djokovic takes it, love 15.
Love 15.
Another great return. Just gets him in the point. He's taking away the angle from de Minaur. He's hitting it firm, but sometimes right up the middle. Make it tougher on Alex, who's stressing now.
Oh, de Minaur was a lovely serve there. Drop shot. Djokovic just wide.
40 times he's been in net, de Minaur. 10 out of 10 this set.
Lovely.
Djokovic, by the way, has been in net more than de Minaur. 50 times he's been there.
Into the net. Double fault.
15-30.
He's feeling the pressure.
Got that right.
This is going to go interestingly well, isn't it? Giving over the serve, straight down. Forehander, a little bit of a snap on that from Djokovic. Oh, giving over the net.
From 1-4, break point.
15-40.
Looking like it could have possibly been a 6-1 set. All of a sudden, Djokovic could be serving for the match in a couple minutes.
Straight down. Oh. Could be very much match coming up soon. Backhander from Di Minaur was a little bit wide. Close to the net. Djokovic sends it through.
No,
Di
he's
Minaur in the net! Djokovic has come back. 5 games to 4 in this 4th set. And now he will serve for the match.
4th set, and by 2 sets to 1.
This could be very quickly
Grabbing
done.
at that stomach a good portion of this match.
It's almost as if he's trying to open up the ribcage sternum area, isn't it? Give himself room.
He was icing that earlier. This guy thinks he's figured out who's going to win. Tied Roger, number 8, Wimbledon titles. Di Minaur has done everything he possibly could and to stay in this as long as he has. Maybe a couple moments, in this set where it could have worked out better for him when he was 4-1 up, but
Time.
very commendable performance, but looking like it's not going to be enough. Just 1 hole for Djokovic. Onto the quarters again.
Novak Djokovic playing here as the number 6 seed. That was the record for the most weeks ranked at number 1, a total of 428. Just another stat you can throw out there for this great man.
Serving for the match then, Novak Djokovic to progress to the quarterfinals here at Wimbledon. Straight down, backhander into the net from Di Minaur. Djokovic takes it 15-love.
15-love.
Ball up, straight down centre court into the net from Djokovic on that serve. Straight down again, forehand returning to the net from Di Minaur. 30-love Djokovic, 2 points away.
30-love.
It's been a good match from Alex Di Minaur, but Novak Djokovic found his groove. Straight down, backhander, straight down again.
Stunning.
Stunning. Match point for Novak Djokovic. Can he finish what has been a fantastic match with an ace? The game goes on. Djokovic. Ball up, straight down, backhander from Di Minaur, forehander. It's game, set, match for Novak Djokovic. He lost the first set, but he comes back from 6-1 down to 6-4, 6-4, 6-4. 3 sets to 1. A stunning match. And he will progress to the quarter-finals here at Wimbledon. Once more, Djokovic is on form.
It's a fabulous finish. 14 of the last 15 points to take that 4th set.
Did you say 16th quarterfinal? Another one of those stats. Won't get old for this man. You got to hand it to him in so many ways. I mean, it's one of the worst sets he's played in a long time, but
he finished it playing with one of his best.
Exactly. Well, that's what. It's not how you start; it's how you finish.
Well, for Alex de Minaur, another good run here at Wimbledon. And a full house here in the centre court showing their appreciation. He'll be buoyed by that. He was disappointed after Roland Garros. This will give him a lift heading into the US summer hardcourt season.
Well, he didn't play at all, so he actually helped. You know, if he does anything,
him rested.
He'll get him up there higher in the rankings.
Well, for Novak, he tidies up the kit, gets everything back in order. Alex leaves the court. I'm interested to hear what he has to say after this one, because he was tested, and he'll be happy to be tested. 3 hours, 18 minutes out on court. There's the kids, Tara, Stefan. Now getting to see some magic moments with their father. You can see that Rishi Prasad just waiting for Novak. And here he is. Through in 4. Let's hear what he has to say about the win.
Novak, huge congratulations on getting through that incredible match. 3 hours, 18 minutes. My goodness, how are you feeling at the end of it?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm still trying to process the whole match and what happened on the court. It wasn't a great start for me. It was a great start for him, obviously. He broke my serve 3 times in the first set. Very windy, very swirly conditions on the court. You know, he was just managing better. You know, I guess the play from back of the court, and I didn't have many solutions, to be honest. But I kind of reset myself in the second. It was kind of a tough game to close out the second set. I think that was maybe a momentum shift where I just felt like, okay, I'm back in the game. It was a lot of cat and mouse play, a lot of slices, and you know, he's so good at it. He's one of the quickest, if not the quickest player we have on the tour. And on the grass, obviously, where the ball bounces very low, it's extremely difficult to play someone like him if you're not feeling the ball really well. You know, he exposes all your weaknesses. So yeah, I was just very pleased to I guess hang in tough in the right moments and win this one.
Obviously, you're up against an outstanding opponent, as you rightly say, today. But were you struggling with anything yourself? Noticed you touching your stomach a couple of times. Was that okay?
No. It was all good. It was just trying to manage sometimes the breathing. Obviously, after 30-plus shots, rallies from back of the court, you need a breather and you don't have much time. So maybe that was the case. Yeah.
Now, you won your previous 2 matches playing near perfect tennis. Today was a different challenge. You had to find a way, as you say, to win today. What's the satisfaction, the difference in the satisfaction between winning in that style and between winning today? I
obviously love winning in straights, you know, to be honest, if I can. But, you know, in the days like this where obviously as you progress in the tournament, the matches are only going to get tougher. And, you know, Alex has been now established top 10, top 15 player for the last couple of years. And, you know, he's, as I said, very tough to play against on this surface. I've never faced him on this surface. So I was slightly more nervous coming into this match, and that reflected, I think, on my game in the first set. Yeah, I mean, it was a very difficult encounter, a lot of challenging moments for me. You know, sometimes I wish I had a serve and volley and a nice touch from the gentleman that is standing right there. That would help. But hey, I can't complain, you know, but I still have to run. I have to run a lot, and that's fine. You know, it's part of my game. I was trying to mix it up. Obviously, as I said, I didn't feel the ball so well in the first set, but then as the match progressed, I think I was kind of getting used to the conditions and his pace, and I was starting to find my forehands and make more winners from that corner.
I was going to ask you, what's it like to play on centre court in front of you-know-who?
Well, I mean, it's probably the first time he's watching me and I won the match. The last couple I lost, so good to break the curse. No, it's great, obviously. Great to have Roger, you know, huge champion and someone that, you know, I admired and respected a lot. You know, we've shared the stage for so many years, and it's great to have him back in his most successful and his favorite tournament, no doubt.
I'm sure he, like the rest of us, will be watching your progress for the rest of the tournament as you make it through to the quarter-final of Wimbledon for a 16th time. Congratulations to Novak Djokovic.
Roger Federer watching on, but Novak Djokovic playing down any issues. He did look uncomfortable and wondered whether it was a muscle problem or, as he had done in the first round, just having some sort of medical issue, not feeling great. But he says, no, that wasn't the problem. Full credit to Alex de Minaur, who has played sensationally well to stretch Novak Djokovic, but Djokovic coming through in 4, and he will next face Flavio Cobolli, because the Italian has seen off the big challenge of Marin Cilic. And you watch this guy play, he's this end of the court, and scurry around, but also the flamboyance that he has, the way he is with the crowd. This was a terrific match and a big challenge overcome for Flavio Cobolli, reaching his first quarter-final. And here at Wimbledon, he will love it. He said, hopefully now they'll give me a big court. Well, they will. You'll be on probably centre. And if it's #1 court, that'll be round as well. Flavio Cobolli starting what could be a very good day for the Italians. So that just confirms Cobolli against Djokovic, the first of the men's quarterfinals, and you can see Sinner there for the Italians, and also Lorenzo Sonego against Ben Shelton. That's a great match, pretty spicy as well. It's over on BBC 2 at the moment. It's 1 set apiece. John McEnroe is alongside me. Now, we could say to you the score was this, and Djokovic won in 4, but that doesn't tell the story. You tell the story, John.
Well, I didn't quite hear what he said. What did he say about when he came out?
He said he was a bit nervous to begin with, and actually he said he's struggling with the windy conditions, but he played down any talk of an injury or feeling out of sorts.
It was one of the poorer sets we've seen from him, so it was obviously very surprising. It was windy and tricky, and de Minaur was timing the ball very well, but you don't anticipate or expect Novak to lose the set 6-1. But what you do anticipate and expect is him to regroup and find a way and get the job done. I mean, de Minaur played as well as he possibly could. He threw a lot of different things at him. He should be proud of himself, considering last year he didn't even get a chance to play him. He had a default, so good thing for him, hopefully, in the future. But back to the drawing board, and I commend Flavio Cobolli for getting to the quarters, but if you told Novak that who he was going to play in the quarters before the term, something tells me he'd take that.
Absolutely, I'm sure he will. But just going back to Djokovic and what we saw today, in terms of his fitness, he said he was just struggling a bit with his breathing because of having to run so much, because de Minaur was stretching him so much. But it looked pretty uncomfortable.
That looks rather uncomfortable, a weird stretch. I don't do that very often. And, you know, I can't remember the last time I've seen someone during a match ice their stomach.
No.
Which he did on a couple of occasions. But, you know, he knows his body better than anyone. He's like a machine in a way. So I'm pretty sure that he'll be okay moving forward. I'm somewhat surprised to feel him. I mean, he always says the right things. I mean, you know, it wasn't about, you know, how I was feeling after the match. Say that I was a little stressed. He's been there before. 16 times he's been in the quarters, but then throwing up Roger, you know, that's the classy thing to do, the right thing to do, and brought a lot of smiles to people's faces, including mine. Pay his respects. And then he lifted his game. I mean, you know, the serve has been a weapon. He served great at the end.
He did. He said it was a victory for hanging tough, and we'll discuss it more later this afternoon. But the next match is coming fast upon us, and it features the teenage sensation, Minaur Andreeva. My word, she is a skillful player. She can really mix it up, and she's being helped mentally and indeed tactically by her coach, Conchita Martinez, who in 1994 beat Martina Navratilova to become Wimbledon champion. Have you ever seen the footage of Conchita winning Wimbledon?
Yes, a couple of times I did. I can say that it was not too bad.
Not too bad?
Oh, there she is, look, the footwork.
But also the reaction, and, you know, she comes up against the greatest Wimbledon champion ever and causes the big upset.
Oh, yeah, I saw the match, and she played good. Especially, I think, the last game, she did a couple of passing shots, really nice, especially with one-handed backhand. So I thought that it was not too bad. And, you know, especially in the last game, like, under so much pressure. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Good job.
Very nice. Nice of you.
It was before we started the interview. You were constantly telling us she looks good. This seems to me the wrong way round. She should be boosting your ego.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe she should also pay me a little bit of salary to, you know, get her confidence a little bit up, because constantly she says, oh, maybe I look this, or maybe this doesn't look so good. And I always have to say, you look great, you look amazing, like, look at you, you're so good. So I think, yeah, it's also time for me to get my salary a little bit.
We can talk about that.
Great.
Exactly. Your agent is in the back, so we'll have a conversation.
But listen, win enough prize money here and you will be laughing. And so far, so good. Are you feeling comfortable on the courts?
Yes, I think that with every match I'm playing, I feel better and better, and I feel like now I feel more confident playing on grass. Also, shout out to my coach that, you know, brought me more confidence with practices and with matches, with supporting me a lot. So, yeah, I think that more matches I play, more confident I feel on the surface.
In the old days, it always used to be like the top 16 seeds got the best dressing room, didn't they?
That's right, yeah.
And now, like, there's
bigger.
hardly anyone there, if that's still the case.
Well, a lot of seeded players lost, right?
Yeah, but I don't know for who the locker room is supposed to be.
Okay, last in the past it was 16 players. Now it's gotten up a little bit more. There is more players up there, so it was a little bit more exclusive back then, you know, for us.
So there are lots of you. There are lots of you in there because you're the second highest seed left in.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Well, yeah, but I still feel like there are a lot of players in the locker room. I think maybe it's up to 32 seats.
Probably not, but I don't know exactly.
I have no idea, but the most important thing that she can come in there because she's going to be and she's going to be playing Legends, right? So yeah, I think it's a good thing.
So will you coach her when she starts playing Legends? Are you going to be courtside and calling her out if she's not doing the right thing?
That's my plan. That's my plan. I hope the schedule is going to be good enough so I can spend some time to come and support. And I already have a plan. I'm not going to talk about it in front of her. It's going to be a surprise. But yeah, I'm planning to come on court and support. And I think that it's my time to get a revenge. And I'm going to be a tough coach right now when she's going to play. So, yeah, she's going to have to follow my advices.
Good. And if you are following her advice, how far is she telling you can get at this year's Wimbledon?
This is going to be a secret. Top secret information. Okay. If she wants, she can tell you. I'm not going to tell you anything. Maybe because she didn't tell me that.
What did I tell you in a message last night?
Well, messages are a top secret information.
Okay, then.
Not for disclosure.
I mean, if she's playing in the sun, she's focusing. I mean, she's one of the best players out there, of course, and she can go as far as she wants to. So she needs to be focused in every match, every point. You know, we don't talk about where she can go, but if she does that, you know, she's golden. That's what I told you. You're golden.
You are golden, and the rest, this is what we do when it's top secret.
This?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Brilliant stuff. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
It was so much fun to spend time with them both. And now for Mira Andreeva, a big experience because she has a chance here against Emma Navaro to reach the quarterfinals of Wimbledon, and Conchita Martinez certainly believing that she is good enough to go all the way and possibly even become champion. Martina Navratilova is alongside me, who faced Conchita in that final in 1994.
You just had to show that, didn't you?
But it seemed, it just does seem the most lovely relationship. She's very funny, Mira Andreeva.
She's hilarious, and I saw Conchita in the locker room. I'm like, you're just playing the legend so you can get in the locker room, right? She said, yep.
Well, it's working. Whatever they're doing together, yeah, it's working. Exactly. Tell me about Mira Andreeva as a player and what you've seen her bring to her game to give her such a successful run through at the moment.
She's just gotten strong in every aspect, her serve, but what she has done better than anybody in the field is stealing points. When she's on her back foot, she was able to turn things around and hit winners or turn a defensive position into an offensive position. And she's done them pretty well. We'll see here how she turns points around. She's kind of staying neutral in the white, and now she's going to be now she's on defense, so playing red, and she's able to turn things around pretty quickly. Great passing shots, and she does it in rallies as well. Again, neutral point here. That she should have been more aggressive there, but wasn't, so got herself in trouble, but she gets out of trouble with yet another pass off the forehand. She's still on the defense, and here she is, the passing shot. So she doesn't give up. She moves really well and doesn't panic when she has to hit those passing shots. Now she's a little bit too far behind the baseline. Baptiste comes in, and here comes that pass again. Baptiste should have covered the line better, but that would have been even further away from the ball. So Mira just really covers the court well.
So she is Mira, Queen of Steals.
Queen
and
of
you
Steel.
can see here that she is better out of a defensive position than almost anyone else. And Samsonova, who's already through, Lara Ziegman, who's having a great run. But today she comes up against Emma Navaro. And what do you think Andreeva's going to have to do to beat another American opponent?
Well, she needs to keep attacking. Emma Navaro has not attacked as much as she can, but she defends really well. She's got a great backhand, keeps the ball low, and with the decent serve, and moves really well. And the forehand is topspin. She sets up really well for that shot. Hard to read it whether she goes down the line or cross court. And she hits a cross court really well, rolls it, and pulls opponents off the court, and hits a lot of winners off that side. So I think Navaro needs to look for that forehand. Mira Andreeva, on the other hand, doesn't want to get into too many defensive positions.
Well, centre court looking a little bit empty at the moment after the thrills of Novak Djokovic coming through against Alex de Minaur. Djokovic having dropped the first set, 6-1, then coming back 4-4 and 4, but that not even half the story. It was an extraordinary match, and Djokovic watched by Roger Federer. Now, though, we turn our attention to Mira Andreeva, the 7th seed, against Emma Navaro, the 10th seed from the USA. Martina is heading up to the commentary box to join Nick Mullins.
And the face of a player we've already got to know very well over the last couple of years, and one we're going to have plenty of time to get to know even better over the next decade or so, you'd imagine. Already a teenage star. Mira Andreeva about to play for the first time on tennis's greatest stage, on this magnificent centre court against a 24-year-old American, Emma Navaro, who won the toss, decided to serve first. And here we go for a place in the Wimbledon quarterfinals.
Out! Law 15.
Born in New York, raised in beautiful, atmospheric Charleston in South Carolina, a place she still calls home.
15.
Teenage Russian, 18 years old. The 7th seed against the 10th seed here. Navaro is 6 years older. Here she is pitching for back-to-back Wimbledon quarterfinals, beaten by the eventual runner-up Jasmine Paolini last summer in the last 8. She's becoming a regular at this stage of Grand Slams and beyond. Semi-finalist at last year's US Open, quarter-finalist in Australia at the start of the year.
Well, Andreeva has 15 at the moment in the volley serves. Navaro just alongside her. Let's join our commentators down on centre court at Wimbledon Radio.
Hitting from Andreeva up the line, gets a short reply, cross-court forehand. Navarro gets there, Andreeva at the net. The forehand volley, it's just pushed wide. Navarro did just enough. It's 40-15.
Just enough pace on the forehand. She's stretched pretty far, and I really felt like Andreeva was going to be comfortable at the net there to put the ball away, but that ball was hit with such force from Navaro that Andreeva ended up catching the volley late.
As Navaro prepares the serve into the nets. Opening game of the match here on centre courts. Royal box emptied out. It will fill up again after the guests get some refreshments. Second serve, Andreeva, big forehand up the line, blocked back by Navaro. Cross-court forehand from Andreeva has some angle. Matched by Navaro. Up the line again, Andreeva. That's a nice change up again. She controlled the point beautifully, 40-30.
I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a chess match here about who can hit their spots the best, because both move so well along the baseline. Any slight opening, you're going to see both of them looking to try and take that chance.
Still a game point for Emma Navaro. The serve clips the tape on the way through. So prepares again. And the first serve is missing long. A hushed crowd. They'll start filing back in again once they've had their refreshments. And the second serve, big off forehand from Andreeva. Slice backhand, Navaro cross court. Topspin backhand from Andreeva. Backhand to backhand they go, and that's too much from Navaro. Pulled it wide, it's deuce.
A nice depth from Andreeva on those first couple ground strokes. I feel like we're going to see a lot of tight games here. Just both love the battle, love to compete.
Well, the average rally length at the moment is 8.17. Yes. Just to unline your point, Jill. We're at deuce. The serve onto the forehand. Andreeva cross-court backhand from Navaro. Backhand to backhand rally. Now forehand just scrambling is Navaro right in the middle of the court. Sends Andreeva to the ad court, and she plays a cross-court looping topspin backhand that goes wide and long, and game points.
It was interesting to watch Navaro actually play last year here, where she really just exploded. We were wondering how her game was going to translate to the grass, and it has beautifully. She was playing so well last year, and it was because of that heavy forehand that can create so many opportunities for her.
Second serve here. First serve went into the net. Game point. Onto the forehand of Andreeva into the ad court, and backhand to backhand they go. Andreeva up the line, but into the net. Now stop the clock. 4 minutes that opening game, and it is going the way of Emma Navaro. We were talking, Jill, off air about how strong American tennis is
Yeah.
in general. You were talking about the juniors, but 18 women who are American are inside the world's top 100. And still got a couple of live chances here, including all your picks.
I know.
Amanda Anisimova still going.
Anisimova. Actually, to be honest, like when I picked Anisimova, it was a battle in my head between Anisimova and Navaro. Those were the two that I...
Hindsight is a beautiful thing, Jill.
I know. I did say... I know. I'm not going to even try and defend myself.
I've seen the video.
Thank you.
I have seen. I can
it's
confirm
real.
it
The
does
video
exist.
is real.
It does exist.
I did not doctor it
I know.
at all.
I was
Thank
just.
you.
I was just messing with you.
Anyway, I think part of the reason I was debating Navaro as well because of her great run here last year to the quarterfinal, and that just shows you how comfortable she is on the surface. But she had some dominating performances last year as well, including this year in her first couple rounds were very quick.
Yep. Andreeva's serving from the royal box end. Backhand, the second serve from Navaro. In the A-court, playing a slice back out the middle of the court. Andreeva with a forehand back to that. It's heavy from Navaro. Lands right on the baseline. Blocked back by Andreeva. It's deep. And Andreeva will get another one playing up the line. Cross-court backhand from Navaro. Backhand up the line from Andreeva. That was nicely done by Minaur. My goodness. Great hitting for both players. It's 15-love.
Well, just looking at how she hit that backhand, like we said, that is her biggest strength, was how well she followed through that ball, the extension she gets, and that's why she's able to get such good length on that side.
So the serve onto the backhand. It's rolling towards the net.
Great body serve, really jammed Navaro on the backhand side.
I wonder how many matches Conchita Martinez has watched since she won Wimbledon all those years ago. There's a serve from Andreeva to the forehand of Navaro. That goes long, the return. It's 40-love. It'd be lots.
It would be lots, yeah. I'm countless.
How many matches have you watched since you retired? You don't keep any tallies on that, do you?
She's probably watched more. No, I don't, but she's probably watched more than I have.
I don't know. That's an unreturned serve. Andreeva holds. We're at 1 game all now in this opening set. Gosh, it takes so long to calculate. I wouldn't have any idea of how many matches called,
It's in our blood,
watched.
though, Peter. We just can't get away. We
That's
love it.
exactly right.
We love it. It's in our blood.
We need treatment for this addiction. That's what we need.
We need treatment. We do.
It's a sickness, folks. But you've got it as well, listening on the Wimbledon radio channel live around the world. And why not? This is going to be a cracking match as Navaro serves. Andreeva goes up the middle of the court and looking to go that way on the backhand. Navaro puts it into the net. Love 15.
Yeah, talking about Conchita and the Andreeva partnership, it was interesting watching an interview that, a longer interview that I listened to with Conchita, and they've been working together for, I think, just a little over a year.
As Navaro serves, big forehand, off forehand from Andreeva. Slice backhand from Navaro. Slightly shorter, cross-court forehand from Andreeva. Scrambling to play it is Navaro. Heavy forehand, though, doing the job.
Yeah.
Andreeva's forehand into the net, 15-all.
And I think, I think she was asked, what was it about Andreeva that had impressed you so much for someone so young? And one of the, obviously we know how much talent she has, but the other thing she added too was how well she listens and just wants information and absorbs that information. That's just a sign of how much she wants to get better and improve over and over again.
Great serve down the tee from Navaro, unreturnable. It's 30-15. And that's a great attitude. I mean, you hear in the interviews and the media conferences and everything that they have fun with one another, and it's very playful. But I imagine behind closed doors or out on the practice court when no one's watching, it is very much right. Let's get this right. Let's get to business.
Yeah. Good intensity and focus, yes.
The serve onto the forehand of Andreeva into the 8-court. Cross-court backhand from Navaro. Backhand to backhand we go. Good angle from Navaro, matched by Andreeva. And Navaro can't go back in that direction, and it's 30-all.
That angle from Andreeva, a lot shorter in the court, and just caught Navaro way far back. And Navaro's response was, you could see, just telling herself to move up to that ball, cut that angle off.
5:25 on a Monday afternoon in London. The second Monday of the championships as the serve goes long. This time next week, the courts will be empty. Unless something really major happens and we have to roll through, finish off a final. Serve forehand up the line from Andreeva, back out into the net from Navaro. Here's a breakpoint opportunity for Andreeva at 30-40.
Well, Andreeva had a lot of time actually to hit with a pace off that return, but she opted to throw in a higher, heavier ball just deep into the corner on the Navaro backhand. Got the error.
So now Navaro prepares 30-40. Serves. A forehand from Andreeva. Cross-court backhand from Navaro is deep. Andreeva, oh, that's lovely. Big backhand up the line for a winner. Gets down to it so well and just guides it beautifully, as Jill has pointed out. An early break of serve for Andreeva. It's 2-1 here on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Yes, strong start for Andreeva. And you mentioned Andreeva's press conferences. I think, you know, we were talking earlier about for someone just 18 years of age, mature beyond her years, like how much she speaks and open. And I think I like the playfulness we get from her, that she's willing to have fun in those interviews. But talking about tennis and this tournament in particular, what she focused on a lot was her previous match, you know, the last match she played leading up to this 4th round against Haley Baptiste, and had watched her play and was impressed with her game style, because Haley has big serve, big forehand, can come to the net. And as she was watching, she was like, wow, okay, I need to be ready for this. And she got to the stage where she said, I need to be so focused. And because she won handedly 1-3, and I thought that matchup was going to be a lot closer, but that just goes to show you another level that she's willing to go, to be like, okay, I got to get myself in the correct mindset to play well and to be on top of the game in that matchup. And I would say in this matchup, she's been a little bit sharper than Navaro overall, right? Especially the last match Navaro played against Krejcikova. I mean, I know Krejcikova wasn't 100% healthy, but still, I think a little sharper from Andreeva in the last match.
Second serve here for Andreeva, stepping in Navaro with a heavy backhand return. Now in the 8-court playing a slice shorter topspin backhand from Andreeva. Now onto a looping forehand. That's going to drift wide in the ad court. It's love 15. Yeah, and just again, we think about how many years she's been playing. This is her 3rd appearance here at the championships. Best
crazy. And
2023.
She's already got to the 4th round multiple times.
Yeah, this is the second time here as well. It's the serve. She came through that year as a qualifier.
Right.
Serve. Down the T's and ace. That is her first for the match. It's 15-all.
And I guess the reason I brought the Navaro-Krejcikova match, because I know Krejcikova at the end wasn't 100%, but Navaro came out and said, look, I don't really feel like overall I was playing my best tennis, but somehow got through. And sometimes that's what you have to do.
Serve down the tee, missing from Andreeva. Second serve. Onto the backhand. Into the net from Navaro. It is 30-15. And Navaro's talked about it. There was a big magazine article for Emma Navaro on the eve of the tournament. And talk about the pressure of expectation now. Last year, it was that rise up. Oh, here I am. And now everyone knows you. It's a serve onto the backhand of Navaro up the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Andreeva. And into the net goes Navaro again. It's 40-15.
Yeah, I think, Peter, you and I have spoken about this quite a bit, is that second year is always interesting. You know, when you have a blowout year, let's say, and you've new to the stage, but also you have so many successful results. It's about defending all those points that second year and how you deal with that emotionally, mentally, because you know that's in the back of your mind. You have to defend those points, otherwise your ranking is going to drop. As a forehand up the line from Navaro off the return, deep backhand into the 8-court from Andreeva. Gets a short reply, and the drop shot from Andreeva gets into the net on her side, 40-30. Yes, her sophomore year. Would that be how we would... There you go.
Have I got that right?
Yeah. We can go with that. It's another way of putting it. Yeah, I always find it interesting because it shows you so much about the player's mental toughness and how they can get through those stages.
As Andreeva serves down the tee, misses. Second serve. And the serve into the net. So first double fault for the match, and now we're at juice. And that was a little from Jill.
Well, yeah, that surprised me because I think just the way she hit it, she really just went up to try and just guide that or push that ball into the service box. Normally we see Andreeva go after that serve.
The serve here onto the forehand of Navaro. That's missed the return, just ballooning over the baseline, and another game point for Minaur. So third in this game. Still breezy conditions around London today. Overcast, but it's going to get hot as the week goes along. By London stands anyway. Back up the line from Navaro off the return, goes wide. And break consolidated for Minaur Andreeva. It's 3-1 now here in this opening set on centre court.
I mean, it's good position for Andreeva. Something else she's improved quite a bit in her game is that serve. She's always had a great service motion. And I think, you know, when she first came on the tour, I think that was the thing that surprised a lot of the players with, you know, her stature and everything, how well she served and got that pop on the serve. And it's only getting better.
Well, let's see what sort of pop we'll get on the Navaro serve here. Needs to just keep pace with Andreeva now. Onto the forehand of Andreeva up the line. Cross-court backhand from Navaro, matched by Andreeva. Backhand to backhand in the ad court we go. Up the line goes Andreeva. Forehand cross-court from Navaro. Up that line Andreeva. Slice backhand from Navaro short. Slice forehand from Andreeva's up the line. Tossing backhand from Navaro up the line. Now scurries across to the juice court to play across forehand and put it into the net. And it's Andreeva getting the better of the longer rallies at the moment. Love 15.
I think because she's getting the ball off the court a bit more, that's another mistake Navaro has made when Andreeva's thrown in that more shorter angle. And Navaro right now just getting caught a few feet behind the baseline. She hasn't really transitioned that movement forward up to that short ball.
As the serve onto the backhand of Andreeva up the line, blocked back by Navaro. It sits up in the middle of the court. Andreeva could go either way, decides to go to the 8 court deep. High ball thrown up by Navaro, lands beyond the baseline. And this is just a good example, Jill, of Andreeva and that maturity that she just can take control of the contest. Love 30.
Well, I think also for just 18 years of age, how well she understands her game and how well she understands the weapons that work for her so well to set up the point. And sometimes that takes a long time to understand.
Navaro serves onto the backhand of Andreeva. Cross-court forehand from Navaro. Andreeva's there playing up the line. Can really hammer a backhand cross-court Navaro. And it's successful because Andreeva's backing up the line is into the net. 15-30.
A little bit more powerful from Navaro there on that backhand. Just able to rush Andreeva in that instance.
So we wait now for Navaro. Royal box end. The serve. Big off forehand from Andreeva. Navaro with a good deep cross-court backhand. Now we'll play a forehand up the middle of the court. Dug out by Andreeva. It's a 3-quarter court ball. Cross forehand from Navaro. Now she can play a backhand to the Andreeva forehand. More at the middle of the court from both players. Andreeva with another looping backhand towards the ad court. Good cross-court backhand from Navaro. Now playing up towards the Andreeva forehand. Good rally this one. Cross-court backhand from Navaro. Andreeva going up the line. Navaro digs it out. It's a floating ball in the ad court corner. Has to wait. Andreeva plays it up the line. Navaro squash shot forehand. Floating ball goes long. Great rally, but Andreeva just controlling things at the moment. It's 15-40.
Well, that point was a perfect example of what I was talking about understanding the construction of the point. She just kept going high with that forehand to the backhand of Navaro, tempting Navaro to hit it to the cross, and that feeds right into Andreeva's strength, the backhand side, and then she took control.
So more break points here, 15-40 in this opening set. The serve, planks the net, goes wide. Second serve. And the serve onto the forehand. Andreeva hammers up the line, blocked into the net by Navaro. And Andreeva is really attacking that Navaro second serve. And a double break. It's 4-1 now in this opening set here on centre court on the Wimbledon radio channel.
I wanted to go back to what we were talking about Navaro for a moment, about defending all those points. And earlier today on a different, on the All Access TV or radio thing that we have going, the All Access Club, we had Mike Russell on, which is Taylor Fritz's coach.
What's this we business? We?
What do you mean?
You were on there.
Yeah.
You moonlighting over there. You moonlighting over there.
Anyway, but that's besides the point. We had Mike Russell on, and he was part of our program as well. But we had Mike, and he made a great point because we were talking about defending points in particular. And they have a great perspective, actually. So instead of thinking about your results last year, and you have to defend all those points from however you did last year in this time frame. They focus on the accumulation of the year, so they more focus on the race. Now, of course, Taylor's in a position where he has a great chance to, make the end of the year championships. But I kind of like that perspective because it sort of takes away the defending of the points. It takes the pressure and the tension off his shoulders.
Years are isolated.
Yeah,
you put them in silos.
From January, and so you just focus on the points accumulated in that year rather than worrying about what you did last year. It's true. I mean, last year's over, right? But I like that perspective. I hadn't heard that before.
It is. It's good philosophy.
And Navaro could be in a position where she could potentially make the the WTA finals at the end of the year. So it's a good sort of new vision to think about, I think.
Off backhand from Navaro, blocked back by Andreeva, who's leading 4-1 here. Andreeva throws in the drop shot into the bottom of the net. Hasn't worked so far. Love 15. I mean, it's a relatively new thing, though, the race, isn't it? Because there have been all sorts of different ideas of it.
Not super new. No, not super new.
No, but in terms of, the real focus on, Roger's back.
Well, I think I think it's relatively new in the fact that, we pay attention to it more probably than we used to.
Yeah, that's right. So down the tee, good ace from Andreeva. It's a second ace. Roger Federer back, seated, front row, royal box. Good to see him here. Did you see him before?
I haven't seen him yet. No, I know it's always good to have him around.
I sent you a text saying, "Hey Jill, I'm here.
That
Just
would be
letting you know."
fantastic.
Half court ball, cross court backhand from Andreeva. High ball from Navaro at the service line. Andreeva, that's going to be easily put away the overhead. Playing with such confidence right now. It's 30-15.
Absolutely, especially how much she's been able to get these balls into the corner of the court, which has really pushed Navaro back.
So 30-15, 4-1 here in this opening set. And the serve will go big. Oh, good catch by the ball kid.
Wow. She located the ball kid very well off that ball.
It was very precise.
Yeah.
Backhand from Navaro, really reaching for the return. Now crashing down to play one up the middle of the court. She play another one up the line to the Andreeva forehand. That's cross court and just not coming down quick enough. It's 30 all. It's 4-1 in the opening set, 22 minutes in. I'll let everyone around the stadium who's listening to our call here on the Wimbledon radio channel with your Amex radios. Right there. Hello, we see you. On the backhand from Navaro. And that's gone long, the return. So 40-30. I also like, too, that those who are regular devotees of the Wimbledon radio channel who attend regularly now know where we are, too. That's the other
that's great. Yeah, so we can get some waves back and forth. It's nice.
We tried in Australia. We don't have much success. Here, we're all over the place. As a serve from Andreeva onto the forehand of Navaro, and that's swung wide. So it's 5-1 here in the early stages, 23 minutes in on the Wimbledon radio channel. We're live around the world on this Monday evening, heading up to 6 p.m, almost dinner time. Almost.
Dinner time sounds good right now. I could use some food.
Rightio, well, we'll have a word to Mira and just say keep going at this pace because Jill wants to get out of here.
I'm kidding.
Come on, Jill.
I'm kidding. Oh, what's that? Average hit point. Andreeva way much further inside the baseline than Navaro right now.
And picks up a backhand return. Cross-court forehand from Navaro. Find up the line into the net from Andreeva. It's 15 love. Sort of getting into the territory now for Navaro holding here just to build a platform for set number 2. Obviously definitely not riding off set number 1 and the damage she could potentially do, but just to build the confidence, get some rhythm, get some momentum, and hopefully some free points along the way. The serve onto the forehand of Andreeva, that's into the nets.
30 love.
And it's 30 love.
We don't really get much emotion from Emma. She's very good at just kind of staying the same throughout the entire match. So it's hard to know what she's feeling in this moment, but we do know that she's going to fight till the end. She said she's grown up, always never giving up, always fighting.
Cross-court backhand, good depth from Navaro, matched by Andreeva, who will lean into a backhand, put it on the Navaro forehand in the juice court, plays it up the line. Cross-court backhand from Andreeva. Ball in a little bit shorter from Navaro. Oh, and up the line into the net goes Andreeva. It wasn't, if it was a drop shot, it wasn't the greatest from Navaro. It landed the service line. It's 40 love.
It had a lot of backspin on it, though, so it just at the off the bounce kind of stopped on Andreeva.
Andreeva prepares. Navaro will serve, take the net and fly long. I talk about the relative inexperience for both players. 10th main draw in a major, 11th for Navaro. That's a double fault, 40-15.
40-15.
You consider we're playing for a year. It's not too many years playing in the majors just yet. But what it does show is the remarkable success that both players have had over a short period of time. So 40-15, game points for 5-2. As the serve from Navaro blocked back by Andreeva. In the middle of the court, Navaro goes to the forehand up the line. Andreeva breaking across court with Navaro bearing down. Navaro does hold, but it will be Minaur Andreeva serving for the opening set. 5-2 here on the Wimbledon radio channel. 26 minutes in. Quick score update from the #1 court, Ben Shelton. Looking like he's going to get a 2-1 lead over Lorenzo Sonego. They're in the tie break in the third set. It's 5-1 for Shelton there. And I didn't quite catch who won the match on #2 courts. Between... Oh, yeah, it was. Samsonova, the 19th seed, having a win over Buzas Maniero. 7-5, 7-5 out there on #2 court. So the winner of that... So Samsonova will play the winner of Świątek Towson, which will be played on the #1 court a bit later on this evening. Belinda Bencic will face the winner of this match in the quarterfinals. And then the other quarterfinals coming up tomorrow, it'll be Sabalenka and Sigmund, and Anisimova and Pavlyuchenkova.
Exciting lineup, I think. Well, first of all, it's exciting that we're going to have a new champion.
For the eighth year, straight year, isn't it? 8th year
straight, yeah. But, I mean, it's pretty exciting, I think. And, yeah, watching all these matches, you just get curious about who feels like they're going to handle the moment. I mean, when you think about it, you think about a Sabalenka and Świątek, obviously with the most experience out of everybody moving forward, that they know how to handle these moments better than anybody. But you still feel like there could be some nerves, some tension at one of these women going for their first Wimbledon ever.
Serve out wide from Andreeva. And
I love it.
Yeah, but for all this talk of players going one match at a time, so they'll know. Backhand here up the middle of the court from Navaro, who's playing to the Andreeva backhand. That's up the line. A high ball comes in a bit short. Andreeva's going to trap that. That's a beautiful short backhand. Great angle from that position at the service line. He catches the edge of the line. It's beautiful. It's 15-love.
Yeah, she actually ran around that short ball to take the backhand. She could have easily taken the forehand, but that just shows you that preference on that side. Such confidence on the backhand.
Andreeva prepares. 15-love. The serve onto the forehand of Navaro. Deep ball dug out by Andreeva. As a backhand goes up the line. Sliced by Andreeva. Lands on the baseline. Cross-court forehand now from Navaro defensive. Now can really attack. Way behind the baseline is Andreeva playing a looping forehand. Now in the 8-court playing a backing up the line. Forehand up that line from Navaro. Great rally this one. Drop shot by Navaro. Coming forward Andreeva. Drop shot of her own. Navaro full stretch. Can't get there. She got the racket to her. Put it into the net. It's 30-love.
Well, even though Navaro lost that point, it's good signs from her on that forehand.
So 30-love. We've just seen a long rally. 15, the longest rally has been 20 shots. 30-love. 5-2. Andreeva from the far end from the raw box onto the backhand of Navaro. Did well to get out of the way of it. Backhand to backhand. Now slice from Navaro. Floating ball into the 8-court. Forehand at the line by Andreeva. We'll go with a backhand cross-court this time. Cross-court backhand picked up by Navaro, and that's into the net from Andreeva. And that's one of the few rallies in this set that Navaro's actually got that's gone long. 30-15.
It's only been the last few rallies, actually. Navaro has stepped up. Her shot's a lot more penetrating in this game, but Andreeva's still in great position. She's got such great accuracy on the serve. 2 points away from this set.
Which was thoroughly deserved. She's taking control of this opening set. The serve onto the forehand of Navaro. Can't do much with the return. It's 40-15. 2 set points now. We're about to cross the half-hour mark of the match here on centre court. And centre court's been steadily filling up. Roger Federer in the front row of the royal box. Watching this performance, Andreeva set point, and the serve takes the nets and flies long. Second serve. And the serve will go onto the Navaro backhand, hammered up the line. That's successful. Andreeva gets a racket to it, but it flies wide. It's 40-30. She was about a metre inside the baseline for that second ball.
Looking to be a lot more aggressive on the second serve. Like that adjustment from Navaro in this game. She's really only done it in this game in particular.
So another set point for Andreeva. And the serve into the net. Second serve. And the serve onto the backhand of Navaro. Plays up the middle of the court. Off forehand from Andreeva. Big backhand up that line from Navaro. Slice forehand from Andreeva. Cross court backhand now from Andreeva. Lands in the baseline. Navaro with the backhand up the line. That's good. Forehand sliced into the net by Andreeva. And we're at juice. 2 set points saved.
Well, Navaro handled that deep shot exceptionally well because it did, the bounce stopped on her and just had a good adjustment, stayed with the ball very well with the eyes and got that mistake from Andreeva.
Settling to the task nicely now is Emma Navaro. Andreeva will serve to the forehand of Navaro in the corner of the juice court. Dug out by Andreeva. 3/4 court ball. Back there again goes Navaro, and that's a floating forehand from Andreeva again. And it's a breakback point for Emma Navaro at advantage.
Navaro's starting to find her range and rhythm now. Definitely looking more comfortable in this game than from the start of the set.
So saving a couple of set points, Emma Navaro now has a break point. Andreeva serves onto the backhand. Navaro goes into the net. Good first serve out wide from Andreeva. We're at juice.
Yeah, put more pop behind that 119-mile-an-hour serve from Andreeva.
That's roughly 191.5.
Well done.
Thank you. Work that out quickly. We're at juice. Andreeva onto the backhand of Navaro. That's into the net as well. So another set point here for Andreeva.
Just smart to hit back-to-back serves to the Navaro backhand side. Just rushing her with that extra power behind the serve.
So another set point. Andreeva prepares the serve. Oh, it's unreturnable. That's nicely done from Mira Andreeva. She has taken control of this 4th round match on centre court. And after 32 minutes, she takes the opening set, 6-2.
Yeah, just a super clean set from Andreeva. I think obviously has started a lot stronger than Navaro. Has just been so consistent off the ground. I mean, good news for Navaro is that last game she started striking the ball a lot better. So going into the second set, I automatically feel like she's going to be a more comfortable, play a little bit better. But Andreeva, huge for her to get through that first set. I think what's impressed me too is how well she's handled this because it's her first time playing on center court. Sometimes, you know, that can be something that you need to get used to a little bit, but no signs of nerves, no signs of anything, you know, not handling that well. She's done a great job coming out here.
If she's enjoying it.
Well, yeah, she's definitely enjoying it. I think she loves she loves these moments, loves the big stage. You talked about how great she's played this year. She had back-to-back WTA 1000 titles, which is huge, in Dubai and Indian Wells, and beat great players.
Yeah.
And along the way, beat Sabalenka, of course, who's #1 this year when she did compete against her, and just with, you know, not intimidated by anyone for someone such a young age, 18 years old.
Well, we'll run through some of those names. Indian Wells, Clara Towson doing very well here. Elena Rybakina, Alina Svitolina, Iga Świątek, and Arina Sabalenka.
Crazy. That's
amazing, really.
Yeah.
Beat Towson in the final in Dubai after beating Rybakina in the semi-finals, Świątek in the quarterfinals.
And back-to-back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just incredible. That catapulted her into the top 10. And like you said, everything happened so fast.
And continues at a
and
warp
continues,
speed
exactly.
like this match. Well, Navaro with work to do now from the Royal Box end. And the serve onto the forehand of Andreeva at the middle of the court. The middle of the court goes Navaro with the forehand. Now going to play backhand. Just content to play in the middle of the court is Andreeva. Just direct the play. From side to side, Navaro running. This on the cross forehand. Now in the ad court, playing a backhand up the line. Cross court forehand from Andreeva. Match by Navaro. Slice here short from Andreeva. Coming in is Navaro up the line. Cross court from Andreeva. Oh, it's a beautiful dropper. That is a superb dropper from Emma Navaro. Great way to start at this second set at 15-love.
I love that approach too. Opted for the slice. She handles that well and just kept her body momentum going forward to follow it into the net. forcing Andreeva to hit up. Great hands at the net with the volley.
Nice and soft, the hands. Like mine, got hands of concrete. As the serve here, big forehand from Andreeva. Middle of the court on the backhand goes Navaro. Will go there again to the Andreeva forehand. It's another looping ball way behind the baseline. Navaro just puts it a shorter ball. Cross-court backhand from Andreeva. Good reply from Navaro. Now the drop shot into the net from Andreeva. You can see the way that she was setting up the point there. Didn't quite execute. It's 30-love.
Struggling with the drop shot, finding that range right now. It's a few times now she's tried to go for that shot, and every single time it's been in the net. She's trying to get it so short in the court, and yes, of course, you want it to be perfect, but on the grass, that helps you. It doesn't have to be so perfect because the ball just stays so low off the bounce.
So the serve from Navaro goes long and catches the reply from Andreeva. Nicely done. The second serve, backhand from Navaro at the middle of the court. Cross-court backhand from Navaro, just push wide.
30-15.
And it's 30-15. The close call comes up.
I like the actual shot that Navaro was going for there, though. She's trying to spread the court. She struck the ball well. Now just needs to just bring it in a little bit, get a better margin.
It's a double zoomer, that one. That's how close it was. The serve. My zoomers are going to become redundant soon.
Because they're happening so often?
Well, because there's no challenge system to give you measurements
yeah,
on.
but they still show it, no?
They do occasionally.
Yeah.
Serve here onto the backhand, Andreeva. And now a slice from Navaro, just drifts over the baseline. 30 all. You get the feeling in time the AI is going to just improve and improve and improve. So we're probably not going to see it at all.
Yeah, but you could still say that was probably going to be a double zoomer.
I could. I'll then start guessing.
Yeah.
Well, everyone I think will see on their screens. Yeah, I think the serve here from Navaro, dug out by Andreeva. Forehand up the line from Navaro. Andreeva with a deep ball lands right on the back of the baseline. They go forehand to forehand for a while. Now cross-court backhand from Navaro. Up the line goes Andreeva. Cross-court forehand from Navaro. Slice forehand from Andreeva. Stays low. Cross-court forehands again from Navaro. Slice forehand Andreeva. Working the juice court. Now we'll go back in that direction. Great angle from Andreeva. Great up the line from Navaro. And now tries to go into the 8 court and play a forehand up the line and put it into the net. Another break point here for Andreeva.
Yeah, it was just smart playing from Andreeva because as soon as she felt like she was getting behind in the point, she's happy to just chip the forehand back, the floater, that off-pace shot, forcing Navaro to generate her own pace. And a lot of those shots off that slice from Navaro are landing short, which is putting Andreeva in an offensive position.
The sun makes a welcome reappearance as Navaro first serve goes into the nets. Second serve. Andreeva a metre or so from the baseline. We'll play this as a backhand cross off forehand from Navaro. Andreeva is there. And back in again, just peppering that backhand is Navaro. Now switch to the Andreeva forehand. It's a shorter ball, but cross-court up the line goes Navaro. A high ball from Andreeva. 3-quarter court. And playing up the line with a forehand is Navaro. Another high ball here from Andreeva. Lands in the corner of the 8 court. She's there again, Navaro, with the off forehand. Now having to play a forehand up the line. Andreeva trying to take control of the point. Slice backhand shorter from Navaro. Slice forehand drop shot by Andreeva. Up the line goes Navaro. High ball again from Andreeva. The overhead okay from Navaro. Andreeva back in the point again. Now playing it back out up the line. It takes it, it falls in. Dug out by Navaro. And go back behind is Andreeva for the winner. That is point of the match by some margin. That was superb by both players.
Outstanding point. I mean, Navaro didn't do anything wrong. She had such good hustle. Both of them did, actually, but the way Andreeva defended there with those high balls just really reset the point. For a moment, that second drop shot from Andreeva, I felt like she was going to be in trouble, but she reads the play so well, anticipates so well. What a point to get the break a serve.
Oh, is the break in the opening game. I just feel that Navaro level has lifted, but Andreeva is just that step ahead each time.
She's responded, yeah. I mean, she would have anticipated that Emma is going to lift at some point, and your point is perfect. She was ready for it.
So Andreeva from the Royal Box end, the serve going long. There's the serve. Onto the forehand of Navaro. That's going long. So, they're going to be a bit hit and miss if Navaro's going to be inside the baseline to return. 15 love.
I do think she should be there, though, on the second serve. I think she should be looking to attack. I think it's a good play on this surface.
15 love. 1 love. Andreeva serves. This takes the chalk or whatever it's called. And nicely dug out there by Navaro, as we see here. Andreeva going cross-court. Forehand to forehand they go. And now at the middle of the court, here is Andreeva scrambling in the ad court. Drop shot by Navaro. Coming forward is Andreeva playing a little dropper herself. It sits up. Navaro's going to go over her head.
Yeah.
That's clever. That is clever play. Nicely done. And the crowd just urging her on. It's 15 all.
That was an exact right play, because that drop shot was exceptional. It was just barely over the net. Good running and hustle from Andreeva, and she was so close to the net, so the lob was the perfect shot.
Claire Curran's just wandered into the back of the box.
She looks like she's about to take my position.
I know.
She's got her headphones. She's unraveling them. She wants in.
She keeps pointing at you for some reason. The serve here onto the forehand of Navaro. Drop shot by Andreeva. Navaro can't get there. She just cut under the ball. It dropped. It stopped. And it's successful, 30-15.
That's the first one she's done on the backhand side. It's the forehand drop shot that she's missed. Just controlled that one better. Kept it so low over the net.
Suspect that Claire's had enough of listening to Marcus for a lifetime. As the serve here into the net. 30-15 with a break of serve in the second set. Second serve. Andreeva onto the backhand of Navaro. The trip cross court. Backhand to backhand they go. Deeper ball from Navaro. Dug out by Andreeva up the line. Cross court forehand. Navaro has angle. Drop shot again by Andreeva. Nope. Into the net it goes. That one on the forehand. It's 30 all.
She is so determined to make that work. I mean, it wasn't bad timing, because the previous shot, the depth that she hit in the corner, so not a bad time to do it. She just hasn't found the height on the forehand drop shot.
I mentioned the Shelton Sonego score for a while. It's 2-1 for Shelton, now 2-1 in the fourth. The other singles match underway. Catch that on the Wimbledon radio channel and our other channels. Centre court, court 1, dedicated commentary all the way through. And then you got the main channel crisscrossing everywhere else. Second serve is double faults. So the door slightly ajar here for Navaro for the break back immediately.
Just trying to make that adjustment for the previous double fault into the net that time. Well long, just trying to go for a little extra on that second serve.
Mixed doubles action across the courts as well. Juniors. As a serve here. Going down the tee and missing from Andreeva. Now Navaro is waiting just beyond the baseline. Will step in again and play a backhand cross court. Andreeva goes up the line with her backhand. Cross court forehand from Navaro. Matched by Andreeva, but into the net. So that is the break back immediately for Emma Navaro. It is 1-all in the second set.
And no panic there from Navaro. And just getting back to work, just trying to work her way back in this match, find her rhythm. She's definitely playing better already at the beginning of this set.
Just seeing the stat of shots in attack. 23% for Andreeva across the match, 14 for Navaro. So
the draw average 24%. That just gives you an indication of how high Andreeva is in that category.
And that needle needs to shift more in the Navaro column. She's going to get back into it. Second serve for Navaro. Off backhand from Andreeva. Forehand up the line from Navaro. Andreeva with a backhand up that line. Picked up by Navaro. Andreeva goes into the corner of the juice court. Successfully again. Now plays a shorter ball. Sliced backhand from Navaro. Almost defensive, but it worked because Andreeva has missed wide. It's 15 love.
Andreeva just trying to guide that beforehand down the line. Looking to use the shorter part of the court that time. Just spraying it. Almost got too close to that ball in the end.
So 15 love, 1-all second set. 44 minutes into the contest here on the centre court. First serve goes into the nets. Navaro prepares again. We've just crossed over to 6 p.m. on this Monday evening. All is well in London town as the serve into the net. Double fault. Maybe not so well for Navaro. It's 15 all.
It just hits her foot there, Navaro, knowing that actually an important moment as she feels like she's maybe turning the momentum in her favor.
15 all, 1 all. And the serve on down the tee, onto the backhand of Andreeva. Cross-court backhand from Navaro. Slice backhand, Andreeva, cross-court. Now up the line goes Navaro with a slice. Forehand slice by Andreeva. Cross-court or more at the middle of the court in the backhand from Navaro. We'll play another one up that line. Slice again, shorter ball from Andreeva. Coming forward, little dropper from Navaro. No, it wasn't good enough. It was right near the service line. Andreeva had all the time in the world to guide a forehand winner up the line. It's 15-30.
It's just interesting watching Andreeva's strategy here because she's purposely a lot of times trying to hit the ball short in the court, whether she's coming over the forehand or whether she's chipping with the slice. She's looking to bring Emma forward quite a bit. She's winning most of the points when she's done that.
15-30. Andreeva waits for the Navaro serve. Navaro goes long. Second serve, Andreeva will be around the service line, waiting for that backhand up the line, blocked into the net from Navaro. Good depth from Andreeva.
15-40.
And we've got more break points. It's 15-40.
It's one of her best returns, that backhand down the line. No matter what kind of serve comes at her, whether it's hard or a kick, she's able to see that ball down the line so well.
So 15-40 as the serve. Blocked. It's a little slice forehand up the middle of the court from Andreeva. We'll do another one cross court. Navaro's got no pace to work with. Has to forehand up the middle of the court. Now scurrying in the ad court to play a cross backhand. Now she hits a topspin backhand. It's too deep.
Game, Andreeva.
And Andreeva spun her web beautifully there. You mentioned in the opening set that it's a game of chess. At the moment, Andreeva is in check. It's 6-2, 2-1. Another break of serve going the way of the 7th seed on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Well, you had great descriptions, Peter, because that chip that we're seeing is so off pace, right? That's been part of the game plan, is using that, and because she trusts her movement so much, she doesn't really necessarily feel the threat, Andreeva, of getting into trouble when she just floats that ball back in the court. It's interesting because you're right, she's trying to force Navaro to generate her own pace, but she's happy when she does that because she then all of a sudden she'll feed off that pace.
Oh, and I reckon
what is catching your eye? You keep smiling.
Her coach in the coach's box talk about chipping it around and working on
Conchita,
pace.
yeah.
It led
It
Conchita
worked,
Martinez to the title here.
It did.
All those years ago.
Yeah.
I reckon Roger's going, well, not the way I would play, but I'm enjoying the action anyway.
Yeah, but you know what? He would use that short slice a lot on the grass.
Yeah.
On the backhand side.
Sue Barker's here today.
Oh, she is. She looks beautiful in that yellow, bright yellow jacket.
Roger's here, so Sue has to be here. I think they're inextricably linked.
Thank you, please.
Sue Barker, of course, did the presentations for the men's and women's champions, the interviews afterwards for many, many years. That's how you know her around the world, but fronted the BBC coverage for a very long time. There's a couple of years that she's been retired as we've got a long rally here. Slice backhand, shorter ball from Andreeva. Up the line goes Navaro. That's a lovely looping forehand from Andreeva. Gets a short reply now. Throwing in the drop shot. Oh, it took the net. It kissed the net. It just dropped over.
Wow.
No way Navaro could get to that. It's 15-love.
Well, the net actually helped her. If it didn't hit the net, it would have sat up there. I think Navaro would have gotten to that ball, but the let court just let it flop on the other side of the court.
Yep, the loose net. It's the serve.
Let for serve.
And we'll do it all over again. 49 minutes on the clock. 6-2, 2-1. Minaur Andreeva controlling things here on centre courts. There's the serve into the net. Third serve. And attacking again is going to be Navaro. He's going to go on the backhand and play across courts. Andreeva's there with the backhand up the line. Cross court forehand from Navaro. Blocked back by Andreeva. Floating ball near the baseline. Good cross court forehand from Navaro. And that's a looping ball too deep this time up the line from Andreeva. 15-all.
I caught that one just a little bit lower, but that's the shot that's been working for her so well, is when she's stretched on the forehand to reset. Give herself time to get back in the court. That one just going a little too long on her.
As the serve comes in, Andreeva serves out wide, blocked back by Navaro. Three-quarter court ball Going up the ad court line is Andreeva. She's passed. Excellent from Navaro. Big backhand winner. Past the outstretched racket of her opponent. It's 15-30.
That's great anticipation. Yeah, that's the one area I think that Andreeva can do a little bit better, I think, is when she's inside the baseline. Maybe the trajectory, flatten it out a bit more. That the heavy ball just gave Navaro so much time.
First serve into the net by Andreeva at 15-30. Second serve. Serve onto the backhand of Navaro. It's too deep. It was not a bad strike, but just missing. It's come up as a close call. Oh, yeah. That's your triple zoomer.
There you go. It's pretty good serve, though. Deep serve, more into the body of Navaro. Got it in, Peter. Triple zoomer.
Bang. They are official units of measurement, by the way. As the serve here into the nets. I have checked with the Hawkeye team. I checked a few years ago and said, right, are these connected to measurements?
Really?
And they said yes.
Oh, great.
I'll give them to you in a sec. Onto the backhand goes Navaro, up the line for a winner. That's set up, and that's why she's stepping in and attacking the second ball of Andreeva. It's 30-40, breakback point again.
Well, it's a much shorter second serve from Andreeva. It was right in the middle of the service box, and Emma did well to get away from that ball.
As the serve, Andreeva onto the backhand of Navaro. Sharp return. Back up the middle of the court from Andreeva. Cross forehand from Navaro, who now has to play a backhand up that line. Andreeva with a big looping forehand back up that line. They're just going to attack that line. Now going cross courts, Andreeva. Matched by Navaro. Forehand to forehand, they go in the juice court. Good angle from Navaro. Slice ball at the middle of the court from Andreeva. Off forehand from Navaro. Looping backhand into the ad court by Andreeva. Navaro goes up the line. Cross court forehand from Andreeva. The cat and mouse continues, and it's going to be won by Andreeva in the end, because the forehand up the line is netted by Navaro, and it's juice.
Just understands how to keep Navaro on the move throughout that point, and not necessarily beating her with pace, but just how accurate she's been with her shots off the ground.
I'll give you the zoomers in a moment after this game, maybe. So we have part of this centre court now in shade, the rest sunbathed, and the first serve goes wide. Second serve. We'll go onto the forehand of Navaro. Drop shot by Andreeva, and Navaro's there playing up the line, straight to Andreeva. Oh, it's a lovely little dropper. That is superb again from Emma Navaro. Under pressure, the ball below the height of the net, got down to it and managed just to stop it. Even with Andreeva coming forward, that she couldn't get to it.
Well, she did well just to close the net there, Navaro, and that's why that volley was so effective. She didn't allow herself to take a step back or a back pedal when she was up at the net.
Andreeva crashing into the net. That's how quickly she was going. Another breakback point here. Andreeva serves. Onto the backhand of Navaro. It's too big. That's a nice show of defiance there from Andreeva. The come on for a juice.
Great serve right when she needed it. Again, focusing on getting it into the body of Navaro.
6-2, 2-1. Going the way of Mira Andreeva, but nice resistance from Navaro now. The serve takes the line. It's a shorter reply from Navaro. Cross-court forehand from Andreeva. Good angle from Navaro. Andreeva trying to go up the line, puts it into the net. Navaro did well just to give it that little bit extra, and that was the difference. Another break points.
Yeah, I think just going for a better spot, right? Instead of the short angle low, went for a higher ball just to push Andreeva back slightly.
The serve goes long. Second serve. As Andreeva facing more another break point onto the forehand. Off forehand of Navaro, backing up the line from Andreeva. Cross-court forehand too big from Navaro.
And it's that shorter one, right, from Andreeva when she's hitting it lower, but it's more at the service line. And I think Navaro, after the return, is just behind the baseline because she's expecting that deep shot. And Andreeva is aware, very aware of the court position of Navaro consistently.
It's credit to the Andreeva serve. As the serve here, missing. Because if you put enough on it to get that shorter reply, even if your opponent's attacking, you give yourself more options. Forehand cross court here from Navaro. Slice forehand from Andreeva. Slice from Navaro. That's going to go long again. It's a change up from Andreeva.
Yeah.
Getting the job done. She's got to gain points.
I think, and you start to wonder, okay, is she going to slice? Is she going to come over that ball? Because she can do everything from both sides, really. And I think, again, you could see Navaro just getting a little bit surprised with that chip back.
Andreeva. The serve onto the forehand of Navaro. That's netted. Well done, Minaur Andreeva. Staring down the challenge, holding serve, consolidating the break. It's 3-1. Right, so the zoomers.
Okay.
So if there's no zoom, we're over 15 millimeters, right? If it just sits there.
Okay, no zoom. Hang on. No zoom over 15 millimeters.
Yep.
Okay.
A single zoom, once, 15 millimeters.
Okay.
Double zoomer, 5 millimeters. Triple zoomer, 2 millimeters. Quadruple zoomer, it's getting right in there. Less than 2 millimeters.
Wow. Okay.
There you go.
Wow. Not much difference between them, actually, but enough difference.
Enough.
Yeah.
Serve out wide. Forehand here from Andreeva at the middle of the court. It's back out the middle of that court from Navaro. And now Andreeva going up the line. Navaro with a cross-court backhand. Andreeva back that direction. Off forehand into the net from Navaro. It's love 15. And this is maybe just potentially dangerous now for Emma Navaro.
It's interesting because I feel like Navaro, when she powers through the ball a bit more, she's going to the backhand, and I feel like it almost seems like it looks to her like that's open, that part of the court's open, but Andreeva's there every single time and balanced every time.
The serve here down the tee, forehand from Andreeva, now playing a slice forehand. Well done, Navaro, controlling the point with the cross-court forehand. Looping forehand up the line from Andreeva, now hitting a full-blooded backhand up the line. Navaro gets a short ball, and now Andreeva at the net with a little drop volley of her own. Oh, yes, that is lovely from Minaur Andreeva. She controlled the point, forced Navaro back in the court. It's love 30.
That is exceptional from Andreeva at the net. But that time, Navaro anticipating that backhand down the line, but Andreeva closed so hard. Great touch volley. Got to remember, she's an exceptional doubles player as well. Silver medalist from the Paris Olympics last year, so very comfortable at the net.
Dennis Schneider, her regular partner. Served long here from Navaro at love 30. And the second serve, Andreeva going to be all over it with a forehand. Big backhand up that line from Navaro. Clip the tape on the way through. Another floating ball from Andreeva lands on the baseline. Now throws in the drop shot. Coming forward, Navaro. This takes the net, falls in. That actually was going to help her, because if that had gone up the line, Andreeva would have been there and ready. It's 15-30.
Right, she was already moving in that direction to cover that down the line approach shot. A little bit of luck there from Navaro with that let court.
15-30. 1-3 in this second set. About to cross the hour mark for the match. Royal box nice and full as the serve into the net from Navaro. Second serve. And the serve onto the backhand of Andreeva up the line. Just catches the sideline. She comes forward, plays a forehand volley, but she's just missed it. Right play, just didn't stick the landing. It's 30 all.
Yeah, I could see just guiding it slightly on that volley. Andreeva didn't quite hit through that volley. A big point here from Navaro. 30 all, already down a break in this second set.
30 all. The serve onto the forehand of Andreeva. It's at the middle of the court. Off forehand. That's nice. +1 from Navaro. There's been very few of those in the match. It's 40-30.
A great spot. Again, going for that inside out, more of an angle rather than the depth on that, off of that return from Navaro.
So Navaro prepares again. Game points. And the serve goes into the net. Second serve. Sun out now here on this centre court. It's going to be the theme for the week. That's a double faults, and we're at deuce. And there's just I think a little bit of implied pressure on that serve. We're
Also
at
a
deuce.
little bit of breeze, that just a little bit of gust of wind that came right before that second serve.
As Navaro prepares. Serve missing again. Again, it's long. Second serve. Onto the backhand of Andreeva. It's up the line. Cross-court backhand into the net from Navaro. This is dangerous now. It's another break point for Andreeva.
Another quick unforced error there from Navaro. Again, trying to deal with that high return above the shoulders on the backhand that Andreeva continues to throw at her and use. It's been effective.
So now, Navaro facing another break point. The serve. Clips the tape on the way through. We'll do it again. Break points won for the match for Andreeva. 4 of 4. The serve here. Onto the forehand of Andreeva. It's into the ad court. Back out the middle of the court from Navaro. Now gets a short reply. We'll play into the juice court. Looping forehand again from Andreeva. Forehand into that corner again from Navaro. Slice forehand from Andreeva. We're getting all the variety again. This forehand up the line. Big backhand up the line from Navaro. Just being kept in that corner. Now Andreeva continuing. It's a off forehand from Navaro. Up the line goes Andreeva. Now being forced back slightly. Puts in a looping ball up the line on the forehand. Now goes back in that direction. Up the line with the backhand is Navaro. Slice forehand is just wide from Andreeva. Dicey moments again, but Navaro survives for a juice.
That good patience there from Navaro. Much better patience, being rallying the ball. And she's just having a little chat with her coach, Peter Ayers, in the box.
Working together for a long time. Sure, there'll be some words of encouragement. You're not too far away. You can turn this around, and she obviously can. As Navaro serves onto the forehand of Andreeva up the line. Big back up that line from Navaro. Slice forehand short from Andreeva. Half-court ball. Good angle from Navaro. High ball put up from Andreeva. The service on the forehand. Drive volley's there. But well done again. Andreeva was waiting in the corner. The forehand up the line's a clean winner. And it's another break point.
Well, another point that Navaro actually played exceptionally well. Did the right things coming forward, taking that ball out of the air. She caught the swing volley a bit behind her, so couldn't quite get the pace she needed, but still great anticipation from Andreeva.
Another break point as Navaro serves. This clips the nets. We'll do it again. First serve percentage for Navaro. 61% into play. 52% won on first ball. Only 29% on the second ball. Another first serve down the tee. Picked up by Andreeva. Standing way in the middle of the court. Beautiful cross-court forehand is Navaro. Now cross-court backhand. No, that's into the nets. And that is your breaker serve again. Minaur Andreeva is looking particularly good right now as Navaro swats the ball away in disappointment. 6-2, 4-1 the scoreline here on the Wimbledon radio channel.
It's just been tough to see an opening against Andreeva, no? She's so consistent and moves so well, and she's, what you mentioned, mixing up the ball, mixing up everything. I mean, she's
doing
throwing
that
in
so
high
well.
ball slices, drop shots, and then all of a sudden a hard backhand, and it's just, that can just change your rhythm so often. By the way, I'd be so nervous if Federer was in the
if you were out there knowing,
I would be so
you'd want a
nervous.
heads up, or would you walk out and not notice? Because would you notice
No,
who's around you?
I would prefer to not know, I think. I think it would make me so nervous.
Because you wouldn't be looking at the Royal Box, would you, when you walk out to play here? You'd walk out, be in the zone.
Yeah, no, well, you would hope so, yeah. I mean, you're aware of it, of course.
Yeah, but you're not looking at the
I'm
sit
not
down and
looking
going, oh, who's in the Royal Box today?
No, correct, I'm not, you're not.
And then afterwards,
But I would
when
be
you
so
win doing the
nervous.
on-court interview and you realise.
Yeah, I'd be so nervous if I knew if he was in there beforehand.
Minaur Andreeva out of the chair very quickly. So 4-1 now for Minaur Andreeva.
Thank you.
More fans making their way into centre court on this beautiful Monday evening in London. Weather expected to warm up as we go along through the week, right up until finals weekend. Andreeva in a strong position, serving to the forehand of Navaro. A drop shot from Andreeva, that's into the bottom of the net. And that's pretty much the only thing that hasn't really worked for Minaur Andreeva today. That drop shot on the forehand,
On the
love
forehand,
15.
yeah. Consistently missing in the net, too. Like to see her maybe exaggerate and go for a little bit extra height, but underspin so that off the bounce it comes back towards the net, but every single one have been in the net.
The serve here, onto the forehand of Navaro. Up the middle of the court, cross-court forehand from Andreeva, matched by Navaro. Forehand they go. Now forehand up the line from Andreeva. Backhand up that line from Navaro, forcing Andreeva back. Again, Navaro with a deeper ball onto the forehand of Andreeva. That's played up the line, up the middle of the court from Navaro, who gets onto a forehand. This one cross court. Taking a bit of the pace off is Andreeva. Scrambling forward is Navaro. She's playing a backhand this time to the forehand of Andreeva. Who's not really moving. Now throwing in a shorter slice up the line. Cross court backhand. That's better from Navaro. She'd had enough of being run ragged in the point. It's love 30.
Yeah, better movement up to that ball. That's the shot that she's been hesitating on getting up into the court, and she's got to allow herself to drift up there. It's also great acceleration through the backhand.
Andreeva, 6-2, 4-1, love 30 now. Onto the forehand of Navaro. That's right off the baseline. Dug out by Andreeva. It's going to be long. It's love 40. A chance to get one of these breaks back.
Wow, Andreeva really thought that ball actually drifted long on Navaro's return. Looked up at Conchita and just was waiting for a call.
The call that didn't come. Love 40. Andreeva from the Royal Box end. The serve onto the backhand of Navaro. Three-quarter court ball back that way from Andreeva. The backhand is wide. So one of the breaks back for Minaur Andreeva. For Minaur Navaro, I should say. Andreeva still up a break, 4-2 in the second set.
A quick game to get that one of the breaks back as well from Navaro, and we get a close-up sometimes of her, and she just keeps reminding herself, fight, fight. She's in it, and finally was able to break Andreeva pretty easily in that game.
What can she do on her own serve? The serve blocked forehand into the net by Andreeva, just playing off that ball. 15 love. We've seen a lot of variety from the Andreeva end of the court. Can Navaro find a way through it? 15 love. The serve. On the forehand of Andreeva into the eight-court corner. Nice backhand from Navaro. Now playing another slice backhand. It's a half-court ball. Andreeva goes to the cross-court forehand. Coming in up the line goes Navaro.
Ooh.
Just missed.
Oh, it's a good hit, though. Right shot to go for. Didn't miss it by much. Great approach, good pressure from Andreeva with the depth of that approach shot.
15 all. And again, a change-up with that movement forward. There's the serve. Onto the forehand of Andreeva. It's up the line. Back up that line on the backhand is Navaro. Gets a shorter ball. Slice backhand from Navaro. Cross-court forehand from Andreeva. Big forehands, both players now in the juice court. Up the line goes Andreeva. Back up that line goes Navaro. Big looping forehand again from Andreeva. Back there again. This time one too many. And it goes long. It's 30-15.
And Navaro did well there just to get more pace, pressuring the forehand side of Andreeva.
So 30-15, 2-4 for Emma Navaro in this second set. As Navaro, the serve, onto the backhand of Andreeva. It's nice. It was towards the body. Andreeva trying to get out of the way, but couldn't do anything with the backhand. It's 40-15.
Oh, interesting there. Andreeva really, really wanted a backhand. Maybe just wondering with a couple of forehand mistakes if thinking about that side a little bit.
Game points for Navaro. As the serve. Out wide, misses. Going more for angle rather than speed. Second serve, Andreeva waits. And the serve onto the Andreeva forehand. It's into the net too. So real opportunity here for Navaro just to work her way back in. Still down a break. It is Minaur Andreeva 6-2, 4-3 in this fourth round ladies singles match. An hour and 8 minutes on the clock here on the Wimbledon radio channel, live around the world. Jill.
Interesting couple games, and just looking at some numbers at the unforced errors. I don't like to pay attention to them too much, but something that really stands out, because the forehand, I was wondering if she was thinking about that a little more, Andreeva, and she has a total in this set of 13 unforced errors, 10 on the forehand, only 1 unforced error on the backhand. And obviously Navaro picking up on that, realizing that she's getting a little bit more free points on that side. All of a sudden, Andreeva was so consistent on both wings throughout the whole match up until the last couple games, I think.
Does that variety have the downside of throwing you potentially out of your rhythm? Or
Andreeva?
can it? Andreeva I'm talking about, because she's thrown, she's looping, she's hitting through, she's...
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so, because she's been so good and so spot on. I think it had, maybe has more to do with the fact that, you know, getting close to the finish line potentially, thoughts of that in her head potentially. Yeah, and Navaro I don't think she changed that much.
Well, let's see what Andreeva can do from the far end. It's a good solid serve. Just getting it back is Navaro and just holding for a second. Andreeva to see where Navaro went. The +1 is successful. It's 15-love.
I mean, the good news for Andreeva is that she can serve very well. So if she is feeling any sort of nerves, this is a good game for her to try and gain that good feeling back.
And still has the break in her pocket as the serve takes the net and flies long. Second serve. Onto the backhand at the middle of the court. Off forehand from Andreeva. Navaro goes up the line with her backhand. Looping forehand from Navaro across court. Andreeva. Now Andreeva throws in the drop shot. Navaro coming forward. Andreeva's picked it up beautifully. Read the play again. It went up the line. Andreeva was waiting. Little half volley just got it over, and that's all she needed to do to go to 30-love.
And after that drop shot, follows it in, moves inside the baseline. So it just takes a lot of options away from Navaro where they hit the drop shot back. It just makes the court look smaller.
As the serve here goes into the net. Second serve. Navaro runs around the forehand into the corner. We'll get another one, put it in that same position. Andreeva goes up the line with her forehand this time. And now we'll hit a slice forehand. Coming forward is Navaro, having to play the backhand up the line awkwardly. Now scurrying across to the juice court to play a forehand. A slice point up the line from Andreeva. Topspin backhand from Navaro. Slice again from Andreeva cross court. Matched by Navaro. Now another drop shot from Andreeva. Drop shot from Navaro. Over the top of she goes. Well done, Mira Andreeva. You mentioned again, Jill, that this was like a game of chess, and that's exactly what that point was. It's 40-love.
Yeah, just really crafty from Andreeva, and that time hit the forehand drop shot perfectly. Even Navaro read the play, saw the drop shot coming, and just got so close to the net that lob became an easy shot for Andreeva.
It's 40-love, 4-3. As the serve here, Andreeva onto the backhand of Navaro. That's going to go long, holding to love. It's 5-3 now for Andreeva in this second set.
That's going to feel good for Andreeva, especially just the last couple games, that shift that you maybe potentially start to feel. But the fact that she served an incredible game, a lot of first serves in that game to keep this break.
Yeah, and did it so calmly. And you'd think you want to get the break here. Don't want to be thinking about having to serve for it and add additional pressure.
Nice, yes, that's always better.
Well, have a good go at it. That's what Roger would say. Don't know what Roger's thinking at the moment. As the serve comes in. Out wide, blocked back by Andreeva, short ball. Oh, and cross-court backhand into the net from Navaro. It's love, 15.
That ball stayed so low. Navaro actually was up on that ball, and I feel like she ended up having to try and just lift the ball a little bit, had to decelerate to try and control it.
Love, 15. Navaro serving to stay in the match now. As the serve goes long. Second serve. Second serve here for Navaro at love, 15. The serve. Onto the backhand of Andreeva. It catches the sideline. Up the line goes Navaro. Now it's a scurry across to the juice court. Just gets it over the cross forehand. Drop shot by Andreeva. Coming forward is Navaro up the line. Andreeva going over her head. Lands on the baseline. Navaro can't get there. This has been a masterclass from Mira Andreeva today of cat and mouse. It's love, 30.
Wow, that's great feel with the hands from Andreeva. It was a difficult shot, actually, to control the lob over Navaro's head, but got it right on the baseline. Beautifully done.
Nothing that Navaro could have done.
No.
Even if she had rocket skates to get to that ball. Love, 30. The serve goes into the net. Second serve. And the serve onto the backhand of Andreeva. An off backhand. Cross-court forehand from Navaro. Just blocked up the middle of the court by Andreeva. She's in the juice court playing forehands up the line. That's too big again from Navaro. She's been worn down in the match. It's 3 match points now for Minaur Andreeva.
Again, the change-up from Andreeva just working so well for Andreeva.
1 hour and 15 minutes on courts. A spot in the quarterfinals on offer for Minaur Andreeva. Match points. Navaro serves into the nets. Second serve. And this one onto the forehand of Andreeva. Lands near the baseline. Dug out by Navaro right near the baseline as well. Gets a short reply. Comes off the net. A little unlucky for Emma Navaro. Minaur Andreeva hasn't realised that she's won the match. She is standing there waiting to receive again. Now she's realised. And then she gets to the nets. Her only real mistake of the match. Wow. Minaur Andreeva has announced herself as a title contender in 2025. For the first time through to the quarterfinals of the championships. That was sensational from start to finish across 1 hour and 15 minutes. Wow, 6-2, 6-3. That was some performance.
It was just a very smart performance from Andreeva. Just the way that she threw in so much different variety against Navaro, and Navaro just taking leave of the court now. Tough day for her. She was trying to make those adjustments. I think just everything Andreeva threw at her was just tough and so consistent off the ground.
I do find that amusing that she didn't know she won.
I know.
She had no awareness of the
maybe
fact that she
better.
won.
I think maybe it was better she didn't know.
I don't know whether she thought that ball that clipped the net and went over, whether she thought that might have gone into the net, whether she just turned away.
I'm not sure. Well, she knew she won that last point, I think. She must have just gotten the score wrong in her head for a moment.
Yeah, it's a shame because she was looking back towards a big scoreboard that's bright, flashy in front of her that was showing that she was the winner. We're going to hear from her in just a few moments. But, wow, there's not a lot that you can take from that at Minaur Andreeva on the downside. I mean, maybe a few forehand drop shots, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, didn't really do much wrong, even when she was up 4-1 in the second and then lost those couple games. Maybe one game where it was a quick game where she made the couple unforced errors on the forehand, but quickly regrouped.
She'll play Belinda Bencic in the quarterfinals. 6-2, 6-3 the scoreline, 1 hour and 15 minutes on court. And we're going to hear from our winner. I imagine she's pretty excited. Let's find out with Rishi Prasad.
Mira, congratulations. You are now the youngest player to make it through to the quarterfinals at Wimbledon in 18 years. How does that sound?
Yeah, honestly, it's something crazy. I was super nervous before playing first time on a center court. I really tried my best not to look over there in the box because I knew that as soon as I would look there, I would just completely lose my focus, and so did I at 4-1. I saw Roger and Mirka, so honestly, it means a lot to me that you came and watched my match. I don't know, it's been one of my dreams to see you in real life, so... So yeah, when I saw both of you, I got really nervous, but I'm just super happy that I managed to keep playing focused, and just wanted to say real quick, Mirka, you look very pretty. I really like your outfit.
I feel like I just need to leave the stage and leave you three to chat for a little bit. What I wanted to ask you about as well, though, Mira, was the moment that you won the match. Everyone else was celebrating. What was happening with you?
Honestly, I just kept telling myself that I'm facing break points, and I just tried to tell myself that, I'm not the one who is up on the score, I'm the one who is down, and I think that helped me to stay more focused, and yeah, in the end, I completely forgot the score, so I'm happy that I did it because I think that I would be 3 times more nervous on a match point.
Just focusing on your performance today, 6-2, 6-3 in an hour and a quarter. What were the things that you were most pleased about your performance today?
I felt like my serve was not bad today. I think I won a couple of free points with my serve. So, yeah, I'm happy that Conchita gives me nice advices. And, you know, my serve keeps working and it keeps, you know, being so effective. And overall, I'm just happy with the level I present myself on the court today because I felt like maybe I was a little bit more nervous than I am usually, and that's why, you know, sometimes those mistakes that I usually don't do appeared. So I'm just happy with the way I carried myself on the court, and you know, I just told myself to, you know, play 1 point at a time, and that's what I tried to do for the whole match.
When you play well, I note that Conchita describes the best things that you do as golden. Do you think that deserved a golden reward?
Well, we have to ask her. I think she would tell me it's like, you know, 50-50. So, I don't know. I will talk to her and I will let you know, but I think that she will say, could have been better.
Wow. And the last thing is, I've heard a rumor that Conchita is going to play Legends, and you're going to coach her. Is that right?
Yes, I'm gonna get my revenge, finally. I don't know, I think she starts tomorrow, right? No? Yes, okay. So I'm already thinking about a poster that I will make, and I hope that some people will help me do this. I will come to the court with a huge poster, and I'm gonna support and obviously, you know, coach, because I think that's my time to, you know, get back at her.
Well, I hope that goes well for Conchita as much as anything else. But congratulations, through to the quarterfinals, Minaur Andreeva.
Always a fun interview, really. That'll be fun if you get a ticket grounds pass and Conchi's playing outside. You're going to see Mira there as well.
That would be super cool. They just look like they have so much fun together.
Absolutely.
I love it. Yeah.
Well, there's going to be a quick turnaround here, so we'll be brief. 6-2, 6-3. Can Mira Andreeva win the title?
I think so. Yeah.
Yep. Belinda Bencic next up. And, well, if she does everything today that she can do what she does today in the next round, look out, draw, because she played so well.
Just smart, right? That's the thing that stands out to me, how smart she was tactically throughout that match.
We got to get out of here. Yannick
Okay.
Sinner's
Thanks,
got
Peter.
the court book. Always a pleasure, Jill. Thanks, it is. Grigor Dimitrov, Yannick Sinner. That'll be your final match for broadcast on this centre court for day number 8 of the championships, and we'll have that for you on our dedicated centre court channel in just a few moments.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Amazing job covering that match. As we are building up to yet another one on center. Right now as well, major disruptions are going around, especially as on the number 1 court, Ben Shelton has taken against Domingo as well with 6-1, 6-3, 6-1, 7-6, 7-5. So he's taken it a total of 3 sets to 1, very similar to what we had this morning as well with Novak Djokovic. That's on the number 1 court. Number 2 with the mixed doubles is going quite well in the quarterfinals as well. And then in court 7, the girls singles underway, as well as on court 18. And the number 3 court also with the mixed doubles. But we've wrapped up on number 1 court with Shelton taking the victory, and we're now going to hear from him as we head down to our BBC colleagues.
But he's a very exciting young man and a great player already. Well, not great, just very good. He could be great at the end of this week. There's the winner of Sinner Dimitrov. Boy, that'll be exciting. Right, let's see what he's like. He's talking to Annabelle.
Well played, Ben. That was such an entertaining match to watch. Just tell us, what was it like to play?
It was difficult. I feel like every time I play Sonego, we played the Australian Open, we played the French Open, and now here. and every time I need a big point, he comes up with a highlight shot, and maybe the same vice versa. But it was a lot of fun. I'm getting very comfortable out here on court 1. I love playing in front of you guys. I was told that the crowds here at Wimbledon before I came over here for the first time were a bit quieter than the other slams, but I didn't feel that today.
That was a very inspired last game you got to break. I think you put out a highlight reel there. What were you telling yourself before that last game?
I don't want to play another tiebreaker. Especially a guy who's serving the way he is, you know. Usually you don't get the same chance twice, so I wanted to make sure I capitalized on that first one, that 15-40. I'm happy with the way that I played that last game. I felt like that was, you know, my best tennis, my best returning, and it's what I'm going to need to continue in this tournament. So for me to end the match with that sort of game gives me a lot of confidence moving forward.
I'm not surprised. This is such a specialized surface on grass, but you seem to have such a great understanding on it. Who was your inspiration to play this kind of grass court tennis?
Definitely my dad. He was in the round of 16 here 31 years ago.
Yep.
Is that right? Give or take. You know, he was a serve and volleyer. Big serve, came forward all the time, and he'd like to see me coming forward a little bit more than I am. My argument is that I think I'm better than him from the baseline. And he had a better serve than me, maybe. So he kind of inspires the way that I'm playing on grass, the way that I'm moving forward, how I'm cutting off angles, wanting to mix in the serve and volley style, vintage style of tennis every once in a while, and be a little bit unpredictable on the court. So yeah, he's kind of the guy who puts our game plans together, and yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, well done, Dad and Mum, actually. They were up there in the stands. I think they looked very calm, actually. They looked very calm up there. Just finally, I was reading that you liked college. In college, you loved your American football, and you were a quarterbacker. What are the comparisons? I hope I've got this right. What are the comparisons between tennis and American football?
I'm not sure many people in the crowd know what that is. They use that brown oval-shaped ball. Sometimes they kick it between the uprights. But no, yeah, I grew up playing quarterback or quarterbacker, either way. And probably the only thing that's a direct correlation with the tennis is the serve, as you guys can probably see. And so, yeah, that's kind of the one thing that I took from football onto the tennis court. Obviously, I've always loved athletics, playing a team sport, something bigger than yourself. Now I'm obviously playing an individual sport, but I still have a team supporting me that I work with every day. So that's the most important thing to me. I don't want to be out here by myself. I want to be doing it with people that I love, and I got a lot of people that I love over there.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. Into the quarterfinals, Ben Shelton.
Ben Shelton into the quarterfinals then as well, and we will see who he is facing. Is it going to be Yannick Sinner or Grigoire Dimitrov, who is up next here? And that is going to be on centre court. Let's though check in back with Claire Baldy.
What the swimmers do, and it really pulls the blood to the surface, but a fantastic, just really entertaining match that, and it could have gone either way, but great scenes as Ben Shelton comes through against Lorenzo Sonego. Meanwhile, on centre court, 18-year-old Mira Andreeva, the youngest player here, was having her very first experience, and her coach, Conchita Martinez, had really told her to focus, to stay in the zone.
Yeah, we know how that dealt with as well coming into it. Okay, time for our last match of the day on centre court, and we are going to hand over to our colleagues at Wimbledon Radio for the action.
Dimitrov from Bulgaria. It will be a 6th meeting between the two of them. And what a stage on which to do battle. These two facing each other on grass for the first time. Their most recent meeting was a meeting last year on the clay at Roland Garros, which Sinner was able to come through in straight sets in a quarter-final on that occasion. He'd also won the previous 3 meetings, all on hard courts, and the only time that Dimitrov was able to beat the Italian was 5 years ago, when obviously Sinner was then just a teenager, but it was from a set down that Dimitrov still had to battle to win that one in 3 at the Foro Italico. I'm Barry Milnes, delighted to have your company and to be joined this evening by Chris Wilkinson, the former British #1 coach, commentator of many years' experience, and it should be a very entertaining quality contest, one hopes. Well, just hopes that Dimitrov's body stands up to the task, because he's had a lot of injury to deal with. Let's get the spin of the coin.
Any preference on the towel box, purple or green? We got purple, Yannick, green. Any questions? We got heads, tails. Anyone to go? Tails. Tails it is. Serve? Good match.
Britain's James Kjothavong is chair umpire for this encounter. Grigor Dimitrov winning the spin of the coin and electing to serve first. The court is almost all in shade now. There is a bright lit corner down below us. We are to the right of the roll box, which is still bathed in early evening sunshine, and a real sense of anticipation, of course. Any chance you get to see a world #1 play here is always a special moment, and for Grigor Dimitrov, the chance as a former world #3 and a very experienced campaigner who has a lovely game, all-court game for the grass. But will it be enough this evening to upstage the #1 in the world? The young Italian, just 23 years of age, against the 34-year-old Bulgarian. Chris, good evening to you. I mean,
good evening.
As I say, getting the chance to see how the world's best plays on any match, on any surface, is always good fun. But what do you rate of Dimitrov's chances tonight against the Italian?
Well, I think on this surface he's probably got his best chance.
Yes.
I mean, you look at their head-to-heads, it's all been on hard courts or clay courts, where, for me, the ball bounces higher, and you know, that works well for Sinner and his game style. But on grass, where the ball bounces lower, and Dimitrov's got a really good slice backhand. You know, he can keep the ball low. So, yeah, to be honest, I can't see him winning, but with his game style, he has a chance to disrupt the rhythm of Sinner, and I think that's going to be the key, not letting Sinner get into a rhythm where he's just bashing his ground shots, try and mess him up, slice a little bit, slice short, come into net, a little bit of serve volley. So he's got to be smart out here the way that he plays. So that's why I'm quite looking forward to this one. And I guess the big question, Barry, really is Dimitrov, you know, fitness levels. He's been on court a lot longer than Sinner has here. And obviously last 3 Grand Slams, I think he's retired in each of those. So he'll be pleased to get through to this stage of the event. Let's see how his body's holding up.
Yes, to have pulled out of all those majors in succession. In fact, he's retired from matches 4 times this year alone. So it is a big ask for him. But he does have a game style that can look so refined, so assured, so full of quality. He's obviously can serve big. He's got real finesse about him. He's got that delightful backhand, the single-handed backhand. Sinner, of course, uses the two-handed backhand, and how well he's used all his game, how he's developed, the power that he's got, the agility, just also the mental strength that he's shown. Yeah. For one so young, already winning, you know, the major titles that he has, a couple of Australian Opens, a US Open, but he will have been stung by that loss to Alcaraz, having had the championship points at Roland Garros, and so kind of almost an extra incentive, you feel, that's fired him up and has brought him through his first 3 rounds of this Wimbledon for the loss of just 17 games, and that equals the record in the Open era of Jan Kodesh, who won in the from the fewest number of games dropped to reach the round of 16 here back in 1972. So that is some success rate that he's had, but he has played, who's he played? Luca Nardi, he beat Alexander Vukic in round 2, and then Pedro Martinez, who clearly was underpowered because of his shoulder problem, although he played very well off the court, off the baseline, I should say. I was just interested to know, one of the things I picked out in terms of their stats, what they've done in their respective matches. He's only served Sinner 2 serve and volley points in 3 matches. He's won 1 of the 2, whereas Dimitrov, 33 times he's won with serve and volley out of 41 attempts. Obviously, it's been a longer route through for him, but yeah, I think we've got to see him doing that, because if he won't be wanting to just trade from the back of the court.
I think so, yeah, and anything that's going to disrupt the rhythm of Sinner. Serve volley is good if you can get the slice serve going well. Also, the block return of serve, I mean, Sinner's got a good serve, so somehow he's got to figure out how to get into the return games with a bit of variety as well. So yeah, so let's see what he brings. I mean, obviously the ranked players that he's played to get his position, he played off-nose, ranked 165, Mute, ranked 69. That was a close match. That was a 4-set match.
Yeah.
And then in the first round he played Nishioka, ranked 82. So both of them really haven't played players just outside of the top seeds, outside the top 32 seeds. So, you know, but yeah, Dimitrov certainly has had a tougher route through.
Well, so much has been written and spoken about Italian tennis in the last 2 or 3 years, not surprisingly, with all the players who have come to the fore, so many of them. And Flavio Cobolli is already able to advance today. Another fine win for him to see off Marin Cilic, who'd made a really good resurgence through the first week, coming back to Wimbledon after so many years' absence. It wasn't to be for Lorenzo Sonego. Ben Shelton, the young American, has seen him off and now awaits the winner of this matchup. The warm-up completed. Fans coming in as quickly as they can. There are a few empty seats, but I'm sure that once this first set really gets into the heat of the battle, we will have pretty much a full house here. So it will be Grigor Dimitrov, right-handed. He's got the tennis cap turned round back to front, as he tends to do, showing the new balls to Jannik Sinner, who's poised at the far end. Makes a couple of steps forward, those bent knees, those long gangly legs of his, twiddling the racket though, but looking keenly towards Dimitrov, serving a second serve to the backhand, but quality returning. You can hear the power already coming through from the Sinner ball strike, using the backhand now, running across to the forehand side. He's put a strong shot up the line. It's defended by Dimitrov, but then he's kind of at the mercy of whatever Sinner wants to do, and that's a forehand win across from the Italian.
Bit of a statement that in the first point, wasn't it? I mean, yeah.
Welcome to my world.
Exactly, fine hitting, wasn't it? Yeah. Dimitrov doesn't want to get involved in too many of those sort of rallies. He's going to come out second best. So, yeah, early stages, he just got to feel his way as to how his opponent is hitting the ball.
Off the tape and wide, that first serve. White wristband round his right wrist, forearm. The Bulgarian serve now. Backhand reply comes to his backhand cross. Now the big forehand with shape on it, but he hits back as good as that, and yet it still comes back from Sinner, who is getting into a very early rhythm very well indeed.
You can't really go toe-to-toe, power to power against Sinner. Those first 2 points, it's going to be tough for him. Want to see him even early here, just a little slice, just get it down low. I mean, if he's hitting over and it's hard, it's really playing into the hands of Jannik Sinner.
Danny Valverdue and Jamie Delgado in the coaching corner for Dimitrov. Simone Vagnozzi and Darren Cahill in the opposite corner. But there's the first ace this evening from the Bulgarian. That's his 55th ace of the championships. Takes aim again now from the ad side at 15:30. Big serve down the middle, but what a return that was, right to his forehand. Then a real smack at the ball by Sinner, but too much power on that one. Shaped it long.
Wild, wasn't it? Surprise from Sinner, missed by quite a long way with that forehand.
Of course, Jannik has a very deep return position generally for this first serve, so he'll really look to swing hard, but something has just distracted him. He's just turned away, asked the umpire to ask for something, whether there was perhaps something reflecting the sun's light towards him. That's sorted out now. 30 all. Serve out wide. Great serve. 122 mile an hour, one swerving out of Sinner's reach. As great as he is in the return game, but that was vital, you feel, for Dimitrov, and the next point as vital as well. If he can just get on board, settle, establish himself, and really get into his work this evening. But it's going to be a tall order, no doubt, taking on the world #1. That serve doesn't clear over the net. Sinner already as young as he is, but he's reached more quarterfinals in the majors than any other Italian previously. Serve down the middle, return to the forehand, pushes the Bulgarian back off the baseline, but he's hitting forehands nicely to the forehand side. Then he's got to come across. He makes a slide to that, but his attempted swat at the ball floats long. And as soon as he sees any kind of opening, he pounces, doesn't he, Sinner?
He does. He certainly finds it very accurate with his hitting there from the back of the court. 11 years ago that Dimitrov made the semis here.
Yeah.
He's made, I mean, you look at his record at slams. He's made 3 slam semis, quarters of the French. It's not bad, is it?
No, it's certainly been a fine career, but might there be a major prize one day for him still? 34 years, you're thinking it's going to be very hard to achieve that with all the great players there are in the game and younger. But Sinner has just taken a tumble, and Dimitrov is checking he's okay. He is. He's got up and said, "Yep, I'm all right." But that was an anxious moment for the Italian. He was pushed out wide on his backhand. He's skating across, runs over, tries to put out. Well, he didn't really. He lost his right footing initially, right foot, and then the left one went as well. But quick to put the thumbs up.
You say skating across, skiing across.
Skiing across, that's what I should say, yeah, of course, from the north of Italy. A very good skier, rather like Djokovic. That ability, this supple nature of his body, but that's a fine return. And yeah, Dimitrov came in behind it, but kind of ran himself into trouble, didn't he? Because then he's got a dipping ball that's come at pace to his right, and all he can do is half volley it up for Sinner to put the ball away.
Good idea. So serve volley, we've sort of said about mixing it up. It actually was a good serve, but the return was a very, very good one.
Yeah. No, it's going to take an outstanding serving performance, you'd think, from Dimitrov to be able to do that sufficiently well. Good serve, blocked back, powerful forehand, back behind the Italian. Nice combination there from Grigor Dimitrov. But still trying to find a way through this opening game, which is already 5 minutes old. Makes his selection of which tennis balls to use for this next point. Sinner under his white tennis cap, peek forward. Return mid-court, he's under pressure, he slides into a forehand, but then a lovely sliding volley from Dimitrov. Ollie Tarvett, we saw doing that in the second round again against Alcaraz very nicely indeed, sliding around this court like nobody's business. But that is an important start for the Bulgarian.
It wasn't an easy first game, was it? But he did well. I was a little worried after the first 2 points, but you see how he mixed it up. And even though he lost that serve volley point, it just put something different into the mind of Sinner there. That he's going to come forwards, he's going to mix it up. Beautiful volley there for the winning point for that game. He'll be really pleased with the start there.
So a change of ends. And we'll see how Sinner now serves for the first time this evening. Still sunshine coming through, catching him in the face, but now as he moves up to the baseline, he will be in shadow himself. A few more fans shoehorning into the arena. Serve down the centre, blocked reply, forehand drive long from the Italian.
Love 15.
Wiping his brow. I mean, it's obviously been a day of mixed weather. We had plenty of rain early on, but now we're set fair, it seems, for the rest of the championships, and it's going to get very warm before it's concluded. And a let first serve. Had an abbreviated season, of course, with the suspension he had to serve. 22 wins, just the 3 defeats so far. Reply, he steps back, takes that with the forehand. Backhand drive down the line, that single-hander, and then a little half-volley cross, but Sinner's there to cover it. No, he misses. He's gone wide, attempting to pass the Bulgarian, but a good calculated risk taken by Dimitrov there, coming forward.
Yeah, no, I like the variety in that point. The return was a slice, it was a block, which stayed deep and low. Then he hit over his backhand, and then he came into the net behind it. So, yeah, I think the signs from Dimitrov, yeah, game plan is pretty good at the moment.
The fact that he did choose to serve first, that he gave himself that task and managed to hold.
Let's first service.
Early pluses for him. A let first serve again from Yannick. 20 titles to his name so far. Dimitrov with 9 in his career. Backhand reply, mid-court. Well hit to the backhand, forehand wing, I should say, and then as that was fired back from Dimitrov, a very strong angled short volley winner from Sinner.
Yeah, it was a good volley. Well, actually, Dimitrov did pretty well to make him play a difficult shot. But Sinner just showing, yeah, not a one-trick pony from the back of the court. It's a good volley.
Sinner's 5th Wimbledon appearance, his 23rd Grand Slam overall. Trying to reach the quarterfinals at his 7th consecutive Grand Slam, which would make him the 9th player in the Open era to record a streak of 7 Slam men's singles quarterfinal appearances. It's an illustrious list that he will join in that regard. No doubt there'll be numerous records that he achieves over the course of his career, but he has got to focus right now on these tricky early moments, because he's double faulted and he's given Dimitrov break points. But yeah, the list of players to reach at least 7 in a row quarterfinals in majors: Djokovic, Federer, David Ferrer, Van Lendl, Andy Murray, Rafael Nadal, Pete Sampras and Mats Wilander.
30-40.
Ferrer, the only one of those never to win a major title. The double fault followed up by an ace. 30-40. He's taken a long walk back again just to use the towel. Clearly feeling the warmth in the air. Getting a sweat up here and under some pressure in the early stages. Dimitrov poised, twiddles the racket quickly in his hands. Now jumps forward, blocks this down the middle, and that's such a good reply, and it has done the damage there. That short slice, and of course we've had the great Roger Federer here today. And a comparison certainly when Dimitrov was younger to Roger's game and game style, but that's the kind of reply that we saw Federer use so often, particularly on this great court, on his route to so many titles here, 8 of them, of course. He would like that one. He's actually away from the royal box at the moment, I think. But
must be
it's
tea and scones time,
yes, of
surely.
course. Cream first, then jam. If you're a Devon man like I am.
Let's first service.
So let first serve, but yeah, certainly has made an early impression here, Grigor Dimitrov. Strong serve, replied right to him, goes back centrally, and again from his opponent. Sinner now working with the backhand slice from the Bulgarian, who then switches to a forehand up the line, a slide into that shot. It's a defensive play from Sinner. He's got a lot of ground to try and cover, but he can't. He's been pushed back off the line. And the tactics, again, so smart and well executed by the Bulgarian.
It is indeed that sliced backhand in the middle of that rally. You see Sinner hitting it. He can't quite get the power on it. Much better taking the power on when he's receiving it. And it then allowed Dimitrov just to hit over the next ball. So, yeah, I think he's done his homework and he's done it well so far.
2-love, 15-love. Dimitrov's serve, a fault. Going centrally. His 15th Wimbledon appearance and his 59th in Grand Slams as he takes the return with a big forehand, but the flatter one there just went too far. Were he to get to the quarterfinals, he would become the leading Bulgarian all time to have reached 9 quarterfinals. Manuela Malieva did it 8 times as a Bulgarian. She did actually do it a further 6 times when representing Switzerland back in the 1990s. Serve catches the tape, does land in the service box that time, so second serve to come here at 15-all. Sinner just dropping his head down, but looking through the sunshine towards the shadowed part. Again on the attack, the volley there, and the lob's gone up and over and long from Sinner, but again, perfect play. I'm sure Delgado and Valverde are delighted with that because he is taking time away from Sinner.
Yeah.
Not an easy thing to do.
Well, he's just mixing it up, and that volley, again, how low the ball stays, because it's almost like a bit of an undercut when he makes contact. It doesn't come up high at all. Really good play.
(30-15) in the third game. Serve to the backhand, drive volley coming forward and drive back into the net from Sinner. So Sinner yet to really get a foothold in this encounter. We saw Novak Djokovic struggling at the start today. That was a really poor set from him initially, Djokovic against Alex de Minaur, but he turned it round and won in 4 sets to get through to face the Italian Flavio Cobolli, who advanced with his 4-set victory over Marin Cilic. At 40-15, game point, that'll be game 1. That's a big serve again, good pace, 137 miles an hour, and Sinner's return flies over the baseline at the far end of court.
Dimitrov leads, but 3 games to love, first set.
Well, that's a pretty good start by Grigor Dimitrov, to say the least.
It is a little wide. The first 2 points went love 30 down, but then his game style has certainly changed.
It has been, indeed, quite the beginning here by the Bulgarian, as we see a 3-love lead already to his name. He chose to serve first. He had to fight hard to hold his opening service game, but having done that, he really has opened up an impressive lead in this opening set. The power that he's now applying, the use of the serve and volley, but also coming in, attacking, chipping and charging, just trying to make it as uncomfortable as possible for Jannik Sinner, who had such a smooth ride, Chris Wilkinson, through that first week.
Yeah, well, he did. He dropped 17 games, didn't he? But a different quality of opponent. He's playing an opponent that's got more tools in his toolbox. You know, the slice has worked well so far. What I like is on that return of serve where he's just stepping in, just blocking it deep, keeping it low, and then sort of getting into the rally. So his execution so far, his game plan has been really good.
Ready for play.
It sure has, and there are more fans trying to get into their seats after the first sit-down change of ends. James Kyothevong, the umpire, urging them to do so as quickly as possible. But it's Jannik Sinner yet to win a game here. 3-love adrift as he serves now at the start of this 4th game and begins well enough, clatters the ball into the corner of the service box, and it just hits the frame of the Dimitrov attempted return. Sinner, who was beaten by Sasha Bublik in Halle in his preparation for Wimbledon, comes in strongly with the serve and then the follow-up approach, forehand, hard again into the Bulgarian's forehand, and that wins another point for the Italian.
Yeah, that loss was so soon after the French Open, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I guess mentally, I'm sure he might have still been a little destroyed with the French Open final.
Dimitrov, one of those players who chose not to play on grass after Roland Garros, where he lost in the opening round to Ethan Quinn of the USA. He was forced to retire in that one. it's been a sad feature of the last year of Grand Slams for the Bulgarian that he's retired in all of them. But he's made a bright start so far, and I'm sure there'll be toes and fingers crossed in many corners of the Bulgarian tennis world, those who support him. And of course, he's a very popular figure, a very well-known figure. And a really nice bloke off the court, as well as a fine sportsman on it. But they'll be rooting for him to keep his body fit through this contest, see how he can challenge Sinner for its duration. Missed first serve from the right-handed Italian. Feet together as he serves that one. The attempted little chip back over, but that didn't clear the net that time.
He just tried to go low, didn't he? Keeping it short and low. Good idea.
Pause again before the Italian arches up and serves this. He's managed to put in 70% of his first serves, but he's only winning less than 60% of those. He's under pressure with the return, then a very nice slice into the backhand corner, and then a fizzing forehand from the Bulgarian. And he's definitely found more of a groove already in this match than his opponent.
40-30.
Again, that combination of the slice backhand, which is low and deep, and as he hits it, he's already moving around the backhand for the forehand. And then he flattens that one out again. A lot of different spins that Dimitrov is hitting here.
40-30. And a little apology from Sinner. He lets the ball drop after throwing it up to try and serve. Loading again with that white handle racket. Going for the backhand corner, but going too far against the man who won the ATP finals in London back in 2017. Backhand chip, no pace on that. Little delicate chip again off the backhand wing from Dimitrov. Now he goes over the top of the ball. It comes back hard though from the forehand. He goes with a hard forehand down the line, and that's just beautiful timing from Yannick Sinner. Simone Vagnozzi, his coach, stepping up to applaud that as he eased a winner away from the Bulgarian on the far side. It's 3-1.
And not easy for Dimitrov when he gets pushed to the side to get back in the rally, and Sinner takes it so early and hard. He's got a lot of time to hit it into the open space.
Dimitrov, a semi-finalist here, as Chris mentioned a little while ago. Back in 2014, he was a semi-finalist in Australia in 2017, and then 2 years after that, did it once at the US Open. As he serves now, and he aces Sinner again out wide. That serve finds the right line with good pace and placement. The only one of the majors he's not been a semi-finalist at was the French Open. However, he did make the quarters there last year. And overall has 58 career wins in the majors. In fact, it's more than that now with the ones he's had here. But he gets pushed back with that return. He chips that down the line. He then takes another slice backhand cross court. Sinner covers that. Then the attacking forehand, but he missed the groove he was after there. Dimitrov just looking at where he was aiming at after it went wide into the tram lines.
What was the stat yesterday when he won, or the day before? Dimitrov 100?
That was his 100th Grand Slam win. Sorry, yes.
Grand Slam win.
Yes, I was reading the wrong box.
That's
which
pretty
is
impressive. Same
really
as Novak, wasn't it?
Well, his was 100 at Wimbledon.
Yeah, slight difference.
Slight difference, Chris.
Still good numbers.
That was a lovely serve again. That serve out wide from the due side. It's an ace. And it's 3-1, 30-15.
100 wins just at Wimbledon. I mean, it's
crazy, isn't it?
Takes some time getting your head around that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Strong serve, reply wide. And this kind of serving, this is obviously what he would have hoped to bring to the court. The power, the accuracy, the percentage. He's only dropped 1 point on his first serve so far, but he has dropped already he's dropped 5 on the second, so huge premium on getting these first serves in plenty of times, but he doesn't manage it with that one. Sinner waiting deep, but he'll step up, I think. Yes, blocks this down the line, slice back defense, but goes long from Dimitrov. He was quickly under
40-30.
examination there, out wide.
Yeah, good early return, really, wasn't it?
Wipes his brow again. And now on that worn patch of ground around the baseline in front of the roll box, he serves towards the far end, but only into the net. Second serve now from Grigor Dimitrov, takes the return with his forehand, running wide forehand from Sinner, who's now in the backhand corner, goes cross court, has to check back. He's being pushed around here. Now he's having to deal with a slice, loops that into the backhand corner. Lovely slice from Dimitrov. And again, he's just got that on a string at the moment. Now he unleashes with his big forehand. It's well defended by the Italian. This is some rally. What a point to win. What a shot to win it. Eventually, the pass. Dimitrov decided to come forward, but he went into a big weapon there, that forehand drive pass from the Italian.
I mean, what a great point that was. I mean, good play from Dimitrov. He's done everything right there. The Sinner gets across so much whip up the back of the ball. Oh, yeah, that's a fine quality point. Again, Dimitrov, I think, has got to be happy with that point.
Yeah.
You know, he's played a lot of slice. He's mixed it up.
As sporting as ever, he then tapped the strings on his racket with the palm of his hand in acknowledgement of the shot he was beaten by. Into the next point, forehand to forehand. Now the backhand chip cross court from Dimitrov, and then the go, he says, because he's got himself the advantage as Sinner's hit long.
Advantage, Dimitrov.
He doesn't hit slices back, does he, Sinner?
No.
He still wants to just keep
Drive.
going, keep
Yeah.
driving it, keep going with it. Yeah, I mean, your timing's got to be good, and you've got to be able to get down very low to that ball.
We'll see how he might use more slice in due course. But again, trying to drive that with the forehand, but it was a fault. 3 or 4 bounces of the ball, a couple more now, and then leaning forward now, tosses the ball high, serves, but into the net, and that'll be annoying for him, having served pretty well so far, but his first double fault, Dimitrov, and it brings it back to deuce.
It wouldn't surprise me if he looks at the wide serve here. That's been good for him so far. Big point.
Another serve doesn't make it over the net. To the far end, he serves it, comes back strongly into his backhand, and he's been pushed back there, trying to drive it back himself, but only into the net. And now a break point, the first of this meeting for the Italian. Just going through his routine, wiping his brow under that white tennis cap. Dimitrov could do with a big first serve, and he gets it. They were suddenly eluding him, but that was a beauty. 134 into the tee, does the job.
Yeah, big difference in numbers when he makes his first serves. That 13 out of 14 points, one behind the first. Struggling more on the second.
This serve down the middle, stretch return, it comes back over, but it's a clean-up job, quickly done by Dimitrov, charging in behind that as he saw the short reply coming his way.
Advantage, Dimitrov.
Of course, managing these moments of pressure, questions being asked, but like stepping stones through a set, trying to find another one in front of him here. 3-1 advantage on this very pleasant evening. Backhand reply goes well long. So the serve came good when he needed it to there after some pressure, fending off the break back point. And he does go 4-1 up in the first set.
Pretty impressive serving that barrier, wasn't it? Just when he needed it most, 3 in a row. That was the key. But yeah, it's impressive the way that he's come out here. It looks, for me, there's a clear game plan with the way he's playing, using variety, using the slice, trying to keep it low. And as you say, on any other surface, it's probably a bit more of a challenge. But on the grass, it does tend to stay a little bit lower for guys like Sinner, big, tall player, a little bit more difficult to get under the ball and rip it more effectively. So I think overall, Dimitrov and his team will be, yeah, pretty pleased with the way this one's going. Just to highlight some of the numbers on his serve. First serve points won 15 out of 16. This is Dimitrov. Second serve only 2 out of 11. So it really does highlight how important it is to get those 3 points behind his first serve.
Seats quickly, please. Thank you.
So you're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel and our direct feed from centre court on the 8th day of the championships. Still people coming in to find their seats, but it's been a very bright beginning to this match by the Bulgarian. The Italian is just stepping back, waiting again, because there's quite a bit of movement up in the stands behind Dimitrov. But now they have settled, and Sinner settling before serving this. Backhand reply to his forehand. He's hit to the backhand wing, and then a scorcher down the line backhand. Now the drive forward, looping shot. Sinner under pressure, but that was a beautiful point again from the Bulgarian, and Sinner looking a little perturbed as to how he deals with this.
From the backhand side there, Dimitrov, he looks so relaxed. I feel like he's ripping it harder than he normally would do. Playing with a lot of freedom. I guess that's what happens when you're a bit the underdog, nothing to lose.
Serve to the backhand that time does go long.
15 all.
But it's a good miss, though, isn't it?
The return went long. Yes,
yeah,
it is a
return
good
went
miss.
long, but it's okay. I'm playing on my terms. I'm not going to let you get into any rhythm.
Yeah.
I'm going to get you a little bit more worried about my return of serve.
At 15 all, this is a strong serve. The return just over the net, and then a simple little flick forehand down the line. Dimitrov had kind of been brought to a halt mid of the baseline. Not sure which way to go there. And the Italian, who's been winning 78% of his points on first serve in the course of the championships. Those comfortable victories.
42.
Not quite at that level as yet, but that was good enough to win him the next point, and he's got game points now at 40-15. This serve from the roll box end clatters into the net, comes nearly all the way back to him, but a ball boy quickly comes across and fields that one, gets out of the way. Dimitrov poised, ready to come up to the baseline, punches the backhand attempt, but it goes too low into the net, and Sinner securing that hold. 4-2, he trails first set.
By 4 games to 2, first set.
Spent just 5 hours 23 minutes to advance through 3 rounds of Wimbledon. It's Sinner. Compare that to Dimitrov taking 7 hours and 40. Pace of their first serves, I mean, in terms of quickest, the Bulgarian is slightly the quicker of the two. 1-4-3 was his fastest so far in the championships. He's done a 140 already today. This is a second serve, backhand reply, just beyond the baseline. Sinner, who can pepper that baseline so well with his returns, hasn't quite found that quality yet.
Interesting stats coming on the screen. First shot after first serve. Grigor Dimitrov has hit 100% forehands after his first serve. So that's a shot straight after.
And he's doing it again with this one into the corner. That comes off the net post. It just drops wide. Sinner hoping to pass him, or trying to pass him down the narrow gap there. And he's got a wry smile on his face, and I think Dimitrov has as well, because he knows he was a little fortunate. That did not catch the line.
Again, he's just rushing Sinner, isn't he? Sinner not settling there from the back. He's not finding his passing shots.
40 love.
Well, we've seen that a fair bit already, and we're going to see it a fair bit more, I would imagine. What a serve that was, onto the side of the service box at that significant pace, 127 miles an hour. It's another ace. That's his 5th already. And he takes aim and serves this one to the backhand, but that was overdone. Great crowd here gathered around, focusing on this early stage of the contest. Pushed back, Bulgarian there. Sinner's on the charge, but he's missed the attacking forehand. He's hooked that wide into the doubles alley. And it continues to go Dimitrov's way so far. 7 games in, and he's won 5 of them.
Leads by 5 games to 2, first set.
Surprise for me, that service game from Sinner's point of view. A lot of errors, wasn't there? I'm surprised didn't make it himself a little tougher there. A couple of forehands missed, a return missed.
Yeah, just making a few more errors than winners so far. He hasn't got the ratio right, whereas Dimitrov has already made 10 winners and only 7 unforced errors. And the Bulgarian is winning the majority of the shorter points, anything up to 4 shots in total. He's winning 19 compared to 13 for Sinner. He's also winning the sort of mid-rallies in terms of 5 to 8 shots as well at the moment.
Quickly, please. Thank you.
2 to 1 in for his favour in terms of 8, 1 and 4 lost. And it's only the really long rallies where Sinner has had the upper hand thus far. We've got a couple of great cricketers in the Royal Box today, and a certain gentleman by the name of Roger Federer, who won this title 8 times. I wonder what he makes of these two today and what they're doing. I'm sure he's delighting in seeing what Dimitrov can do in the kind of way that he did in the past with his single-handed backhand, the slice, the variety. But also I know how impressed he is, of course, by Sinner and his demeanour on the court and what he's already achieved at such a young age. So great to see the great man back to enjoy the entertainment in front of him, having given us so much over so many years here and elsewhere himself. First point quickly won by Sinner behind his serve at 2-5, serving to stay in this first set, serving with the new balls, and serves now an ace down the middle. His second, and that was at good pace. Well, not huge pace, but it was very accurate, right down the centre line. The Bulgarian on his toes, then into his hunch position, twiddles the racket, twitches again, twiddles the racket, steps forward, looking to make the return, but doesn't need to. At let first service, James Kyothevong, the British umpire, clearly calling the score and reminding us of the need for another serve here. 36 minutes gone in this 4th round encounter. Return blocked over, just over the net, but Sinner very sharp up to that, flicks the ball back over the net into the open backhand wing for a winner.
40 love.
Yeah, simple tennis, wide serve. Really good up to that short ball. Again, he's got so good with his wrist there just to get under the ball.
Dimitrov, who has won one tour level title on grass. Again, that was 11 years ago at Queen's. Beat Feliciano Lopez of Spain in the final that year. And of course, he's also a former Wimbledon junior champion. Backhand reply. Oh, it's a beauty. Chose to drive it through and connected perfectly with that one. It just sailed down the line.
Again, just stepping in there, taking on that single-handed backhander's return, not blocking it on this occasion.
Sinner pauses now, rocks into his service action, but the return was quickly on him. He did well with it, just eased his next forehand, and it's a long shot that time from Dimitrov, which means that he'll need to try and serve out this set at 5-3. That's a wonderful setting here, and some fine tennis to grace this great court. Withstood the challenge at the start, did Dimitrov. Held on to his serve, and since then, getting the breakthrough early, has been able to build this significant lead. And now serving for this first set. A fault call, the ball has come back off the low side wall, across the court, taken out of the way now. Dimitrov serve into the body that time, takes the reply on his forehand, comes on the attack, backhand volley into the forehand corner, the lob's gone up from Sinner on the slide, under the smash, Dimitrov hits it brilliantly, absolutely nailed that. Sinner got a bit of racket frame on it, but no more.
I mean, how good was that first volley? Backhand volley, move forwards, just knifed it down the line. Again, it's one of those where the ball doesn't pop up. He's so clutch around the net as Dimitrov so far.
His percentage of first serves has slid a little bit, but when he's got the first serve in, he's winning almost every point behind it. He's got that one in, and another point is well won. All that Sinner could do was land it on the tee on the Dimitrov side, and he was there to put away the winner.
What do you got in your stats on net points won?
Net points won so far, 5 out of 6 for Sinner, 10 out of 12 for Dimitrov.
Yeah, very impressive.
Yeah.
And that doesn't include the ones where he's actually coming into the net and his opponents missed the passing shot.
40 love.
Well, that just whistled through at 141 miles per hour, his quickest of the match, and it brings him a first set point. Throwing down the gauntlet here to the top seed, the world #1, who will remain world #1 after these championships, regardless of what happens for the remainder of them. Serve to the backhand, comes in with a forehand volley and punches that one into the open corner on the far side. That's a great beginning by Bulgaria's finest. Grigor Dimitrov is really up for the fight here, and he started it so well. He's taken the first set 6-3.
But I think if you're going to sort of picture how you're going to play a perfect set of tennis, I think Dimitrov has just done that from his point of view. I mean, that was spot on, this tactics, coming forward superbly well, mixing it up with the slice. I mean, look at the numbers. I mean, net points won for me is what I'm finding really impressive, 11 out of 13.
Yep.
So it shows he's prepared to come forwards and take it away from his opponent. And would you say Sinner's going to hit more winners than Dimitrov? You probably would before the match. So Dimitrov, 15 winners, Sinner, 9 winners. Similar unforced errors, 8 and 8. But for me, those big numbers around the coming forwards, taking more risks and coming, going for the winners a bit more. I mean, Dimitrov, yeah, I mean, for me, he's playing an absolute perfect set of tennis.
It's been fun to watch, hasn't it? There's such a sort of style and grace to it, but incredible skill level. And it's the question really is A, can he maintain that?
Yep.
And B, how can Sinner respond to that? How might he respond? But it's, yeah, an excellent start is what Dimitrov and his team would have planned for this. And when I was talking about serve and volley and the lack of it, particularly from Sinner through the course of the first week, he hasn't needed to, but might he have to vary things up to do that a bit? Because even though Dimitrov's not served and volleyed much himself in this matchup, what he's done is he's sought the volley when he can. He's got into the net to attack as much as possible, and it really has paid off.
Well, he's putting doubt into Sinner's mind.
Second set.
When's he coming forward? Is it going to be this ball? Is he going to serve volley? Is he going to block it and then come in? So it's what it does to you overall as an opponent. It gets in your head.
It's the start of the second set. Well, it will be shortly. There are a few more fans
any seat for now.
finally getting into their debenture seats, I think, at the far end of the court. Set number 2 now gets underway. This match to determine who will face the American Ben Shelton, the 10th seed, who won from a set down against Lorenzo Sonego of Italy earlier on. Missed first serve, second serve, forehand reply, sharp, forehand to the forehand wing. Dimitrov brings it back, though, at a great angle, and it brings a gasp from the crowd. Now he drives into the backhand corner. Little half-volley defence from him, though, but Sinner, can he come out better? No, he cannot. He flicked the last ball to Dimitrov, who then put away the backhand volley. But what a sharp start that by the Bulgarian.
Yeah, what a point. What a volley to put that one away. I mean, Sinner did well initially to defend. I was a little surprised that the Italian had an easy ball to put away, and he almost was a bit passive on the forehand. And then Dimitrov picked it, came across, beautiful point.
A staggering cross-court forehand, wasn't it, in the middle of the rally that kind of swung it in Dimitrov's favour initially. Love 15. The Italian serve to the backhand, block back to his forehand. He goes deep to the baseline, but it's called out. And he's got more pressure facing him, the close call, and he missed that by, well,
not
2
much.
millimetres. Maybe a couple of blades of grass. But, yeah, it's going rather nicely here. Very handily for the former world number 3 against the current world number 1. Love 30 on the Sinner serve. Puts the serve in the net. There was just a little look back towards his team after missing that. But this is a big chance, you'd think, for Dimitrov. And then suddenly Sinner stops still and decides to restart the service action. This comes now, but it's a let serve.
Second service.
Feel the tension around him, you can see that. And there's a real sense of it down the other end, no doubt, as Grigor looks to, looks to attack him, but doesn't need to worry because it's been a double fault there from Sinner. And he's certainly been shaken here. He needs to be stirred into action to do something better. Darren Cahill, such an experienced player himself and coach alongside Simone Vannozzi, and the two of them standing up tall and just giving him some encouragement to try and save this game. But it's going to take some doing from Love 40, even for the world number 1. Another serve in the net. Talked about Dimitrov not winning many behind the second serve. It's only 3 out of 10 by Sinner so far. Backhand reply, no pace on it. Forehand drive to the forehand, back drive from the Bulgarian, and it's a poor forehand in the net from Sinner that gives Grigor Dimitrov a set and a break lead now in the second.
First game, second sets.
Strange. The little pause at Love 30 there between the first and second. That seemed a little unusual, didn't it?
Yeah, can't think why that was, but it didn't seem to be anything sort of an insect or something like that close to him that made him stop, but something definitely did force him to do so. And then the loss of his rhythm, and at the moment he's on the receiving end here.
You think also in that game there's a forehand went beyond the baseline, forehand in the net, double fault. From Yannick Sinner standards, that was a poor service game. But it's Dimitrov to here, serving in the second game of the second set.
So it is Dimitrov to serve from the royal box end. Goes well to the forehand wing, the backhand wing, I should say, with his next ball, and his serve and first shot after are working absolutely a treat here.
Sinner's missing shots up. I don't normally see. And this is what it's difficult to gather where it's him or his opponents, the pressure that Dimitrov's putting on him. It's odd.
And I think it's it's primarily, I think it's what Dimitrov is doing, but also when you look at perhaps the opponents he faced previously, the easy or the smooth run he had, suddenly this different style, the single-handed backhand, the power that's coming, the volleys, the slices, it's a very potent combination, particularly on the grass, as we know. And it's already 1-love, 30-love, comes in to make a half volley, puts that carefully into the corner, and that's way off target. Sinner just lost his bearings there, trying to pass up the line, but that went very wide.
Big miss, wasn't it? But that's what, I guess you look back on those first 3 matches that Sinner played, and in some ways you go, that's great, you got through them really easy, and you're going to save all your energy. But sometimes, I guess you want to be pushed as well, so you actually deal with a bit of more adversity, like Dimitrov has to get here.
And he's now aced the Italian out wide, so it seems right now, Chris, that Grigor Dimitrov can do pretty much what he wants out there.
Dimitrov leads by 2 games to love.
If you turned up and you don't know anything about tennis, and you sat here watching this, you couldn't tell that Sinner was number one.
There's a world number one out there, who is it?
Yeah.
You'd say it's the man from Bulgaria. He's bidding to beat a world number one for the 2nd time, a 16th attempt at it. Did it once before, way back against Djokovic in Madrid back in 2013. But therefore has never done it yet in a major. Missed first serve. Chip return, no pace again, and it's asking Sinner to drive, and then he's facing the slice. He's driving deep at the moment, and that time enough on the ball to catch out Dimitrov, who's just stepped away from the court to tie up his shoelace. Something not quite right, just adjusting the right shoe. Perhaps the insole had just got slightly moved out of position, and he had to get that sorted out quickly as he can, but he's looking so eager and hungry for this. Great opportunity that he's giving himself here with this tremendous start. Love 2, 15-love, the Sinner serve to the backhand. That return will go long. Kicked up, it was a slice attempt, but it didn't drop down in time.
Yeah, a good second, wasn't it? Really took Dimitrov out of the court there.
Harsh again. And now this serve that's missed the target. Sinner only managing 54% of first serves in, compared to 60% through his first 3 matches last week. Backhand chip to his backhand. He drives that to the forehand. Nice shape on the shot from Dimitrov, who's now on the charge behind a backhand slice, but Sinner saw that one coming and just unleashed the forehand pass.
40-love.
Of course, there's plenty of time yet. There's always time in a tennis match until the last ball, but it is only early stages of the 2nd set in this best-of-5 set encounter. Return punched across, but a nice clean backhand winner eased down the line that time from Sinner. So a good hold from him on that occasion, but he is already a break adrift in the 2nd set, having lost the first. Well, much for the young Italian to consider. Sat in his chair, leaning forward. And Sinner sitting there just having a drink. Dimitrov as well. 2 players taking stock of the situation, and there's no doubt who's had the better first part of this encounter. 51 minutes played. Grigor Dimitrov really getting off to a flyer and asking some very tricky questions, Chris, of Jannik Sinner, who hasn't really faced stuff like this for a while, and certainly on a grass court is finding himself 2nd best in many regards at the moment.
Yeah, there's been a few occasions we're sort of watching this and thinking something from Sinner is not seeing him make as many errors as that before, missing some easy balls and some bad games. Interesting on the changeover there. He was sort of squeezing his elbow in between the bones there. He's sort of pointing to it and pressing it. Whether that's something, maybe reading into it, I don't know. But yeah, it doesn't seem comfortable out here today. And it's Dimitrov, the other side of the net, he's the one that's playing all the good tennis.
Yep, he's been dishing out the punishment. He's been serving well. And he serves well again. That reply comes to his mid-court forehand, and he just pushes that back behind Sinner, who'd gone to cover the other side. He kind of had to. But it really has been an outstanding first serve percentage through the contest so far. He has won 96% of his first serve points. That's actually 24 out of 25. This one down the middle, return to his forehand, and he just hits strongly down the centre. Now he's chipping with the slice. That goes deep from Sinner, making a bit more of an impression, and I think that's the first time I've really seen him tonight clench his fist up to the box as if to say, yeah, that's what I'm after. Such a young master of working his way through difficulties, finding his way to get through big matches and, of course, win major titles, which is more than Grigor Dimitrov has yet been able to do in his longer career. The 34-year-old against the 23-year-old Italian, but it is the older man who serves to the backhand, steps back, hits a forehand into the backhand wing, comes forward, half-volley pick-up. Sinner now on the other side, but he hit a decent ball back there, and it just drew an error off that half volley from Dimitrov.
Yeah, it was a difficult one for Dimitrov there. Had to get down low, and you sense here a little bit of momentum for Sinner. He's looking a little bit more eager all of a sudden, looking up to his box. He's got the wrist going, he's shaking his racket with motivation. Could be a turning point here.
Dimitrov, oh, that's a very long serve. So some pressure here now. This will be a key moment, perhaps, certainly in this game. On the second serve, 15-30. Serve is good. Forehand to the centre of the baseline. Backhand drive from Dimitrov, and that's driven back into the net off the two-hander from the Italian, who walks away and goes back to his light blue Wimbledon towel. Just wipes his left hand on that. And now slow walk up, considering his options and next move here, but it is 30-all on the Dimitrov serve, leading 2-1 with a break. That's a cracking serve. Another ferocious delivery at 137 miles an hour down the tee. When you think of all the injuries he has had and difficult moments, it's quite something to see him playing like this, as well as this. And doing it on this great court, this fabulous stage that, of course, is now celebrating 100 years, isn't it? Centre court, this very pinnacle of the sport. But a double fault from Dimitrov extends the game. It takes it to deuce. Got another ball in hand, using that to bounce a few times, collects it together with the racket, now looks up and in the style very similar to the great man who sat watching him up in the royal box, serves that one, going for that side line. He's found it numerous times, but not there. Second serve now goes down into the backhand, hits a big forehand into the backhand corner, and that does not come back. That was such a strong forehand off the ground there. Lovely winner from the Bulgarian.
Yeah, pounced onto that short return. I think Sinner will look at that and think could have gone for a bit more. Difference between the winners between the two. Dimitrov 21, Sinner just 11.
Yeah. And he's winning with a lot of shots, you know, off the serve as well as off the ground. He's got up to 8 aces already, but he didn't ace that one, and he has coughed up a couple of double faults, including one in this game. That's a good serve, though, and that's a framed return. Long, a lunge there from Sinner, and I think Sinner has just asked the umpire that he wants the trainer on. He's just pointed to the elbow again, and that is obviously a moment of considerable concern here.
That return won't help because it was frame, wasn't it? The vibration on that,
Yeah, that
would have
gone right up the arm.
rattled all the way into his elbow.
So we'll no doubt see the trainer in due course, but we continue for the moment. It's not a change of ends. 1-3, serve from the roll box end, the Sinner serve. Here's a let. Dimitrov tugging on that white cap turn back to front. Looking very animated. No surprise that. I'm sure the adrenaline is coursing through him here.
15 love.
But that is a fine serve next from the Italian that aces him out wide.
I like to be able to serve like that with a bad elbow.
Yeah.
That's a
What's he
beautiful
like on a
serve.
good, when it's a good day?
Yeah.
Just his third ace though. Cocks the racket and leans into this. Forehand reply to his forehand. He puts that in the forehand corner. It's a slap back attempt. Ooh, hope the cameraman's all right because I think he took that one in the face. Dimitrov is checking.
30 love.
I think it bounced on the grass first and just flew up into one of the main cameramen at the side of the court, but Dimitrov checked he's okay and he's held up his hand to say, yep, fine, thanks. 30 love. This next serve to the body, long. Fielded by the ball girl, just down, ball boy down by the roll box. But it's another double fault. That's the third of the match from Sinner. Certainly the biggest test yet for Sinner in the course of his latest bid for this title. Backhand reply doesn't clear the net. That was an attempted slice up the line return from Dimitrov, and he goes through the motions afterwards of how he should have perhaps played it rather than the way he did. Takes aim again, standing fairly front on the Italian. But he's given another look up to his team there after missing that serve. A lot going on, one would imagine, in his mind right now, and that's not a clean serve, that's caught the net, and he's just felt the arm again there, kind of flexed out that right arm. So there's clearly some strain, and he'll have that attended to, no doubt, if he can, when he can get through this game or when the game is done, but it may not be done yet, although he goes with a backhand pass. He is the world #1 after all, and he's just pinged that down into the far corner. So he's now looking for the trainer, who I think will be coming on the court. They are jogging up to his chair on the far side. Not sure that we'll be able to hear this, but there's an assessment here. We're getting a close-up camera view, and it's very much that. With the serve and with the strong hits, he's feeling it right on the kind of the, is it the funny bone almost?
You were saying more on the second serve, it's obviously where he's got to sort of change that action to get up the back of the ball. He's being pressed by the physio, and yeah, he doesn't look too comfortable, does he?
He really doesn't. And of course, he took a fall early on. I'm not sure if that contributed to it, but we're getting a replay of that fall early in the match. And in fact, of course, he put his right arm down to support himself when he did that fall, and that may be the reason for this discomfort now. And the trainer, I think, is going to give him a medical timeout.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sinner is now receiving a medical timeout.
So it is 3 minutes medical timeout, but it gives us a chance to weigh up proceedings. So it is so far so very good for the Bulgarian. It's the top seed who is struggling at the moment as he trails by a set and 3-2 in the second. The if you're Grigor Dimitrov, you're sat there thinking, well, how bad is that? You'll be thinking about that, but you'll also be wanting to just get on and carry on in the vein that you've been in. And it has been a very impressive first hour from the Bulgarian.
Yeah, he's got to keep his focus. Him just sitting there, he's got to keep alert. Look at the good things that he's doing in this match so far, not to get too wrapped up in issues with his opponent. Because we've seen many times before wounded players, haven't we, who've come out inspired and go on to great things. So yeah, he's got to not look too much into this, and just he's got to think that his opponent's okay.
While they pause here as he gets this treatment, the other feature match on the #1 court between Klara Tauson and Iga Swiatek. Swiatek taking the first set 6-4. She's 2-1 up and has got more break points against the young Dane. But Tauson, I think, had the trainer on in that encounter. I don't think she was feeling particularly well. But you can get commentary direct from the #1 court as well. Our coverage throughout the fortnight, bringing direct feeds from centre and #1. Every match played, all ball by ball for you, as well as the main channel. Suthel currently presenting things on that. So Sinner has had some work done on that right elbow. I think he may have been given some kind of pain relief as well. Just wiping himself down with the Wimbledon towel and getting plenty of support as he now comes back onto the court. Little hand of apology to his opponent that he's had to delay things because of that medical timeout. But we will see how he fares here going forward, because at the moment he has a lot to do. He's behind by some distance, and Dimitrov, who's had that extra time to think about it, starts the next game with another ace.
Yeah, still only 2 points lost behind that first serve, Dimitrov. That's very good numbers.
Through the tournament, he's been at 82% but on the first serve points won, but 93% currently in this match. You want to be at your very best against the world's best, and he's certainly producing the performance so far to go in that regard. But he's now just defending in a rally, and Sinner's made another mistake. He's hit one wide with the forehand.
It's those errors that he's made in these 2 sets, isn't it, which are unusual for him, missing those routine ground shots.
Well, the day began with 3 Italian men in the 4th round at Wimbledon. It's the first time ever in the history of these championships that has occurred. But Sonego's now gone. Caboli is through, but will Sinner be going home, or will he be going on in the draw? It's a long way yet before he can think about doing that, as they rally deep. And then an air shot by Sinner, because the slice was so acute from Dimitrov that the ball just died after it bounced barely off the deck, and Sinner completely miscued it.
Yeah, I mean, what a slice. I mean, that's a beautiful grass court shot. I mean, it really didn't come up at all.
Did it catch the service box line? I think it may have added to the slice effect there. But that won't have helped the arm, I can imagine. Backhand reply, half volley on his knee there from Dimitrov. Nicely played, and Sinner's at 6s and 7s here. It's another mistake, forehand in the net.
Mentally, he's not at the races, is he? I mean, these misses, he's the point before where he's missed the ball completely. He hasn't adjusted for the bad bounce, and it's unusual. His mind is not in the game. Obviously, concerned
with the physical
injury.
side of the injury,
he's not focused. He's not in the zone, as they like to call it.
A fascinating stage to see whether Dimitrov can continue to build here, as he just blocks a return, then into the backhand, hits a single-handed the volley from his opponent, and that's a lovely stun volley. Sinner had to be so sharp with that, and was, because Dimitrov was charging back for it. He launched a fierce backhand drive, and Sinner did very well to hit such a good volley in reply to it. Bending low to his right and popping that away to the left-hand side. Just beat Dimitrov, racing for it. 2-4, 15 love. The Italian serves to the backhand block return into the net.
You know, maybe Sinner will think about changing his tactics. Going forwards, keeping the points a little bit shorter.
And the Italian again takes the time before serving. Cleanly down the centre, then he's gone strong to the forehand wing, and it's an attempt to jump at that from Dimitrov, forced wide up, and yet it was a bit too quick for him to handle it. There's quite a breeze down there around. It was a breezy morning. It's certainly a fair bit of breeze swirling around the arena as well, so they have that to contend with. The next Sinner serve is punched back, cross-court, takes it on the two-hander, slice low again from Dimitrov. He's loving this. I mean, the cut and thrust on the grass, but that's a beautiful defensive play, ultimately turned into attack by Sinner. And he closes the gap a little bit more with 4-3 now the score in Dimitrov's favour.
Second set, and by 1 set to love.
Well, I'm sure Dimitrov will be thinking, I don't want to give him any oxygen here to fire him up. Keep a hold of him, keep a lid on him. Dimitrov has played so well so far, and yet signs perhaps that Sinner is making some adjustments, perhaps trying to shorten the points himself a bit more, using a little more power. Obviously had the concern with that treatment required to the right elbow. He did have a nasty-ish fall earlier in the match, and it certainly caused him some discomfort, both off the ground and, I think he was saying, Chris, when he was using the second serve. But take nothing away from how well Dimitrov has played. We've had 51, well, we had 90 points, I think it is, so far in the match, and Dimitrov has won over 50 of them. And has certainly looked the better up to now, but we're talking about trying to beat the world #1 here, something he's only done once before in his career, a long time ago, and it was a long time that he last reached the quarterfinals here. He's going to be serving at 4-3 with new balls, just shown those to Sinner. 4-3 in this second set.
15 love.
Guess where he's gone? He's gone with that familiar route out wide, and he smacked it right onto the sideline of the service box. That's another ace, and that takes him into double figures with aces alone. 24 winners to him, 16 for his opponent. Again, steadies himself as if he's looking down the sights of a rifle here, but that wasn't fired correctly into the net. The second serve now, forehand reply to it, but Sinner trying to stand up to that, took a swing at it, but it was on him too quickly, and he went wide.
Missed quite a few returns, hasn't he, Sinner? But the real bedrock of Dimitrov's, the way he's played, is the quality of his serving. The first serve has been doing a lot of damage.
Good return, half volley though from Dimitrov, and now a little backhand volley. Oh, he had that on his racket, but he left it in the net.
He did well initially with that pick-up, the half volley. He was down on all fours there, managed to pick it up deep. He was so close to the net, we had such little time there with that volley.
But he's still ahead in the game at 30-15. Appears to see where Sinner is stood. And now sends this to the forehand, down the middle, forehand drive into the backhand corner. The high ball's gone up, and that should be a put-away volley, and is clinical again from Dimitrov. High to his right, met it so well. Jamie Delgado and Danny Valverdue and the team looking very happy with the way things are going so far. Why not?
If they've discussed a game plan, he's certainly executing it. 15 out of 20 points, one at the net now.
At 40-15, this next serve, blocked forehand return to the backhand, chips that back cross court, driven out, by Sinner. You could hear him grimacing as he made the effort to try and make that backhand to a full length, but It's floated over the baseline.
Leads by 5 games to 3. Second set.
And very shortly, Sinner could be 2 sets to love adrift here. The world #1 on the ropes somewhat. He's serving to stay in the second set.
Yeah, it's interesting, that shot that Sinner missed in defence there. Just like to see him play the backhand slice a little bit more.
Here we got a graphic. He's only using it about, was it 14% of the time,
Yeah.
whereas Dimitrov is using it 76% of the time. Didn't get a first serve in again, failing with that. Second one, backhand chip, slice, charge now from Dimitrov, who's then kind of running into the firepower of that drive back, and his volley goes wide.
Chip charge from Dimitrov. But again, even though he's lost the point, I like the move. It's just different. It doesn't settle Sinner at the back of the court.
Gives the Italian yet another thing to think about, doesn't it? 3-5, 15 love. Sinner's serve is strong down the middle. Lovely rhythm, the way he delivered that. It was almost like he was doing the slalom down one of those mountains around his hometown. Just swaying from one side to the other. Beautiful balance as he struck the ball. Good serve again. Backhand return into the net.
40 love.
And he has to at least secure this game and ask the question of Dimitrov to try and serve out this second set. That ball clatters into the tape. Ball boy darting across in front of him to pick it up. Dimitrov close to the baseline, steps onto it, backhand reply, punched up the line, and that was so smooth and well timed that Sinner couldn't react to it, and it was past him.
40-15.
Yeah, beautiful timing, because he's hit that one pretty much moving backwards.
Still game points for Yannick Sinner. That will do for that game, because the reply went very flat and long. So the set does carry on for the moment, but Grigor Dimitrov has taken the first set 6-3 and leads the second 5-4.
Now this is the real test, isn't it, for Dimitrov? Big game coming up. Sinner's asked for something from his coaching team.
Yep, Darren Cahill, I think, is trying to find what he needs. But right now, a lot on his mind, a lot of difficulty to manage, and obviously an opponent who is playing a blinder, really. You have to say the Bulgarian, for all the troubles he's had for many years with injuries, perhaps at times hasn't quite lived up to the talent that he's got, and yet he has still achieved a lot. But how he would dearly love to go further yet than he's managed in a major, try and get to another quarter-final here, 3-time semi-finalist in Grand Slams. And a win tonight obviously would be huge for him, but it would put him within striking distance of another Grand Slam semi-final. Ben Shelton, the towering American lefty, with a huge serve, awaits the winner, but it's now the Dimitrov serve that we watch again, serving for the set. And once again, he's bang on target, hitting the bullseye with another serve out wide, and that's yet another ace.
That's the pattern, isn't it? That first serve, it feels like every point the first serve goes out wide.
And Sinner, as great as he is, can't do anything to reach it. This one into his body, replies good. Bit of a slip from Dimitrov, picks himself up, still in the rally, backhand to backhand slice now, and Dimitrov's put that in the net.
15 all.
Well, there's obviously a lot of support here for Sinner, trying to lift him, help him find a way to break back. And the crowd really getting involved at this stage of the second set. As you listen live on the Wimbledon radio channel. And Dimitrov's serve is another forceful serve to that far side. And it's a framed return that doesn't come back over the net. 30-15, 2 points from a 2-sets-to-love lead for the 19th seed against the number 1. Return strong, that was pinpoint. That was more like Sinner that we've come to expect. I mean, that just landed a couple of inches inside the baseline. It was back at the server in a flash. It's 30-all, and Sinner steeling himself here to find something special, extra special, because he needs it tonight. Hush again. Dimitrov sets himself from in front of the royal box. He serves only into the net.
Looking for that wide one again.
Yeah, and now he's got to use the second serve here, and Sinner sensing a chance. Back and reply. Forehand driven long. He just made a decent return, and Dimitrov overcooked the attempt on that forehand drive. And having been serving for the set, finds himself serving against a break-back point.
Yeah, big fist pump as well from Sinner.
A huge moment here, the biggest of the match so far. At 30-40, Dimitrov needs the first serve again, but he's missed it. 136 miles an hour out wide, but too wide. Second serve to come, break back point for the world number 1. Makes the return, and it's a sharp forehand. It's a slide there from Dimitrov. He slides again, goes down with the forehand to the backhand side, but Sinner has broken back. He got Dimitrov back and out of position, and the Italian raises his arm to the fans all around centre court, who acknowledged that. That was genius.
Well, raised his arms and raised his game, you have to say. Some good returning in that particular game. The last point was superb, but that's the problem for Dimitrov. Once he misses those first serves, he's under more pressure. Could have done with a first serve. All credit to Sinner.
So they're level, 5 games all now in this second set. The next few minutes could tell us an awful lot about the eventual outcome of this contest. We saw how Novak Djokovic struggled earlier today in the first set against Alex de Minaur. He was really out of sorts, the serve, but eventually secured a 4-set win on the Australian. The Bulgarian gets the first point of this game because it's a wayward forehand, overhit and hit wide by Sinner.
Shakes his arm again.
Yeah. Battling himself, his own physical issue with that right elbow, as well as battling the Bulgarian, who's waiting in front of the royal box. Serves down towards the forehand of the Bulgarian to Sinner, but he's missed that one. No doubt the Bulgarian will try to create something here with his next return. Chips this one, cross court, waits for the forehand, which he drives down to the forehand side. Now another forehand cross from him. Sinner comes back strongly to the backhand slice. Then it's a two-hander cross from one to the other. Now the slice of Bulgarian using a forehand next to the backhand of Sinner. A long rally. Sinner fires the pass attempt, and the volley just creeps over. But Dimitrov, has he hurt himself in the process of that? Oh dear, does he get a bit of cramp there? Well, he's ended up on the floor, and yet he's won the point because the ball just off his strings caught the top of the net and dribbled over.
Yeah, let's hope he's okay. I mean, that was a wonderful point. Very difficult volley. Got down so low, but incredible touch.
Yeah, his left foot sort of slipped as he went for that volley. And where you think of all the times he's been forced to retire in matches, you do hope he hasn't done himself a mischief there. But Sinner, again, just stepping away from the service line. But now back up to it, and he's got work to do again. Love 30 at 5-all. It's not a good serve, it's in the net. He's only managed 50% of his first serves in play in this second set, Sinner. Second one, chip return just short, sliding into it, and Sinner's caught out by that. That was a clever little drop shot return from the Bulgarian that, again, is just thinking very clearly as to how to unsettle his opponent, and he did a great job there.
Did he mean it? That's the only
Possibly
thing.
not.
I mean, the outcome of the return was superb, and both players are sliding a lot, finding it difficult to keep their footing on the court.
I mean, he may not have meant it. I didn't see him apologise, and normally you would do that if he hadn't meant that shot. But either way, he's got 3 break points. 5-all, love 40. Sinner serves, backhand reply will go long. Just powered that one out wide, and it was too forceful for the return. Sinner just slowing things down, trying to play this at his tempo, because the time has been taken from him on numerous occasions tonight by the Bulgarian, who waits for this next serve. Comes to the backhand again, makes the return though, and off his toes. That completely caught out Sinner. He was backpedaling, trying to get in position, but what a fantastic return that. It really fooled him. And once more, it's a lead with a break for Dimitrov. Special play again from Grigor Dimitrov to produce that kind of return and bamboozle the world #1. He just couldn't get those long legs out of the way enough to deal with the reply, and it was this lunging sliced return that comes right back into the baseline on the left side, and doing the back step there, Sinner got caught up with it, a real tangle trying to make that shot, and then off it went into the side of the court. So once again, we'll see Grigor Dimitrov stepping up here to try and serve out this second set and build a 2-sets-to-love lead on the top seed.
Time.
Didn't manage it last time. Sinner producing some fabulous tennis to fight back and break back, but now he's got to try and do it again, Chris Wilkinson.
Yeah, I mean, first serve's going to be key here. One of the reasons why he got broken in the last service game from him was just didn't make enough first. It's so important to get a foothold in this game by making plenty of first serves.
Well, the normal pattern has been for him to serve out wide at the start of a service game, and he's gone for it again. That was a let, though, so he'll reload. Might he change direction now, or will he go that way once more? 6-5, first serve. He does go down the middle with the next attempt, but that was too far. Sinner would love to get into this game before the Bulgarian does. Makes the return, now is forced wide on the forehand, but it was a lunge there. Didn't read the way that came back well enough, Sinner, and eventually had to stretch his arm and miscued the ball wide. It's 8:17 in the evening, so the light is beginning to fade here.
30 love.
There you go. There's the first serve
out wide.
Yeah, beautiful time. Surely he'll go wide now.
6-5, 30 love after his 12th ace. This one he doesn't. He serves down the middle, but it's another fault. A few bounces, that brief pause, and now looks up, serves right-handed wide to the forehand, lunging return, forehand from Sinner down the line, sliced chip from Dimitrov, lands right on the baseline, then a little chip shorter to the other side, but actually he's hit a bit too far. I thought it was going to land differently to that, but it has landed long. 30-15. Huge game, huge moment for both of them in this matchup. Just the one career win that Dimitrov had some 5 years ago against the very young Italian then. Serving to the backhand, but he's missed that first serve, a fault into the tram lines. He'll aim again. This he serves down the centre, reply, he takes on his forehands, hit deep to the backhand corner, off the net, cord from Sinner is a winner! And how lucky, unfortunate might that be? How helpful might that be for the Italian?
That could end up being very, very helpful indeed for Sinner. Gutting for Dimitrov, who just has to reset here, refocus, put that unfortunate situation out of his mind.
The tension in the net cord adding to the tension of the occasion and the moment. 6-5, 30 all. And the first serve, that was in the net. Is Sinner going to take advantage? The pause, now the serve, backhand reply, long. Grigor Dimitrov, firm enough with that serve. One more could give him a 2 sets to love lead. Set point it is, 6-5, 40-30 in the second set. Trying to keep calm, settle himself, keep the focus, the intensity, and serve as he has for the most part so well. That one at great pace, but just missing the corner of the service box out wide. Second serve on this set point. Forehand reply strong to his backhand, and he's hit a single-hander into the net there. So Sinner's not done with this set yet. He's determined to find a way still to hang on and force his way to a tie-break if he can. It's at deuce at the moment in the 12th game.
Good return though, wasn't it? Deep, hard into the corner. Again, first serve is so important here for Dimitrov.
You can see Roger Federer leaning forward in his chair, watching these two in front of him and watching Baby Fed, as he used to be called, Grigor Dimitrov, acing again right onto the sideline. A shot that we've seen so frequently from him this evening that has done him so much good. His 13th ace, can he find the 14th now to nail this set? Sinner 3 meters back. Serve down the centre, makes the return to the forehand, goes cross-court to Dimitrov. Cross-court it goes again from the Italian. Back and forth they go now up the line from Sinner. Chip back from Dimitrov. Step back from Sinner, and he doesn't need to worry about it. The ball's landed just beyond his baseline from the backhand of his opponent, and it's another deuce.
Not going anywhere, is he? Sinner making this as tough as possible, as you would expect.
So 2 set points have come and gone in this game. The Bulgarian serves at deuce once more. Again, he went for the wide serve, but that clipped the tape. Reload required. A couple of stray balls that he's hit back in the general direction of the ball. Gola's done a quick job of getting those in hand. The serve again. Into the, yeah, that was more into the body. It just cramped up that forehand drive back from Sinner, which went wide as a result. And for the 3rd time in this game, Dimitrov moves up to set point. 90 minutes now on the clock. And the 34-year-old takes aim at this. Serves to the body, serves long. Can the Italian defy him again? Second serve, backhand reply. Slice backhand, skimming down the middle from the Dimitrov backhand. Now he's using the drive, then he's forced onto the forehand side, but Sinner meeting it all well enough from the back of the court. Two-hander from him, though, has gone wide. And it is a 2 sets to love lead for the 19th seed against the number 1. A huge upset in the making, potentially, but still a lot to be done. The second set goes Dimitrov's way, 7-5. Well, where do we go next with this? I mean, Sinner certainly stood up as best he could, and yet how well he was withstood by the Bulgarian, Chris. I mean, just playing as he would have hoped to, as he would have planned to. And even when he fell over, thankfully, he didn't do himself any harm.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to fading lights, the roof will now be closed. Play will resume in approximately 10 minutes.
So there will be a 10-minute break here as they now close the roof because of the fading light I mentioned. So Sinner was about to go off court, but he's actually coming back towards the umpire's chair. I'm not quite sure why that is. Perhaps he's going to ask. I think he's asking if he can have the physio now.
Yeah. I mean, it's good news really for Sinner, isn't it? Having a nice 10-minute break. It's just to try and change the momentum of this match. But you have to say Dimitrov did really well. Remember, he served for the second set and got broken, but really focused well and put it out of his mind, and then came back and served that second set out. Did really well mentally there, did Grigor Dimitrov.
So Dimitrov sat in his chair, sat on this tremendous lead he's now built in this fourth-round contest. The Italian has taken his leave of centre court for the moment. The roof to come over, it will obviously change the atmospherics here, but will it change the direction of this match? Of course, we'll have the lights switched on so that play can continue under the roof into the evening. And this will take a few minutes to sort out. The security staff, of course, guarding the court now, as they do so well. But a second set in which Dimitrov hit 16 winners, made only 9 unforced errors, 10 winners from the Italian, but a dozen unforced errors as well. And on that second serve where he suffered again.
Also, when you look at the two sets, Dimitrov 31 winners and Sinner 19. So Dimitrov, yeah, his serve is getting him quite a few winners, but just being a little more aggressive as well. Certainly on his second ball behind that serve, looking to take on that forehand. That's worked well. His times he's come to the net. Again, the variety has worked well, winning 70% of the points when he's come forward, and he's come forward on 23 occasions. Look at the aces between the two. Sinner, just the two aces. And I just wonder if that's got anything to do with the elbow not being able to really extend and really get enough drive on that ball.
Yeah.
Where Dimitrov, 7 aces, just 1 double fault. Points 1 behind the second. Better from Dimitrov than it was in the opening set, just under 60%. Yes, this is going to take a huge effort from Sinner to come back in this one.
He has done it twice before in his career, and those matches, in fact, the 2 times he's managed that, one at the Australian Open, he did it for the first time against Marton Fucsovics at the Australian Open in 2023, and then famously in the final last year at the Australian Open, he did it against Daniil Medvedev to become a Grand Slam champion for the first time. So he knows he can, but can he do it tonight on this court with the elbow issue, with Dimitrov playing so strongly? Not so sure. Well, we're all wondering to see how Sinner might respond, how he will come back. And he will be serving at the start of the third set. And that will give us an indication as to whether his arm is okay or not. But it has been so hard for him tonight to produce his very best. Many fans standing up around, catching their breath. Some have popped out, obviously, to get some refreshments. It's been pretty incredible, Sue, as you join us on the main channel. Yeah, to see what Dimitrov has been able to do from the start here. I mean, just how he withstood the initial pressure from the Italian, Chris, but was then able to build the lead he did, and playing in the style of play that clearly Sinner hasn't really had to face in the first week, had eased through his first 3 rounds, hadn't been challenged in any real way, shape or form, dropping just 17 games. But this is a totally different contest for him. And on the grass, Dimitrov playing with the style, with all the slice and variety that you'd want to see for him, and it's having an effect.
Well, it is. I mean, it's a perfect surface for Dimitrov to play Sinner on. The ball stays low with the slice. He's coming into the net. He's getting good rewards, 16 out of 23 points won at the net, which means he's just bringing that all-court game and giving Sinner just something a little different to look at. I'm really surprised amount of winners as well. How many more Dimitrov has hit over Sinner, 31 compared to 19. So variety, coming to the net, more aggressive from the back. That's a pretty good formula.
Question for both of you. So the arm injury, obviously they had the medical timeout. He's gone off court to have another medical timeout. I'm not sure what the rules are around that at the moment. Dimitrov has arrived back. What effect is that having? Could that be having as the match goes along?
I think it is having an effect because mentally he doesn't seem to be as strong as we normally see. A lot of errors at key times. And yeah, a couple of pauses in between first and second serve. It just doesn't seem focused on. He's maybe more focused on his elbow, Barry.
And when he had the trainer on to treat him on the court, he was talking about the elbow, then saying that it was very difficult for him to really hit. He was feeling it off the ground. He was also feeling it trying to get that serve. And so we have only seen, what, 4 aces from him. We've seen 13 from Dimitrov.
We didn't see, Barry, or did we, when he took that tumble? He didn't jar that arm in any way,
well,
did
this
he?
is, I think he may have done so, and we've kind of mentioned it on the main commentary feed, that could be the case when we got a replay of it, because he did sort of just start to show signs after that of touching that elbow a bit, and I think that must have been what happened. But then, of course, we had the slip. We saw Dimitrov slipping. I mean, he won that amazing point when he managed to find the volley. It just could have graced the top of the net after it, but he took a little time to get up after that. You're thinking, what's he done? And bearing in mind all the times he keeps on retiring in Grand Slam matches, you just hope that that's not going to happen tonight.
And just very quickly, does Dimitrov have the belief to walk through the door this time? This is a massive occasion for him. This is a massive opportunity right now.
Yes, I think he does. He's been to the semi-finals before. He's won, you know, significant titles, and he knows he's got a wounded opponent. He'll be wary of that, but I think if he can play on as he has, then it's going to be you know, his night. I mean, not saying he will definitely do it, but I think he has the belief. Chris, do you agree?
3 minutes.
We'll see, I
I'm not sure. Yeah,
still, even though he's 2 sets up.
Given what I think Sinner's going through and given how well Dimitrov is playing, I can see him doing it today. I kind of do. So to answer your question, does he have the belief? I feel with what's being presented, yes.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Yeah, I think so too. But we will have to wait and see. And of course, this now will continue under the lights, under the closed retractable roof, because of the hour it is. It's 8:32 in the evening local time. So we need the full illumination. Of course, they have the air conditioning system to make sure that the atmospherics are right at a certain temperature, that things don't sweat up too much under the roof. But of course, not only is it a change in the ambience, there's no wind now to contend with, but also just the sound of the ball and the different nature to that.
Yeah, and both guys, when they're warming up here, both had jackets on to try and keep warm. I don't understand why they have a warm-up now, 10 minutes, and
is it just, I mean, in the light? I mean, I know it's the same for both of them, but it's different, obviously, now. It's suddenly very bright with the lights, and perhaps they have to have that chance.
Yeah.
Getting used to the
quite possibly,
the electric lighting around them.
But it'd be fascinating that the start here to see who adapts
the better,
you know, the best. I was impressed with Dimitrov because obviously he served for the second set, got broken, and his immediate response was to break straight back. And I think that, you know, when you talk about belief, you know, he showed good resilience there as well. So that was impressive.
Yeah. Well, they're just going through a few more serves here in practice, in warm-up, I should say, before they resumed the battle. But what a match so far from Grigor Dimitrov's point of view, and what might it still become for him?
1 minute.
All those years since he last made it to a Wimbledon quarter-final. 11 years ago that he achieved that feat. 2014, the year of his first major semi, when he achieved that here, and the most recent time that he made the semis was
30
in,
seconds.
2019 at the US Open, but of course made a quarter-final most recently at Roland Garros last year. Sinner still practicing the serve, and I guess he wants a little more just to get the feel and how that elbow might be. Be very interested to know what treatment or not he was able to have.
End of warm-up.
But again, he just seemed to feel that. We're just getting a close-up image of him on the TV replay, showing how he sort of felt something in that right elbow. So this is going to take an immense effort on his part, you feel, and perhaps a faltering Grigor Dimitrov in his belief that he can win this, to turn this around in the Italians' favour. Over 12 minutes since the last point was played, but with the roof now over, the lights switched on, the two warmed up under the lights, and roof now closed here. It will be Italy's Yannick Sinner, the young world #1, to take on the very experienced Bulgarian. And listen to the roar from the crowd. What a noise from this large gathering around centre court. And the third set is to get underway. James Kyothawong once again, the umpire, telling us all that we're about to resume. A few fans still trying to find their way to their seats. Barry Milnes here alongside Chris Wilkinson as set number 3 begins with a Sinner serve from the royal box end. Box return to his forehand. Chip now from the Bulgarian, but he's just gone long with that. Used the slice so effectively through many points in the first couple of sets. But of course, it's a change in ambience, a change in atmosphere. Will it be a change in direction? Will Dimitrov start to make a few more errors? Will Sinner hit a few more big serve winners? That comes back to him strongly, though. Big forehand then to his backhand side. He goes cross-court, dug out defensively by Dimitrov, who has to work very fast to the forehand wing. And Sinner able to hold position and dictate that point.
30 love.
Yeah, another look to his team. He's pretty motivated coming out for this third set, doesn't he? Shaking the racket, trying to get some positive vibes going.
.30 love in the opening game of set number 3, and it's a serve off the net into the box. Both of them under white tennis caps, but Sinners is turned forward with the peak in front. The Bulgarian with his down the back of his head. Blocks this return. Perfect length off that. Defensive then from his opponent, but a little cross-court attempt, and then a lovely volley winner. Oh, that was so special from Dimitrov. The skills there in all sorts of ways, Chris.
Yeah, so good.
30.
Yeah, I love the return as well, right on the shoelaces of Sinner. Then he edges forward. I mean, the drop volley is such a perfect shot to play. And that's what I mean, where the surface is good for Dimitrov, because on a hard court, clay court, they're not going to be winners, are they? But he can use his touch and finesse to much better effect on this court.
Yeah. There's a real artistry about his style of play. And he certainly painted some pictures tonight with the way he has stroked the ball around this court. Fault first serve, hush, totally. Now the sound of the point unfolding here. Slice backhand to the forehand drive of Sinner. Backhand chip again from the Bulgarian. Forehand then cross-court from the Italian. Down the side from his forehand is strong, and Sinner puts a ball in the net and scratches his head after that.
Another one of those points, I know we talk about it a lot, the slice backhand. Well, I'd love to see Sinner just maybe choose that a little bit more when in defence there. Yes, he's brilliant in defence, but I think sometimes, especially on this surface, just slice it back, give him Dimitrov a bit of his own medicine there.
Exactly, take a leaf out of his book. All eyes on the serve of the Italian, which has gone long down the middle into that back wall on the canvas, marked again by the force of that shot. 128-mile-an-hour serve there. Second serve into the body, blocked back down the middle. Forehand drive to the backhand slice of Dimitrov. Backhand cross from his opponent and a slice in the net, and Dimitrov annoyed with himself. He didn't make that. It was
40-30.
Well, it looked fairly routine from his very high standards.
Mini chance, wasn't it? 30-all as well.
Yeah. What he does not want to be doing is gifting anything back to Sinner, to just encourage him that there's a way back all the way in this match for the Italian. Game point. Serve down the middle, forehand just over the net, forehand deep to the forehand, drive back from the Bulgarian, who now hammers another forehand to the backhand side. A bit of a slide from Sinner on that left side. He's now using the backhand slice, and it's worked for him. Well, perhaps he heard what you said, Chris, because that clearly was the play, and it surprised Dimitrov, who drove the forehand into the net.
Third sets.
Yeah, it's better, wasn't it? Yeah. A little different there, the slice backhand. Yep. Still feels this match has got a lot of legs to run, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
You know, I mean,
in this situation many times before,
yeah,
stages, and I mean, it's been a fantastic 2 sets that Dimitrov has played. The way he was able to get another break immediately after he'd been broken himself for the first time towards the end of that second set. But now, well, this next game, feel it is important for him just to continue to hold. Good strong serve. Ooh, he judged that very well, because he was shaping up to hit a drive volley from deep in his side of the court, and then decided at the last moment to let it go, and it missed the baseline by an inch or two. Sinner squatting forward, knees bent, jumps up, punches the return, it's sharp. Forehand though to his forehand side, that was so good. Dimitrov just switched direction, didn't he? Yeah. And it caught out Sinner slightly on his movement.
But it was a good return, wasn't it, from Sinner? But I just really impressed Dimitrov there. His reaction after a serve was so quick.
Not a good serve that time into the net. Fielded by the ball boy, who's back to his mark by the side of the net post nearer us. And the next serve now into the body. Return comes to the forehand, driven into the backhand wing, and it's perfect from Dimitrov. Sinner kind of, I think, thought it was going wide, but there was no call on it.
40-love.
How close to the line, or on the line was this? We're getting a TV replay, and we can see that it was just inside the corner of the court. Couldn't have really placed that any better. 40-love on the Bulgarian serve. This one down the middle. Comes in with a low volley, which he makes to the backhand corner. The lob's gone up. He's under the smash. No, he's not. He's had to track back, turn around, and he's hit it into the net. Great length on the lob there from Sinner. I mean, the volley that Dimitrov made was exceptional.
Great volley.
But the lob was too good for him.
Dimitrov's coaching team were up applauding that point. Even though he lost it, they're saying, OK, that's the right move. It's a good volley. It's a good point.
It's some skill to see before us when a player volleys like that. Missing that serve out wide. Reloads, pauses, tosses the ball and serves this into the net.
40-30.
And just wiping a bit of sweat from his brow. And I did mention, with the roof coming over, it kind of warms everything up. It gets a bit more sweaty under the closed roof. But he won't be wanting to sweat anymore in this game if he can help it. He needs to close it now. 40-30. Love one, third set.
Let's
caught the tape, has to try again. Sinner use all his great skills, the #1 in the world, to try and find a way to extend this game. And it's a missed first serve. He's being helped by that. Expect something special for him on the return to this second serve now. If he can. He goes with a forehand to the backhand side, being patient at the moment, not trying to overdo things, working well. Smoothly back to the forehand, and he's got the mistake there. That was the way to go, rather than go big on the return. He was patient, and it paid off.
Juice.
Lovely change of direction as well there from Sinner with the backhand. Not hit hard, but just massage that ball down the line.
He was 40 love not so long ago. He's now at deuce on his serve, Dimitrov. The 19th seed against the #1. Gets that serve out wide, comes back to him. He puts it into the backhand wing, the lob's gone up. Sinner has slipped again, and has he hurt himself? He's shaking his right hand, he's dropped the racket. He stood up, but
advantage Dimitrov.
He's been in the wars tonight, hasn't he?
Yeah. Quite greasy, isn't it, the court?
Yeah. Getting a replay, and again he slides out to it, but then, well, I say, yeah, he did hurt his... He felt that in that elbow. I'm not surprised, because he again had to support his body as he went down. And it's a strong serve down the middle. It does the job. So Dimitrov does hold again, and his team are all up out of their seats, applauding that effort.
1 game all, third set.
It really has been the Bulgarian leading the way today in this encounter. Is he going to find his way to a quarter-final against the American Ben Shelton? The whole of the draw remaining, the whole of the tennis world watching with keen interest as the world #1 is in this very tricky position now, a long way back at the moment, trailing by 2 sets to love, 1-1 in the third, and his next serve is only as far as the net. Twiddles the racket, twiddles it again, bouncing the ball 3 times, sets himself. Dimitrov ready on the baseline, tries to make a chip slice return, doesn't clear the net there. But it's a ploy he's used to good effect through the match, and he'll use it again, no doubt. The bearded figure, glistening with the sweat on his arms and limbs, on his legs and on his brow. Makes a forehand drive return to that, then slices down to the forehand. It's a low ball. It's not hit that cleanly by Sinner, but he's still in the rally, hitting with forehands to forehand. That comes to his backhand. He goes cross court, and that's got a real weight of shot behind it. And it's too forceful there for Dimitrov, who puts the ball in the net.
Yeah, he does that so well, doesn't he? That backhand into the open space. Initially uses the forehand to get his opponent off the court. But so good at finding the target cross court.
1-1, 30 love. The Bulgarian 2 meters behind the line, leans forward, twiddles the racket again, looking very keenly. Backhand chip to the backhand, but gets the forehand to his forehand now. Now he's used the slice backhand attempt, but skipping up behind it, hoping to help it over the net. It doesn't oblige.
40 love.
And in the course of the match, he has had 5 break points, converted 3 of them. And he's been broken just the once himself. Only 2 break points that Sinner has created against the Bulgarian serve. But it is Sinner serving here for a 2-1 lead in the third set. And serves to the backhand. Fault attempt with that one. Second serve now into the body. Forehand made though up the line. Comes back sharply cross court. Somehow it's dug back by Dimitrov. Now he's put a little half volley dink attempt. But Sinner was so fast there, moving around the court. The coverage he had. And Darren Cahill, one of his coaches, standing up tall to acknowledge that. Encourage him further. 2-1 at the moment in the third set. Well, he's a calm player, certainly. He shows a lot of poise, does Jannik Sinner. But you can imagine there's fair bit of inner turmoil tonight and concern. Firstly, because of what his opponent's doing, and secondly, because of the injury he's had. But it is fascinatingly poised at this stage, bearing in mind Dimitrov's big advantage. But the nature of best of 5-set tennis, the time, the ability still to turn it round for Sinner if he can.
Time.
I wonder what the odds are now on him doing that. Would have come in as a big favourite to this encounter, bearing in mind the way he had got through his first 3 rounds. But it's been anything but a plain sailing for him tonight. Joe Root and Jimmy Anderson, great England cricketers both.
Thank you.
Back in the royal box now to
Layers are ready.
Watch this match continue. Roger Federer's been watching for a while. I think he's actually just briefly taken his leave. But some of the points we've seen, particularly from Dimitrov, reminiscent of the great Swiss in his pomp here a few years back. Return to the forehand, off the back foot, driven by Dimitrov. Now makes a little chip short, covers with the backhand volley because Sinner did come back up for it. But all covered there very nicely from Grigor Dimitrov.
Yeah, I mean, his net coverage has been superb today. Like the fact he doesn't move too early, just kind of waits to see where his opponent is going and then picks him off. Beautifully done again.
At 15 love, the Bulgarian serve is called clearly a fault by the electronic line calling system. Second serve to the backhand, driven to his forehand. He fires that back to the Sinner forehand, gets another from that side. Now a chip forehand from Sinner, but he's way back as a result of that. He went for a forehand slice and paid the price because it just sat up there to be attacked by his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, court positioning from Dimitrov was so good there. Once he had Sinner on the run, he inside the baseline, taking on the forehand as he's been doing.
19th seed, he's currently ranked 21 in the world. He was once upon a time the world #3. Back in November of 2017 he achieved that, and a career that's given him 9 singles titles, over $30 million in prize money. And there's a fair bit on offer tonight if he can get through to another quarter-final. But it won't be that he'll be thinking of. It'll be about beating a world #1 for just the 2nd time in his career, and the 1st time ever in a Grand Slam if he can achieve it tonight. 40 love after another good point behind the serve. The return onto his volleys made that attempt, but that's gone long, and Sinner just stands there near the ball's direction, but then just lets his racket, takes his racket out of the way as that dropped beyond the baseline.
How many times has he served and volleyed in this match?
7, and he's done it successfully on 3 of those occasions. I'm just going to put this out there. I hope he's okay, but he's taken a lot longer after that last point to come back and now try and serve here. I hope he's not done himself a mischief. He has. He's done himself a mischief. He's kneeling. Oh my goodness, he's done something to his right arm. He sat on the court holding his right arm, and I hope we're not going to see what we've seen time and again in the Grand Slam. Sinner's now jogging round to him, but although he served an ace, he's hurt himself significantly. His pec, I think he's actually laughing through the pain. But we've got the trainer on for Dimitrov, having just held that game, but he's in a lot of discomfort, and I'm not sure whether he'll be able to play on. Sinner right there with him, squatting down next to him. Oh dear. I just thought, as he walked away after the previous point, he had hurt himself. And suddenly, when he served, it obviously hurt him. He got the ace and he got the game, but he then landed up on the deck in absolute agony here. And it is 2-all, but we're wondering if there's going to be any more, because they've got the trainer on, the doctor on, everybody's on to attend to him. Sue.
Well, this is quite remarkable. You've got Yannick Sinner helping him to his feet right now as he heads to the chair. I don't know if there's anything the medical staff can do, because he's clutching his pec, hanging onto it for dear life. You can see the pain etched all over his face, and I think it looked like he was laughing because he thought like he might cry.
Oh dear, this is desperate, isn't it? I mean,
Oh.
the slams, you know, the last 4, he's had to retire from.
He has.
And this could be yet another time. I mean, I'd be amazed now, wouldn't you, if it carry on here?
If it's a tear, then no, definitely not.
No.
If he's pulled it, maybe. I don't know how you treat it.
Well, he's also feeling a rib and giving him, the physio got his arms around him at the moment and just trying to regulate his breathing because he's almost panting with the pain.
Yeah.
That's how much it hurts.
He did it. He really hurt himself. I think I remarked that he had just walked away and took a lot longer before that last serve.
You did.
And then when he did it, he just put it in. It was only 96-mile-an-hour serve.
Roger Federer is just standing in the stairway of the Royal Box, just staring down, open-mouthed right now.
Yeah.
We all are.
At Grigor Dimitrov.
We're all Roger Federer right now.
We really are. This is where radio, oh my goodness, watching him. The physio has just tried to touch the back of his shoulder and he's almost leapt out of the chair. Yannick Sinner just looking on. He can't believe what's happened. The physio's shaking his head right now at Grigor Dimitrov.
I mean,
I don't think he needs telling that he's going to be tough to continue. I think he knows.
It was a hip injury at the Australian Open, the first round there, against Francesco Pizarro, and then against Ethan Quinn due to a left thigh injury at Roland Garros in the first round.
And you look at
2 last year.
And you look at the situation, Chris. He's 2 sets to love up on the world #1 and dominating in the match, and then this happens. This is incredibly unlucky.
It is so unlucky. I mean,
he's trying not to
feel
cry
for him
right
so
now.
much. I mean,
how's his underarm serve?
I don't think he can hit a forehand, never mind a backhand.
Barry,
Genuinely.
that's not fair, Barry.
No, but I mean, seriously, you know, he won't be able to go over, will he?
No, I don't think he can do anything right now. He's just actually pinched the top of his nose and closed his eyes because I think he knows that this is going to be the end of his Wimbledon.
Sinner's getting involved, I think, a little bit here too. I think he's going to sit down next to him. He's going to get involved. I haven't seen this either.
No.
Well, obviously they know each other very, very well, but Sinner's just listening and watching as this is happening.
That's a bit strange, isn't it? Shouldn't he be stood back at the moment until, you know, while this discussion is going on?
What are they doing now? He's standing up. Is he going to walk off the court and get an off-court medical timeout?
He has to.
Yep, that's where he's going.
Well, he's got to try everything, explore every avenue, but this is wretched luck for Grigor Dimitrov. The crowd doing their best to give him an ovation and raise spirits. He genuinely looked like he was going to just burst into tears, and now Yannick Sinner is staring at the exit he's just disappeared into. Obviously trying to calibrate now what happens next, but he's not exactly in fine fettle himself with the elbow issue that he's got.
It will be very, very helpful. But just going back to him walking over to Dimitrov, I mean, obviously, if they didn't know each other well, that probably wouldn't have happened. But I think because they do, he's wandered over. He came around the other side of the net when it happened. It's concern.
Absolutely that. But I just thought, as he was having a conversation with the trainer and the doctor, perhaps that should just be allowed to evolve and be completed before he might then say something to Sinner.
It's difficult for Sinner's point of view, though, isn't it? Well, I mean, seriously, what would he be thinking here? Yeah, obviously he's sympathy, but at the same time, he's 2 sets down.
Yeah.
He could be going out the tournament, and now actually he's probably thinking, you know, deep down, actually, okay.
Redemption,
yeah,
possibly.
it's, you know, it's a difficult situation to be in.
We're seeing replays of what happened, and he just started to protect that pec, gave it a little bit of a rub when he hit a slice, and then it was the next serve, and you can see the pain on his face. Maybe something was strained and then he tore it.
Well, yeah, it's more than, it looks more than he's just pulled that muscle.
Yeah.
It looks much more than that. And now the question also is, I mean, I give the example of Jordan Thompson. Had an injury coming in. Okay, we're not going to exacerbate anymore. You're going to get it fixed, but we're going to get through here. They've got to weigh up, because you've got to think longer term as well. I mean, obviously thinking about the here and now, you think about, okay, if he wins the next match, will he be able to play that? But also longer term, if this needs surgery or a long rehab period, then, you know, you've got to weigh that up as well. As demoralising as it would be right now, you've got to think broader than
I mean,
the match currently too.
How can he swing that arm? It really seems very unlikely that he will. And no, he's having to retire. He's come back on the court and he's walking up to shake hands and an embrace with the Italian. What a shame that is. Guys, that is just heartbreaking, isn't it? I mean, he's played so well. He's actually in tears coming back here and shaking hands, just about managing that with James Kyothadon. But your heart goes out to Grigor Dimitrov. He was leading by 2 sets to love, 2-all in the third set. He's getting a heroic ovation. So much sympathy for him, but yet again, his body lets him down in a Grand Slam. That's the 5th one in a row that he's had to retire hurt, and Sinha survives with all the scare he's had. He gets through to the quarterfinals to face Ben Shelton.
Well, he's actually helping Grigor Dimitrov pack his bag. I don't think Grigor should be carrying anything off the court, even with his big shoulder, and he's not going to, because Jannik Sinner is helping pick up some of his bags. That is absolutely lovely to see. And listen to this ovation for Grigor Dimitrov. His face is buried in a Wimbledon towel. He's sobbing.
What a shame.
It's heartbreaking to watch. And what an extraordinary night of tennis we'd had. Jannik Sinner was actually practicing his serve while Dimitrov had disappeared off the court.
Will you do the interview? Is he going to come back?
I think he's coming back. I think he was asked just now. I saw
do,
somebody having a word with him. I think he's just helping him off, and then he'll come back, presumably, to talk to the crowd.
I don't know what you say. Like, what actually do you say? Like, I was down, I was out, and all of a sudden this happens. I would suggest that they're probably consoling each other now, because obviously it'll take time for the coaches and the entourage.
Coming back on.
Yeah, here comes the microphone and everything else. So at least we're getting to say a few words, but oh gosh, this is going to be a tough interview. I used a tennis player's favourite word, Sue. It's going to be really difficult for him. At least he's got a couple of minutes to find the right words, but
well, he's got questions to answer himself about his own injury issues, but that is a heartbreaker for the 34-year-old Bulgarian. And now Jannik Sinner is about to share his thoughts with Rishi Persad, and it's going to be fascinating to hear what he has to say.
Jannik, thank you for staying around. A brutal blow for Grigor Dimitrov. It's sometimes very hard to find the right words to say at this moment. Sorry to put you in this position, because it must be very difficult for you as well, especially watching a fellow competitor so distressed. What are you thinking right now?
Well, honestly, I don't know what to say, because he is an incredible player. I think we all saw this today, and you know, he's been so unlucky in the past, you know, couple of years. An incredible player, good friend of mine also, and we understand each other very well off the court too. And you know, seeing him in this position, it's honestly, you know, if there would be a chance, you know, that he could play, you know, the next round, you know, he would deserve. And but now, mostly, I hope he has a speedy recovery. You know, very unlucky from his side. I don't take this as a win at all. You know, this is just a very unfortunate moment to witness for all of us. And yeah, you know, I think already in the last, you know, Grand Slams, he struggled a lot with injuries, and seeing him now again having this kind of injury is very tough. And we all saw this, you know, with his reaction, how much he cares about the sport. He is one of the most hardworking players on tour, and yeah, it's very unfortunate. Thank you for coming, but this is not the end we wanted to see, and it's it's very sad. And yeah, we all wish him only the best. Let's give all an applause for him and his team and everyone.
And that's it. He doesn't want to speak anymore. Rashid didn't have a chance to ask him about his injury issue. And he's gone straight over to some children at the side of the court who would like to get caps and balls signed. So we don't have an extra perspective yet on the elbow issue that Jannik Sinner has. That's something I'm sure he'll be asked about in press when he does his recovery in his media conference afterwards. It's going to be fascinating to see what kind of an update he gives on how his body is.
Yes, we're just catching our breath and coming to terms with all of that, Sue. Obviously, that's something that will have to be addressed both by the trainers and indeed by himself when he is asked about it. I mean, he is carrying things, he's signing autographs, you know, it's not something that was going to stop him playing, but whether it was going to allow him, had Dimitrov been able to carry on, you know, to play well enough to draw this one back in his favour, I'm not so sure. And I mean, obviously, firstly and foremost, for Grigor, it's a heartbreaker. It keeps happening. And you just wonder every time he turns up now whether he's ever going to be able to find his way through a succession of matches.
Well, he's 34 years of age now, Barry. He doesn't have, he's got much more Wimbledons behind him than he has in front of him.
But what I'm also so sad about, not just for him, obviously, first and foremost, but is also for this crowd, for everybody watching, listening to this, of the tennis that we were getting from Dimitrov, because some of that was so spectacular, using the slice, the variety in his game, and to see somebody like that ask questions of a world #1 in the way he was doing, it was great entertainment. Really was some amazing stuff that I thought he played tonight. And you know, we've got Roger Federer in the house, of course, and it was very Federer-esque in a lot of its execution, but he is his own man as well, and he's just got a lovely character on the court. He is a very popular figure, and clearly, you know, Sinner, as a good friend of his, you know, feels gutted for him, as we all do.
I think that is very much the case. The luckiest ever for the world #1 for Jannik Sinner to go through. That is certainly going to be a case. I'm hopeful that in a few moments' time we are going to be hearing from the team at BBC. We're just logging into BBC iPlayer now in order to get hold of that and catch up with what's happened at the end of today. Shocking. Let's hear straight away from the BBC team and see what they think about today's mess as well. They're talking now. Well, hopefully. Let's see if we can do it.
He's so popular on the tour. This is the second serve. It looked to me like the first serve he hit it, and you see how casual he was on the volley, because I think he already felt it then. And then the second serve, he knew immediately that there's so much pain. And just on one shot, he must be so desperately disappointed, because you've got it somewhere in his thoughts. He was thinking, I'm up 2 sets to love. Jannik's not playing his best. He's not capable of playing his best. And am I going to get to the quarters? He's a semifinalist before, but that was a long time ago. And he's part of the generation where we're thinking he has the talent to maybe win a major. But there was Roger, and there was Rafa, and there was Novak, and Andy won a few, and so sad.
And it's just so terrible when the talent is there, when the mindset is there, and the body just won't do it for you, because it was such a lovely reception from the crowd. They understand that. They knew this when Andy Murray was going through it and trying desperately to play on through painful situations. But when it was going well for Grigor Dimitrov, it was going really well. He put Sinner under pressure right from the beginning of this match. We'll look at Sinner's injury in a second or two. But let's just appreciate some of what Grigor Dimitrov can do.
And I think the service, he was really serving well. In the past, he's had some times where he's had some service yips and he hasn't gotten the right smooth motion, but he's been serving well. He looks like he's moving well, which he always does. But again, it's that ability to hit so well on the move. He's got that great feel at the net, that great ability to anticipate. He's comfortable at the net. There aren't that many players anymore that are so comfortable to play in the forecourt, and Dimitrov is. And there's also not that many players that have the wonderful backhand slice. His backhand slice is a weapon. He can hit over the one-hander. He moves so extremely well to open up the court, spread the court. So many ways to win points, and it seemed like it was all coming together.
And there was no doubt that Sinner was in trouble in this match. He had a tumble in the very opening game when he was putting Dimitrov's serve under a bit of pressure. And as he fell, you could see that it fell awkwardly onto the elbow, or fell onto the wrist, which then sort of
jammed
the elbow. Yeah.
And that's the part of the court that is still green, and you're putting all of your weight on your feet and trying to stop and trying to recover, and then all of a sudden the shoes just don't hold. You know, the players have the little pimples on the bottom of the shoes and up the side a little bit to help with the traction. But this is the time where the middle portion of the court starts to get a little brown, and that's where it's easier to move. But that ball just didn't move.
That ball stayed so low. I mean, that was nothing to do with Sinner's elbow, but you could see.
Yeah, and it was really, I think, off the pace for quite a lot of it. Okay, well, that wraps up our coverage here at Wimbledon for today. We'll be on here tomorrow at 1:30 British Summer Time. Just the 2 matches to bring you on centre court, but also 2 matches on court number 1 as we enter the quarter-finals as well. And we'll have the whole team ready to cover both matches tomorrow here on JB Sports. Thanks for your company today. A really strange 3 matches, but in the end, we have the world number 1 going through to the quarterfinals. We'll see you tomorrow for day 9 here on JB Sports. Bye-bye.